There once was a man who was exceptionally talented with a knife, his skill so profound it bordered on the supernatural. A gleaming blue light would flash along the edge of his blade, a harbinger of the impossible feats to come. There was nothing he couldn't cut through, nothing that wouldn't yield to his blade. A single, flawless vertical strike, radiating with ethereal blue energy, could cleave any object in two, a testament to his absolute mastery. He was a figure of immense power, a silhouette wreathed in a brilliant blue aura, standing before a world seemingly split asunder by his peerless technique. This incredible skill was not a gift, but the result of relentless dedication. He had worked so hard that his palms were covered in thick calluses. After dropping out of high school, he had poured 20 long years into the knife business, a journey of discipline and sacrifice that had earned him the prestigious title of the best knife master in the country. His stage was a high-end restaurant where his artistry was on full display. A magnificent platter of freshly prepared fish, arranged with geometric precision, showcased his skill, a feast for the eyes before it was a feast for the palate. The restaurant buzzed with activity, a symphony of satisfied customers and hurried staff. An announcer called out that the omakase course for Table 3 was coming up, while patrons marveled at the delicious-looking food. Whispers circulated among the diners, with one mentioning they had heard the chef was incredibly skilled with a knife. Orders for special tuna platters and a VIP course were shouted across the room as the staff diligently served the bustling crowd. Inside the pristine kitchen, a younger chef in a crisp white uniform was startled by a sudden sound. He glanced around, his expression puzzled as he wondered what it was. His attention was drawn to the head chef, a man with intense, focused eyes and a dark uniform who was absorbed in his work. The chef's powerful arm moved with practiced grace and speed, his knife a blur as he expertly sliced a large fish. The younger chef approached him cautiously, cupping his hand to his mouth to be heard over the kitchen noise, and informed his superior that his phone was ringing. The head chef, without breaking his concentration, grunted a simple then asked if the phone was on vibrate as it should be, a hint of annoyance in his tone at the interruption. He glanced at his buzzing phone, the screen displaying a notification from a mobile game called Miracle's Blessing M. He internally grumbled, questioning why he was receiving alerts from a game he was certain he had deleted. He briefly wondered if his phone was broken before dismissing the thought. Just then, his subordinate spoke up again, his voice tinged with urgency, reminding the chef that they had customers waiting. The chef, his patience wearing thin, replied with cold finality, instructing his junior to simply tell them they didn't have it, his hand clenching into a tight fist at his side. The kitchen door swung open, and a group of unwelcome visitors strode in. A smug, blonde-haired man in a garish red suit, flanked by two imposing bodyguards in dark sunglasses, smirked as he addressed the chef as Mr. Kim. He announced that he had come for an answer, stating with condescending confidence that he had given Mr. Kim more than enough time to think things over. He added that for someone who handles the same tasks day in and day out, what he was asking shouldn't be too difficult. The blonde man let out a derisive laugh, wagging his finger as if scolding a child. He feigned an epiphany, claiming that he had been too ignorant and had forgotten a crucial part of the etiquette for such a negotiation. With a snap of his fingers, one of his men presented a briefcase. The man explained that in situations like this, the one asking the favor should be the one to make the first gesture. He popped the latches and opened the case, revealing it to be stuffed to the brim with neat stacks of 50,001 notes, assuring Mr. Kim that he wouldn't be disappointed. The man's face contorted into a wide, greedy grin as he announced the offer, 3 billion won as an advance payment. He added a simple condition, stating that the money was his as long as the job was done properly. In the blink of an eye, a flash of movement. Streaks of brilliant blue light, sharp and precise, crisscrossed the air with impossible speed. The cuts were so swift they seemed to slice through reality itself, accompanied by a sharp, threatening red aura that underscored their lethality. Mr. Kim stood facing the intruders, his knife held steady, a faint blue glow emanating from the steel. His gaze was glacial. On the cutting board, the fish was now perfectly intricately sliced, a silent demonstration of his terrifying skill. The blond man's eyes were wide with a mixture of awe and terror, beads of sweat forming on his pale forehead. Mr. Kim's own eyes seemed to glow with an intense blue light as he spoke, his voice low and dangerous. He stated that the kitchen was a place where cleanliness was the top priority. He then looked the man dead in the eye, declaring that someone as dirty as him had no place there and commanded him to leave. The intruders were frozen in shock, symbolized by two giant red exclamation marks hanging in the air. Above them, a single perfectly cut slice of tuna hung from a hook, a testament to the master's precision, while the two massive halves of the fish lay on the counter, cleaved by an impossibly clean cut. The blond man's fear quickly morphed into a wide, impressed grin, He exclaimed that this was exactly what he expected from the legendary Sword Master. He declared that Mr. Kim was truly someone who shouldn't be wasting his talent slicing fish in a place like this, and urged him to hurry up and come with them. In response, Mr. Kim calmly placed his knife down on the counter with a quiet clink. Suddenly, the blond man and his two bodyguards were sent hurtling backward, as if struck by an invisible force, letting out a collective, high-pitched scream of shock and pain. From the doorway, the blond man shot a furious glare back at the stoic chef. He sneered, asking if Mr. Kim honestly thought he would give up so easily. A smirk returned to his face as he promised he would be back soon enough, then turned to his shaken men and ordered them to leave. Later that night, under a dark sky, the chef, Ju Bang, stood in the back alley, taking a long drag from a cigarette. His younger coworker joined him, lighting one up as well. The coworker couldn't contain his disbelief, questioning why Ju Bang would refuse an advance payment of 3 billion won. He confessed that if it were him, he would have accepted the deal instantly. Ju Bang exhaled a cloud of smoke, explaining that he had spent his entire life slicing fish and knew nothing about dealing with gangsters. His co-worker argued that was precisely the point. They likely just wanted to use the Sword Master's reputation to intimidate people, not actually have him kill someone. He urged Ju Bang to consider it, suggesting he could just scare them a little, take the money, and finally build a better life for himself, buy a house or open his own shop. He insisted that Ju Bang deserved to live like a real human being. But Ju Bang was resolute, stating firmly that even if he were offered a fortune, he would still turn it down. His phone began to buzz incessantly. His coworker chuckled, teasingly asking what was with all the notifications and if he was secretly dating someone. Ju Bang flatly replied that it was just a game. The coworker then tried to recall the name, asking if he was still playing that diaper blessing game. Ju Bang corrected him with a sigh, saying the name was Miracle Blessing and that he had stopped playing it a while ago. Their conversation was cut short when another employee yelled for Ju Bang from the doorway, complaining that everyone had left without cleaning up. The younger coworker immediately panicked at the mention of the boss, quickly stubbing out his cigarette and announcing his departure before rushing back inside, leaving Ju Bang alone with his thoughts. He looked up at the full moon hanging in the sky, reflecting on his life. He admitted to himself that, honestly, ever since his family went bankrupt when he was just a kid, all he had ever done was work. He mulled over his co-worker's words about living like a real human, conceding internally that he had indeed been too focused on just moving forward, never stopping to consider anything else. His phone buzzed again, a persistent, irritating vibration. He gripped the device tightly, his frustration mounting. He muttered to himself, wondering why it kept ringing and how ridiculous the situation was becoming. Looking at the screen, he saw it was now past 1 in the morning. The notification from Miracle's Blessing M was still there. He wondered if he had perhaps reinstalled the game while drunk and resolved to delete it for good this time. He scoffed, thinking about how many years it had been since the game's tired old Demon King's invasion event had started, and moved his thumb to finally get rid of the notification. But in his annoyance, his thumb slipped. He cursed under his breath, realizing he had accidentally clicked on it. The phone screen immediately lit up, and a cheerful jingle began to play as the game's title screen appeared, featuring an attractive female character with long, teal hair. Ju Bang found himself thinking that the flashy background music was exactly as he remembered it, and that the female characters were still as pretty as ever. His nostalgic moment was shattered as the screen suddenly dissolved into a chaotic mess of red static. He stared, confused, as a thin red line of light shot out from the phone and lanced directly towards his face. His eyes widened in utter shock, a bewildered "huh" escaping his lips as the light enveloped him. A moment later, his coworker peeked his head out the back door again, calling for the chef, and saying the boss wanted to see him. He found the alley empty. Confused, he looked around, only to spot Ju Bang's phone lying on the ground, abandoned. The coworker stood alone in the empty alley, a puzzled expression on his face as he wondered where Ju Bang could have gone, and more importantly, why he would have left his phone behind. He called out Ju Bang's name again, then cursed in frustration. He shrugged it off, assuming his boss had just gone to the bathroom for a moment. On the ground, the forgotten phone screen continued to flicker with an unnatural light. The screen then blazed with a blinding white light, corrupted with digital artifacts. A single glitched message materialized in the center. 100% transfer completed. A man's finger hovers over a smartphone, the screen displaying a generic-looking mobile game. He reflects that it was a typical pay-to-win model with a convenient auto-hunting system. The narrator then poses a question, wondering why he ever even played this game. The answer is immediately revealed through a series of flashy character portraits. A girl with long, vibrant turquoise hair and insect-like antennae, a blonde with intense red eyes, and another with a stern expression, all of whom were designed in a way that perfectly suited his tastes. He confesses that the appearance of the female characters was the sole reason he was drawn to it, and it was this game that ultimately swallowed him. He had been pulled into its world, yet he had never spent a single penny on in-game purchases, nor had he ever played through multiple cycles or even finished the game. He wasn't a playable character, not even an NPC. Instead, he had been possessed into the body of a background character whose location in the original game was completely unknown, a fate he likens to being a small, insignificant creature being poked against its will. In this new world, his name was Kang Jeoma. He stands at what appears to be a subway platform door, a thoughtful expression on his face, dressed in a simple gray hoodie and blue jeans with a backpack slung over his shoulder. He recalls an incident where he bumped into a woman, his eyes widening in surprise as he registered her presence. He quickly interjects in his narration, assuring the audience that he knows what they're thinking, but it wasn't that kind of situation. In the memory, he is seen helping up a young woman with light blue hair tied in a ponytail, asking with concern if she was okay. She replies that she was fine and apologizes for the inconvenience. He reflects that, fortunately, the setting of Miracle's blessing M was Korea, which made things much easier. Names, locations, and geography were all strikingly similar to his original world, with only minor differences in one or two characters, making adaptation easy. He notes that thanks to this familiarity, he was able to adjust to his new life without much trouble. He was now a teenager, a status he would hold for at least a year. He lived in this world for a year, the line between reality and game blurring, allowing him to experience the ordinary teenage life he had never had in his past life. He recalls living a very ordinary secondary school life, a stark contrast to his current situation. That peaceful existence continued until the day he returned home, keying the code into his apartment's digital lock. He calls out that he's home, announcing his arrival to his mother. His parents greet him with overwhelming enthusiasm, proclaiming him the pride and joy of the Seori Kang clan, Kang Jeoma. His father proudly brandishes a document, an acceptance notice from Hawakin Academy. Jeoma, however, looks thoroughly unimpressed, his expression flat as he asks if they could please stop bringing that out now. His father just laughs, saying that no matter how many times he sees it, he's proud. His mother chimes in, greeting they did a great job raising their child. They excitedly remind him that the entrance ceremony is the very next day and ask if he's finished packing. He sighs, wondering if it's really tomorrow already. With everyone being so excited, he feels he can't exactly go back on it now, even though he had asked countless times if he could leave. But it had made no difference. He leans back, already feeling exhausted just thinking about it. His gaze falls on a framed photograph on his desk, showing him smiling between his two beaming parents. It was because of them, he realizes. He wonders to himself how this kid, the original Kang Jeoma, had even managed to get accepted into such a prestigious school. The answer comes in a grainy flashback, his parents explaining that he had manifested his blessing and took the test right away. Asking if he didn't remember, the young Jeoma in the memory looks utterly baffled, asking if that was really what happened. The narrator clarifies that before he possessed the body, the original Kang Jeoma had manifested his blessing and immediately passed the entrance exam for Hawakin Academy. Staring at the letter once more, he wonders aloud if the original kid was a genius or something. This world runs on a power called blessing, a radiant, golden energy that grants humans special abilities. Much like skills in a video game, images of glowing swords and powerful warriors fill the screen, showcasing these divine gifts in action. However, not all humans possess this divine protection. The reason, he explains, is that these abilities are mostly genetic. This has created a rigid social hierarchy divided into ranks, nobles, commoners, and the privileged, all based on the presence or absence of a blessing. This system was meticulously crafted to maintain the power of the elite. At the heart of this system is Hawakin Academy, a grand and imposing institution. While it was founded under the noble pretext of hero training, it has long been a school exclusively for the children of upper-class hero families. It wasn't until recently that a special admission system was introduced for those from non-heroic families. A close-up on Jeoma's determined eye reveals that he, Kang Jeoma, was one of those very special admissions. But he questions why they would even need heroes anyway. The reason, he states, is obvious. The world is threatened by monsters, a terrifying menagerie of orcs, skeletal warriors, goblins, and massive dragons, all set against a hellish crimson landscape. He sits at his desk, acknowledging that this isn't his reality. To him, attending a hero training school to prepare for war feels akin to being forced to re-enlist in the military. He lets out a weary sigh, leaning back in his chair with his hands behind his head, the word blessing hanging in the. Suddenly, a blue holographic status window materializes before him. It displays the details of the painless blessing, an ability that completely relieves pain for an activation time of 30 seconds, but with a grueling 12-hour cooldown. He thinks to himself that the status window still looks a bit weird. This was the ability the original Kang Jeong-ma had manifested. He scoffs at the description, wondering what completely even means, and expressing his disbelief that someone could get accepted into the academy with such a seemingly useless skill. Every time he sees it, he gets depressed, his face contorting in frustration. A 30-second duration with a 12-hour cooldown was practically useless. But then he recalls that this wasn't the blessing he received when he first possessed this body. He summons another status window, this one for the blessing of the sword god. Its description is starkly simple. It will cut if you strike. It has an infinite activation time and no cooldown, but it comes with a very specific condition. It only activates when the sword's length is 30 cm or less, and its width is less than 5 cm. He notes the irony that his name, Jeong-ma, translates to sword demon, so it's not like someone is playing a trick on him. Still, this was an ability he had never encountered in the game. He finds the content laughably simple compared to its grandiose name. The phrase, "it will cut if you strike," is so painfully obvious that writing it as an ability seems utterly weird. The most peculiar part, however, is the activation condition. A sword length of 30 cm or less, and a width less than 5 cm. He immediately realizes that these are the perfect dimensions for a sashimi knife, an image of which flashes on screen against a backdrop of fresh tuna and shrimp. He sarcastically wonders if there's a fencing game he's supposed to be playing. Overwhelmed, he throws his head back in his chair, groaning in despair. He has no idea what any of this means. Life, he muses grimly, doesn't always go the way you want. After some time, he lets out a sigh, having finally finished his preparations. He slumped in his chair, completely drained from the simple act of packing. Then, a sudden realization hits him, his eyes widening in alarm. He almost forgot to pack his equipment. He recalls the game's economy. Even the lowest E-rank gear cost millions, C-rank gear was worth hundreds of millions, and S-rank items were legendary treasures in their own right. He leans back deep in thought, knowing the tuition alone is an exorbitant cost. He certainly doesn't want to spend more money on an entrance that he's being pushed into against his will. However, the school's instructions are clear. Equipment is required for the entrance screening, and failing to bring something will get him marked from day one. He lets out a heavy, frustrated sigh, his breath visible in the air. With a new resolve, he decides to go to Daikso, a discount store. He stands up from his chair and walks into a bright, ethereal light. A small smirk plays on his lips as he recalls his first teacher, an old geezer who used to insist that Japanese knives were worth over 100. He remembers the man's favorite saying, "A master doesn't blame their equipment." The day of the entrance ceremony arrives, and Kang Jeong-ma stands in his new, crisp black school uniform. An imposing instructor with a bald head and a small, blonde mohawk calls out to the new kid. The instructor, his face a mask of stern disapproval, gestures to Jeong-ma's belongings and asks what exactly he would call all of this. Jeong-ma looks down at a bundle of kitchen knives, each in a simple cardboard sheath bearing the Daikso logo and a bright red, 30% off sticker. They are at the weapons screening area, where Jeong-ma stands awkwardly before the towering instructor and his pile of discount blades. The instructor's internal monologue reveals his suspicion. Every year, there are pranks from the arrogant upper-class children, and he feels he needs to establish his authority from the very beginning. With a loud crash, he slams his hand on the table, his voice booming as he asks if Jeong-ma thinks the academy is a joke. He demands to know what sense it makes to use a kitchen knife as equipment for the class placement test. With a completely deadpan expression, Jeong-ma simply replies that this is his equipment. The instructor is momentarily stunned, his face slack with disbelief, before it quickly contorts into a mask of pure rage. As he bellows, "Student," Jeong-ma calmly cuts him off, addressing him as instructor. He explains that he is just a special admissions student from an ordinary family. The tuition alone, he continues, must have been a tremendous burden on his parents, and he questions why he would ever do them the disservice of asking them to buy expensive equipment on top of that. The instructor's piercing blue eye widens as he spots the unique color of Jeong-ma's name tag, confirming his status as a special admission. The truth of the situation dawns on him. The academy's tuition must indeed be a significant financial strain for students not from the upper class. A wave of shame washes over him. He berates himself internally, thinking that he, an employee of an institution meant to provide a level playing field, was using his own prejudices to target a deeply devoted and filial student. He realizes now that the 30% off sticker wasn't a joke, but a poignant symbol of the student's financial hardship. A slight smirk touches Jeong-ma's lips as he delivers his final, cutting remark. Blaming the equipment, he states with a sharp, piercing gaze, is something only amateurs do. The instructor is utterly thunderstruck. Jeong-ma's words, "An expert doesn't blame their equipment," echo in his mind as if spoken by a divine sage. In his eyes, the young student is now bathed in a celestial light, a beacon of wisdom and unyielding spirit. This pubescent teen, he thinks with awe, is certainly not someone to be taken lightly. It's as if he has already reached the pinnacle of his field. Tears well up in the instructor's eyes as he whispers the word "G-goat" with reverent admiration. Regaining his composure, the instructor turns to the other students waiting in line. He announces with newfound respect that he will allow the special admission student, Kang Jeong-ma, to use his equipment. Jeong-ma offers a polite, "Thank you, instructor," and walks past the checkpoint. The other students, clearly from wealthy families, begin to whisper and sneer, wondering how a special admission student got in and commenting that he stinks. The instructor whirls around, roaring at the students to be quiet. He orders them to move on once their evaluation is over, then turns back to Jeong-ma with a supportive thumbs up. Leaning in close, he tells Jeong-ma that he can be an angel or a devil, depending on his actions, asking if he understands. Jeong-ma, his face flushed with a mixture of stress and embarrassment, thinks to himself that this whole ordeal might just give him PTSD. Later, outside one of the Grand Academy buildings, Jeong-ma lets out a long sigh, muttering that he needs a break. He finds a park bench and slumps onto it, feeling utterly drained. He reflects that he knew something like this would happen, but experiencing it firsthand was awful. Still, he thinks with a sense of relief, at least the equipment evaluation is done, and he has officially made it through the entrance ceremony. The only thing left now was the class placement test, and the mere thought of it makes him feel exhausted. He closes his eyes for a moment, gathering himself, before opening them with renewed determination. He gazes up at the magnificent architecture of the hero training school, Jokwin Academy. This, he realizes, is the school he'll be attending for the next 3 years. He knew it would be impressive, but it's completely different from what he saw on his tiny phone screen. The campus is vast, sprawling with ornate buildings, and a large, magical-looking fountain in the central plaza. If he were to exaggerate, he thinks, it would be about the size of a small city. A small, genuine smile graces his lips as he leans back, admitting to himself that this is cool. The fact that he's studying at a school attended by the upper class feels surreal. He thinks back to his previous life, where he had to drop out of high school due to his family's circumstances, and he can't help but wonder if this is all really happening. His thoughts are interrupted by a crisp, electronic voice from a nearby speaker, announcing that a placement test will be held soon and that all new students must assemble at the training hall by 3 p.m. He's startled by how soon it is. He clutches the lapel of his uniform, acknowledging that while the entrance ceremony is over, the placement test is just as important. A test is a test, he supposes, and he'll just have to get used to it. With a determined smirk, he stands up and pulls out one of his Daikso sashimi knives. He reflects that he hasn't used a knife once since coming to this world. There was simply no opportunity to do so. He remembers another of his first teacher's eccentric habits. The old man would constantly drill into him that a swordsman must never let go of their sword, even if it meant sleeping with it in hand. He reasons that after 20 years of living by the sword, a single year of rest couldn't possibly have dulled his skills. "Let me see," he murmurs, rubbing the flat of the blade before flicking it with his finger, producing a sharp, clear ping. He deems it not bad, actually. He decides to test it by cutting a leaf, raising the knife into the air. The moment he grips the handle with intent, the cheap special realm known as subspace was created by the legendary hero, Ballard Jokwin. At the same time, the academy was established. This subspace serves as an alternative space, separate from reality, where the damage and pain experienced within its confines are terrifyingly real. However, a crucial distinction exists. A stick figure is shown being sliced by a glowing blade, wincing in pain, but in the next panel, the same figure stands perfectly fine in reality, sparkling with health. The consequences do not apply to the real world. Because of this lack of real-world intervention, even heinous acts like murder can be completely overlooked within subspace, as depicted by a sinister-looking man with a malicious grin plunging a sword towards his opponent amidst a storm of dark energy. A woman with light green hair, styled with 2 antennae-like strands and wearing glasses, questions the concept of a subspace battle royale. Seated next to her is an older man with a stern expression, sharp white hair, and a well-groomed beard who confirms that it is indeed a subspace battle, a tradition at their school, but this time they are applying a battle royale format they've tried before. The plan, as he explains, is to divide the students into groups of 10 and then rank them based on who survives the longest, turning it into a brutal survival game. The green-haired woman, her face lighting up with a wide, almost manic grin as she points a finger in the air, excitedly adds that there are absolutely no restrictions on armament. The older man's brow furrows with concern, his expression hardening as he points out the inherent flaw in this rule, questioning if allowing unrestricted weaponry is not simply handing a massive advantage to the elites. letting them have it all. The woman, however, dismisses his concern, her expression turning serious as she explains that it's a necessary compromise that must be made, as much as possible. She reminds him that, like it or not, the academy is primarily funded by the money of the nobility. She then leans back in her chair, revealing that she went through a great deal of trouble to introduce a particular system. The man immediately understands, identifying the system she is referring to as the special admission. Elsewhere, the black-haired protagonist's eyes are wide, a faint blush dusting his cheeks as he stares at something, completely speechless. His internal thoughts reveal the source of his distraction, a girl with striking, long turquoise hair who he finds incredibly pretty. She is surrounded by a crowd of male students, all vying for her attention, their faces filled with admiration. He muses that he had honestly thought she was like a 2D character, but seeing her in person was something else entirely. A wave of pity washes over him as he watches the poor guys trying to strike up a conversation with her, admitting to himself with a sly smirk that if he didn't know better, he might have been tempted to do the same. Having played the game to some extent, he knows her identity, Abel von Nibelung. He knows she is a player of the game, Miracle's Blessing M, which means the protagonist of that game is connected to her, a romantic pairing already set in stone. He walks alone, separated from the crowd, reflecting on the fact that beautiful people always seem to have someone they match with. Furthermore, he concludes that as a special admission student, he is not suited for such social entanglements. He'd much rather avoid getting involved in any drama that would lead to a noisy and complicated school life. He firmly grips a red book titled Career Guide, its cover emblazoned with the words safe, ordinary, secure. This becomes his self-imposed motto for the future. To complete his studies smoothly, obtain a regular, unremarkable job, and lead a secure and peaceful life. He glances at a page in the guide that advertises Hero as a high-preference job with a high salary, showing silhouettes of heroic figures. The very idea makes him scoff internally, thinking it's a complete joke. A memory flashes, his face contorted in a grimace of fear as he recalls that just pulling out a knife gives him the creeps, his body still trembling from the recollection. He clutches the book tightly, deciding that the others can be the ones to protect the world. He is only interested in finding a comfortable, easy job for himself. Suddenly, a voice booms through the hall, announcing that the rules for the 783rd class's assignment test of Jokwin Academy will now be announced. The protagonist looks up, realizing that it's starting. A floating, crystalline pyramid glows with blue light, its voice declaring that this year's assignment test will be a battle royale. The older man explains the ranking system to the woman beside him. Among the 10 cadets in each group, the top rank will be designated Star. Ranks 2 and 3 will be Dragon. Ranks 4 through 7 will be Wolf. And the bottom ranks 8 through 10 will be Ordinary. The students, including the confident Abel von Nibelung and a trio of arrogant-looking nobles, listen intently. The announcement continues, stating that class assignments will be determined based on these results. The voice from the crystal clarifies that scores are calculated automatically, and most importantly, there is no time limit. The protagonist processes this information, thinking to himself that it's just like a game. His strategy is clear. He aims to finish quickly without drawing any unnecessary attention, content with achieving an ordinary rank. The spatial occurrence device activates with a surge of energy, and the announcer declares that the exam starts now. A vortex of blue light erupts, pulling the students into the subspace. The protagonist is enveloped in a swirl of dark purple energy, a familiar phrase echoing in his mind. May the blessing of the hero be with you. As he materializes in the battle zone, his first thought is to avoid drawing his weapon as much as possible. The scene quickly cuts to the aftermath of brutal combat, with students groaning in pain on the ground, their weapons scattered around them. Announcements echo through the space, declaring the completion of the 24th group's review with Rachel in first place, and the 47th group's review with Sarada in first. In an ornate viewing box high above the quiet, empty Coliseum, the green-haired woman remarks that coming to think of it, this batch of students includes prominent names like Saig, your granddaughter, as well as Changseong and Jiolgung. She concludes that the results were practically predetermined. The older man, however, points to a screen, noting a particularly impressive time of 7 minutes and 14 seconds, calling it incredibly fast. The woman looks at a holographic display showing the profile of Abel von Nibelung, exclaiming in surprise at her C-class weapon, a high-level claymore. The display notes Abel's demand for a fair review. The woman comments on how these young people are already acting like their elders. She concedes that while Abel's record isn't as good as Saig's, it is still among the top 10 in the Academy's entire history, though she quickly dismisses it, as only natural for a descendant of the Nibelung family. The older man looks down at the arena from his seat, his expression weary, and states that it looks like things are ending, so he should probably leave now. The woman questions his departure, pointing out that there is still one batch left, but then scoffs, dismissing them as mere descendants of pigs. The man simply confirms his departure and bids her farewell until next time. As he walks away, she mutters under her breath for him to have a nice trip to the afterlife, calling him an old man. As he reaches the doorway, he suddenly freezes. An immense, startling pressure suddenly fills the air. The students below, the officials, and the woman all feel the sudden shift in atmosphere. The woman, her eyes wide with alarm, asks the man if he felt it too. He turns back, his expression grim, and confirms that he did, calling the sensation ridiculous. The students in the arena below look around, confused and unsettled by the strange feeling. The man's golden eyes narrow, a shadow falling over his face as he analyzes the sensation. He notes that there's no place near the president where he could feel the previous energy, realizing that this is something entirely different. A terrifying surge of power emanates from somewhere above. Two streaks of blue energy tear through the sky, and the man instinctively throws his arm out to shield the woman as a shockwave rips towards them. The massive observation window shatters into countless pieces from the force of the impact. The very fabric of the sky within the alternative dimension seems to crack and splinter like glass. The world outside the broken window is a chaotic vista of light and falling shards. Other Academy officials look up in stunned disbelief at the catastrophic event unfolding above them. A powerful impact shakes the main arena, kicking up a cloud of dust. The crowd murmurs in confusion, wondering if people actually fell from the alternative dimension space. The older man looks up, his eyes fixed on a blinding light descending from the cracked sky. A massive pillar of pure white light slams down into the arena floor, and with incredible strength, he raises his hand to block the resulting energy blast, the force of it cracking the ground beneath him. The green-haired woman, recovering from the shock, immediately begins shouting orders, commanding the medical team to hurry up and check the vital signs of the cadets who have just arrived. Amidst the chaos, the protagonist's face is shown, his eyes closed as he lies on the ground, having been violently ejected from the subspace. Back within the battle royale, the situation was grim. The outcome had already been decided. A blonde-haired student screams curses at a bastard just before a brutal punch sends him reeling backward. By a stroke of sheer bad luck, the protagonist had found himself caught in a death match. The floor of the dark, ruin-like arena is littered with the unconscious bodies of other students. He stands alone, facing the perpetrators. They are the evil twins from the Iron family, Mao Jun and Shun Mao. The hulking Mao Jun, his face marked with a black pattern, casually remarks on how weak their opponents are. His brother Shun Mao, a cruel grin plastered on his face, holds a defeated student by his uniform and taunts him, asking if he's done and daring him to try again as the student groans in pain. The protagonist watches from the shadows, his face a mask of cold fury, sweat beading on his brow. He thinks to himself that these bastards are deliberately playing with their victims, having dragged out the torture for 30 minutes. He wonders if he looks so weak and insignificant that they didn't even notice his presence in the corner. Shun Mao nudges a fallen student with his foot, casually asking if he's dead yet. Finding the lack of resistance boring, he begins to count the remaining students. 1, 2, 2. His eyes finally landing on the protagonist. He raises his large, red mechanical gauntlet. Mao Jun asks his brother if he managed to catch a few of them, just as the student in Shun Mao's grasp begs him to stop, crying out in pain. Shun Mao simply responds with a disinterested awe. His brother Mao Jun grows impatient, questioning why he's only almost done. He stomps his foot in frustration, shattering the stone floor and declaring the situation annoying. He boasts that he caught 4 of them himself. Spotting the last conscious student, a red-haired girl, he points and tells his brother he can have that one. The girl trembles uncontrollably, wrapping her arms around herself in terror. The protagonist internally acknowledges that he'll give the twins credit for one thing. He was the one who had been standing perfectly still in the corner, unmoving. Watching from his hiding spot, he curses the situation, observing that the other students are completely panicked and have lost all will to fight. He steps out from the shadows as the twins advance on the terrified girl. Shun Mao's face twists into a lecherous expression as he looks at the girl, remarking that her fear really suits his taste. He wonders aloud if the screams that escape from her little lips will also be to his liking, adding that the thought is driving him crazy. Mao Jun laughs, telling his brother that he looks like a pervert. Shun Mao cracks the knuckles of his gauntlet, a wide, sadistic grin spreading across his face as he asks where he should start tearing her apart. A furious voice cuts through the air as the protagonist shouts at the fucking bastards. The twins and the girl turn in surprise to see him standing there, debris floating around him. He demands to know why they are going this far, even if it's just the other space, and furiously asks if they are psychopaths. He immediately regrets his impulsive action, cursing himself for stepping in without thinking. Shun Mao seems confused, asking his brother if there was another guy. Mao Jun identifies the protagonist's name tag, sneering that he is a special student, just a lowly bastard. The two brothers exchange a sinister, knowing look, their faces contorting into matching wicked grins. Shun Mao tells his brother that he'll quickly take the guy's head off and charges forward. Mao Jun calmly agrees. He then adds a request, remembering the insult. He tells his brother that since the bastard insulted them, he wants his tongue. Shun Mao, his grin widening, agrees to the gruesome task. The protagonist flinches in shock and disgust. Panic sets in as the protagonist desperately tries to figure out what to do. He considers using the blessing of the void, but dismisses the idea, reasoning that since the twins have been desecrating corpses for 30 minutes, a mere 30 seconds of pain avoidance won't change his ultimate fate. Then an idea strikes him. The word sashimi flashes in his mind. He stands firm, a new resolve in his eyes, realizing that if he wields a blade, the blessing will surely manifest. A painful memory surfaces, a vision of his own face, battered and bloody, as he recalls the name of the power, the blessing of the sword god. His own motto, safe, ordinary, secure, echoes in his thoughts as he stands defiantly under a single spotlight. He lets out a mental curse, frustrated that it hasn't even been half a day since he made that resolution. The twins stop in their tracks, utterly bewildered, asking what is happening. The protagonist reaches into his bag and pulls out a long, thin object wrapped in a plastic deso bag, which begins to glow with a brilliant blue light. He unzips the bag, revealing a gleaming sashimi knife. The twins stare, dumbfounded. Shun Mao bursts into uproarious laughter, asking if he's joking. He finds the sight of the protagonist standing protectively before the girl with a kitchen knife absolutely hilarious. Still chuckling, he declares that since the protagonist is funny, he'll make his death as painless as possible. He lunges forward, roaring that he'll start by smashing the damn bastard's head. The protagonist braces for the attack, his expression grim. He knows this isn't a situation where he can be picky. He just needs to hold on for 30 seconds. Steeling himself, he decides that this will have to work for something as he grips the knife, golden energy particles swirling around his hand. A system message appears, announcing the activation of the painless blessing effect, which eliminates all pain for 30 seconds with a 12-hour cooldown. Simultaneously, as his hand closes around the sashimi knife, another message flashes. Sword God Blessing Effect has been activated, followed by neutralizes the Sword God's Blessing Effect. Shun Mao charges, his face a mask of rage, screaming at the damn bastard and questioning what he could possibly do with a damn kitchen knife. The protagonist grits his teeth, veins popping on his neck from the strain. He knows his life is on the line. If he can't cut his opponent, he dies. He has to use this sashimi knife against that massive body, treating a human being not as a fish, but as something to be sliced. His eye glows with an intense blue light, his focus absolute. A fragment of a past conversation flashes through his mind. Someone asking why gangsters in movies always use sashimi knives, and if they can really cut people like fish. Another voice had yelled back, calling the question idiotic and stating that such things only happen in movies, insisting that not even a god could make it possible. But a new truth forms in his mind. If you cut it, it will turn into. His eye reflects a galaxy as a spark of insight ignites within him. A blinding flash of light erupts. The world is painted in crimson. Shun Mao screams, "Die!" as he brings his gauntlet crashing down, but the protagonist meets the attack with the glowing blade of his sashimi knife. The words God's protection appear on the screen. The attack is over. Shun Mao stares in disbelief at his arm, which has been cleanly severed just below the shoulder. The protagonist stands behind him, his blade still raised, victorious for the moment. The protagonist's eyes now glow with a fierce, ethereal blue light, signaling a newfound power. He stands firm amidst the shattered ground, his glowing knife held at the ready, prepared for whatever comes next. The next episode teases the inevitable counterattack of the Mao brothers. The young sushi apprentice, with a naive smile, posed a curious question to his mentor, asking why gangsters eat sashimi. A vein throbbed on the mentor's temple as this seemingly innocent query struck a nerve. The apprentice, completely oblivious, continued his line of thought, wondering if real life was like the movies where criminals are constantly flashing sashimi knives. The mentor's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing with disdain. He questioned how a person who claimed to have survived by the sword could ask such a foolish question. Suddenly, a wooden pestle slammed down, shattering the surface next to the apprentice's head, who recoiled in sheer terror, his eyes wide with shock. The mentor, a formidable figure in his white chef's uniform, loomed over him, questioning why he cared about such things when he had been instructed to call him master. He then began to explain his past, revealing that his first mentor was an ex-gangster. This mentor, in an act of atonement, had hacked off one of his own wrists. To find a new purpose and make people happy with a knife, he founded a sushi restaurant, demonstrating his true capabilities in a different arena. The lesson became brutally practical as the mentor elaborated on the lethality of the tool. He asked the apprentice to think about stabbing someone with a wide kitchen knife, explaining that the skin would rapidly contract, making it difficult to pull the blade out. In contrast, he described sashimi knives as thin, allowing one to stab and withdraw several times with ease. He dismissed the idea of just slashing, sarcastically pointing out that if you can slice fish, you can slice people. The mentor's fury erupted as he corrected the apprentice's misconception, roaring that you slice fish when it's lying down, but you can't even cut a loaf of bread in one go when it's standing. He lamented that even after watching cartoons, people think a single slash solves everything, calling such a notion a complete lack of talent. His voice boomed with rage as he reminded the apprentice that the boss he was disrespectfully questioning was his mentor, and even if a god of knives appeared, it wouldn't work that way. The memory faded as the scene violently shifted back to the present conflict. The main character, now a young student, found himself on the ground, his face contorted in pain as a massive red robotic gauntlet stomped on his back. His opponent, Shun's older brother, loomed over him, while other students, including a man with slicked-back black hair and a girl with pink hair, watched the brutal scene unfold with expressions of shock and concern. But the tables were about to turn. The main character was now on his feet, a glowing blue knife held firmly in his hand, his eyes burning with a dark, intense energy. He let out a furious scream, a raw cry of "damn it," that echoed through the void. In a flash of movement, he lunged forward. Shun, the younger of the two brothers, screamed in agony, his eyes wide with terror as his arm was severed at the shoulder, blood arcing through the air. He clutched the bleeding stump, his mind reeling from the sudden, excruciating pain. "My arm, it hurts," he shrieked, his face a mask of pure horror. He stumbled backward, his bravado gone, replaced by frantic terror as he pleaded for the attacker to stay away. He fell to his knees, his face streaked with tears and snot, desperately screaming for someone to help him. His desperate cries reached his brother, who stood frozen for a moment, his own face etched with disbelief and sweat beading on his brow. "Brother, assist me," Shun wailed, calling his sibling a bastard and a jerk for not acting sooner. He begged him to hurry up, his voice cracking with desperation. But it was too late. Before another word could escape his lips, a brilliant arc of light flashed across his vision. The main character, a blur of motion, swung his glowing blade in a clean, horizontal slice. Shun's head was severed from his body, his life ending in an instant. The older brother could only watch, his eyes wide with utter shock and disbelief as his younger sibling was so effortlessly dispatched. A crimson spray filled the air, the sound of the fatal blow echoing in the silence. The older brother's face was pale, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple as he stared at the gruesome scene. The headless body of his brother slumped to the ground, blood pooling around it. He finally found his voice, letting out a heart-wrenching scream of his brother's name. "Shun, Shun." The main character stood over the fallen body, his back to the grieving brother, an aura of cold fury radiating from him as the pink-haired girl watched in stunned silence. The older brother's mind raced, trying to process the impossible. He told himself to calm down, reminding himself that this was the void space, which meant Shun couldn't actually be dead. Even so, the sheer brutality and efficiency of the attack left him shaken. He stared at the mysterious figure, wondering who the heck this guy was. He analyzed the attack, noting that it felt like someone was clumsily using a knife on a human for the first time, not the work of a seasoned killer. He considered the attacker's heavy breathing and trembling, wondering if it was just a coincidence, a lucky shot. But he quickly dismissed that thought, concluding that he had to be careful with that knife. He rationalized that Shun's loss was most likely due to his own irresponsibility and carelessness. Now it was his turn. He declared that his weapon would display its true might when used with two hands. He brought his massive gauntlets together, and they began to glow with immense power, one red and one blue. A series of blessings activated, enhancing his abilities. The blessing of resolution amplified his defense, the blessing of intervention increased his jumping ability by 200%, and the spiritual blessing led to increased fist power. He boasted that these three benefits manifested simultaneously, calling them rank benefits that even the gods couldn't imagine. His face twisted into a demonic grin, his eyes glowing with blue energy as he radiated power. He taunted his opponent, declaring that he didn't know where he got the knife, but even an S-rank weapon couldn't pierce his defenses, proclaiming that he was different from Shun. Unfazed, the main character simply began to count down from a distance, his voice low and steady. 23, 22, 21. The older brother scoffed, mocking him for standing there like an idiot. He charged forward, his blue gauntlet wreathed in crackling energy, asking if his opponent was mumbling his will or something. He closed the distance in an instant, his grin widening as he prepared to strike, vowing to just smash his head. But the countdown continued relentlessly. 7, 6, 5. The older brother's confident expression faltered, replaced by a flicker of confusion as he wondered what on earth was happening. Suddenly, his world erupted in pain. Multiple glowing blue blades materialized out of thin air, piercing his body from all angles. They tore through his enhanced defense, shredding his gauntlets and impaling his torso and limbs. His eyes, now wide with agony and shock, rolled back in his head as blood streamed from his nose and mouth. As his life force faded, the main character's countdown reached its conclusion. 3, 2, 1. The older brother's vision blurred, his last conscious thought being the word black. A system notification appeared, announcing that the effect of the blessing of immunity had ended. With his enemies defeated, the main character let out a final, cathartic scream that seemed to tear through the very fabric of the void, while the pink-haired girl watched, horrified, at the spectral, ghost-like power he had unleashed. His eyes fluttered open. He was no longer in the dark void, but a bright, sterile room. He lay in a bed, his body still clad in his school uniform, and groggily realized he was probably in a hospital. He sat up with a grunt, clutching the bedsheets. The sound of a door sliding open drew his attention. A man in a suit and glasses peered into the room, his eyes widening in surprise. He quickly turned and shouted that the student had opened his eyes. The door opened fully, and several figures entered the room. The main character's eyes narrowed, a sense of confusion washing over him as he saw a face he'd never met before but somehow recognized. The visitors were legendary figures. An elderly man with a stern visage, white hair, and a cane was identified as Siegfried, the strongest of humanity. Beside him stood a woman with long, mint-green hair and glasses, introduced as the Academy Director, Medea Poison. They were two of the 7-star heroes who had defeated the Demon Lord's 6th Legion commander 50 years prior. Medea approached his bed with a warm smile, waving and asking if he felt okay. The main character, completely bewildered, could only think to himself, questioning why these monumental individuals were here. Siegfried, however, was not one for pleasantries. He greeted the boy, asking for his name, and then stated that this was the Jioma. He cut straight to the point, his golden eyes fixing on the boy as he identified him as Jioma, and demanded to know what on earth he had done. The boy, now identified as Jioma, sat silently on the hospital bed, the powerful figures of Siegfried and Medea standing before him. He recalled the sensation of the battle, the feeling of the blade slicing through his opponent. He knew that although the sensation wasn't truly his own, the actions were undeniably his. He remained silent for a moment, processing the situation. His eyes darted to the side, realizing that there was nothing good to be gained from being targeted by a monster like Siegfried. He made a decision. Looking directly at Siegfried, he acknowledged that even though it was the void space, he judged that his actions had gone too far. He stated calmly that his actions were definitely excessive, and that he would accept any measure or treatment without complaint. Siegfried stared at him, his expression unreadable, creating a tense standoff between the old hero and the young student. Medea broke the tension with a sigh, chiding Siegfried for being a harsh old dude with a small kid. She gracefully sat on the edge of Jioma's bed, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. She leaned in conspiratorially and revealed that, despite his stern demeanor, Siegfried had actually cleaned out his clogged meridians while he was unconscious, remarking that stubbornness increases with age. Her red eyes twinkled playfully behind her glasses as she flirted, asking him to at least look at her for her sake. Siegfried grumbled a warning, telling her he'd probably warned her not to say that. Undeterred, Medea leaned even closer, her face inches from Jioma's, who blushed and looked away in shock. She giggled, teasing the boy for acting all shy. He wondered why the sword master, Siegfried, would help him. Medea commented on how light his body felt, like a feather, or perhaps a feather saturated and heavy with water. She then became more serious, placing a finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. She explained that while he was unconscious, she and the staff had reviewed what transpired during the test. A flashback showed the academy staff watching the footage, with Medea looking particularly impressed. She recounted the image of him hurling himself to defend an unprivileged female student, throwing her arms up in excitement, and declaring him the lovely prince she had always dreamed of, a true hero. Her admiration was palpable, though Siegfried looked thoroughly unimpressed in the background. Siegfried cleared his throat, calling her name to bring her back to reality. Medea pouted but complied, calling him an old man as he advised her to keep her dignity. She then clarified that she wasn't going to make an issue of his actions, adding that the twins had only been admitted due to currying favor with the Academy's elders from the Mao family. Furthermore, she mentioned that the twins had already stated they would withdraw from the Academy. Medea leaned in again, her breath tickling his ear as she whispered that it was enticing. Ma processed this information, a wave of relief washing over him as he realized he wouldn't have to share his school life with those two. Siegfried then announced they were there to tell him something important. Medea beamed, congratulating Ma and officially declaring him the top student. Ma's mind went blank. He stared at them, completely dumbfounded. The words escaped his lips as a series of confused noises. What? Huh? His jaw dropped in utter disbelief, another loud huh, echoing his shock. His dream of a peaceful and safe school life was already proving to be difficult right from the start. Within a grand and opulent office, sunlight streaming through large paned windows, a woman with long green hair and stylish red-rimmed glasses lets out a weary sigh. She sits in a plush armchair, holding a teacup, and reflects on her long tenure, noting that she has been the head of the academy for over 2 decades. Yet this is the first time an event of this magnitude has ever occurred. The memory flashes back to Kang Ma, his expression stern and unyielding as he delivered a simple, shocking 2-word refusal. No thanks. He sat before them in his crisp school uniform, his posture unwavering. This unexpected response had left both the headmaster and an elderly, white-haired man named Saig utterly flabbergasted, their shock punctuated by large red exclamation marks. Another figure, a blue-haired woman with insect-like antennae who seemed to be a guide from the subspace test, had appeared against a starry backdrop, pleading with Ma to rethink his decision, questioning if he truly understood the immense prestige of being in the star class, while an onlooker wondered aloud if they had misheard him. In a subsequent flashback, the headmaster and another man stood beside Ma's bed in the infirmary. The headmaster explained that despite the elder's fury, the position of top student was determined by the direct, undeniable results from the subspace test. Ma, lying in bed, had simply turned his head away, remaining silent, while the headmaster informed the others that he simply did not want the position. The elderly man, Saig, had looked on with a pensive expression, deep in thought. Back in the present, the headmaster addresses Saig directly, her eye narrowing slightly as she asks if he is upset that Ma secured the top rank instead of his own granddaughter. Saig takes a calm sip of his tea as the headmaster calls him immature, reminding him that he also saw the video footage. She asserts that there is nothing more foolish than challenging the grading system of the subspace, which is imbued with the very will of the founding hero. Since the Academy had chosen Ma, they should simply accept it. Saig sets his cup down, his mind racing. He internally concedes that if the boy's skills had been merely outstanding, the result might have been comprehensible. If his physical abilities had been great, it would have been fine, or if his experience had been better, it would have been believable. But to witness such a thing from a male who was still just a teenager was staggering. He vividly recalls the image of Ma's blade moving with impossible precision, a blur of red energy that seemed to embody the very essence of the skill itself. Saig's face contorts in a mixture of awe and existential crisis, as he silently questions what he himself has been pursuing his entire life. The memory of that perfect swordsmanship, a technique that represented the ultimate pinnacle of the art, flashes in his mind. However, a nagging detail bothered him. He recalls kneeling beside the unconscious Ma after the test, unblocking the boy's acupoints to help him recover. It was then that he sensed a profound incongruity. Ma's body was feeble, showing no signs of having undergone any rigorous physical training. Instead, he felt something else stored within the boy's system, a crackling, volatile blue energy, something that had no right to be there. Saig presses a hand to his forehead, admitting to himself that even at his advanced age, he is still quite competitive, especially when it comes to a boy who is the same age as his granddaughter. The headmaster breaks his reverie with a light laugh, commenting on how attractive Ma is and how astounding it was to see him kill opponents to save a woman. She wistfully wonders what could be if she were 10 years younger, causing a vein to pulse on Saig's temple. She leans in, asking the old man what he's thinking about so intently. Saig, stone-faced, deflects by asking her what college students today would call a woman like her. Intrigued, she prompts him to go on. She strikes a confident pose, crossing her legs and leaning back with a smirk, playfully asking what people call ladies like her. Saig sets his cup down with a sharp clink, and as her eyes widen in anticipation, he begins to utter a single, sharp word. He calls her a bitch, Her smug expression shatters into a blur of pure, unadulterated rage, and she spits her tea out in a comical spray of indignation. Later, Kang Jio-ma stands alone on the landing of a dimly lit building. He looks up at a plaque that reads Wolf Class, his expression neutral. He reflects that this was the final compromise. A memory of his negotiation with the headmaster plays out. He had initially requested to be in the Tiger class, but she had vehemently refused, questioning why the top student couldn't be a tiger in a school that prides itself on fairness, before correcting herself to say it wasn't that he couldn't, but that it was simply not permitted. The headmaster had appeared stressed, beads of sweat on her brow as she put a finger to her lips, promising to keep his secret in exchange for his cooperation. She had reasoned internally that sending him to Tiger class would only cause more of a fuss with the elders, so the plan was for him to complete his studies securely in a lower class, instead of straining himself in a more demanding one. Back in the present, Jio-ma stands before the large classroom door and breathes a sigh of relief, thinking that this outcome still falls within his predicted range. He pushes the door open and is immediately met with a shocking sight. A massive, tiered lecture hall filled with dozens of students, every single one of them staring directly at him in silence. A few students clear their throats awkwardly while a girl with short green hair, likely Seig's granddaughter, observes him with a cool, detached gaze. A close-up shows his name tag, clearly identifying him as Kang Jio-ma. The silence breaks as whispers and muffled laughter ripple through the room. As Jio-ma walks down the aisle to find a seat, he wonders if they are ignoring him, wishing they would at least stop staring if that were the case. He finds an empty desk and sets his things down, concluding that the academy director must have managed to keep the situation under control after all. He settles in, humming a little tune to himself, reasoning that even an outcast deserves a tranquil life, so this arrangement is actually a positive thing. Suddenly, his peaceful moment is interrupted as he senses someone approaching from his side. It's the red-haired girl he saved during the test, looking nervous and flustered. She stammers an apology for interrupting and then thanks him for what happened previously, leaving Jio-ma utterly confused as two giant question marks pop up beside him. He looks at her blankly, prompting her to clarify that she was referring to the test. She bows her head low, a deep blush coloring her cheeks. He asks if she meant that incident, and she confirms it. He internally notes her use of formal honorifics, finding it strange for someone their age, and tells her that she doesn't need to thank him. He explains with a small, reassuring smile that anyone would have behaved the same way in that scenario. Privately, he feels like a hypocrite. It seemed like he saved her, but his primary motivation was saving himself. Despite his words, the girl insists, bowing deeply again and expressing her sincere appreciation for his help. Realizing they hadn't been properly introduced, he states his name is Kang Jio-ma. The girl smiles brightly and introduces herself as Chloe, expressing her surprise and pleasure that they ended up in the same class. He politely returns the sentiment. The name Chloe doesn't ring any bells for him. He racks his brain, certain that even after playing My Game extensively, he has never encountered this name. He muses that the game's core narrative involves fighting demons much later, making the introduction of a new character at this stage feel premature. Then it dawns on him with a jolt of realization. She must be an extra just like him. Chloe then hesitantly asks if he could keep the incident during the test a secret. Jio-ma responds with an overly enthusiastic gesture, assuring her that of course he would. Just as she starts to ask him another question, a booming voice from the front of the classroom commands everyone to take their seats. A bold, imposing instructor has arrived, startling Chloe. Jio-ma suggests they can talk later, and she quickly agrees. The instructor, Lee Won-bin, slams a heavy book onto the lectern. He begins his introductory speech by congratulating the new students on their acceptance into the academy, the proud legacy of their forefather, Valor Hoken, and tells them to embrace their pride. He introduces himself as the instructor for the Wolf class. He announces that for their first day, they'll begin with some basic physical exercise. A grin spreads across his face as he instructs them to change into their workout gear and meet at the training area in 30 minutes. A bespectacled student raises his hand and asks what the physical training will entail. The instructor declares that it's simple: 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats, followed by 10 laps around the training area. Some students murmur that it sounds easy, like a piece of cake. With that, he dismisses the class. As the other students file out, Jio-ma remains in his seat, wondering with a deadpan expression if this exercise regimen is designed to make them all go bald. The instructor calls out his name, asking if he needs help. Jio-ma is startled, wondering how the instructor already knows his name. Thinking fast, he puts on a pained expression and claims he's not feeling well, hoping to find a way out of the tedious training. The instructor simply smiles knowingly. A mental image of the headmaster appears, her voice echoing in the instructor's mind. reminding him that a superb student like Gio Ma would find the routine too easy, and that the director has instructed that he must attend classes from all different levels, implying he should be given special, tougher instruction. Gio Ma internally curses the wretched old woman. He quickly changes his tune, forcing a cheerful smile and telling the instructor that on second thought, he just urgently needed the toilet, and that since his body was feeling stiff, the timing for the exercise was perfect. The instructor points at him, praising his direct and outstanding attitude as expected of a great student, and says he will see him at the training area. Gio Ma snaps to attention with a sharp "yes, sir." At the training grounds, Gio Ma is already panting for breath, sweat dripping down his face. His feet pound against the dirt track, but he's lagging far behind the other students, who are shouting at each other to move faster. He grits his teeth, cursing as he forces his aching body to keep running. Chloe jogs up beside him, her expression worried. She asks if the exercise is too much for him, commenting that he doesn't look well. He forces a smile, assuring her he's okay and will be all right, then asks how many laps she's completed. He guesses he's on about 5 laps himself and asks how she's doing, noting that she also seems to be lagging. She replies that she's on her 7th lap. Gio Ma, mishearing her in his exhaustion, asks in shock if she's on her 9th. Taking his question as a sign of his struggle, she offers words of encouragement, telling him not to give up because he can do it. She pumps her fists with a cheerful grin, shouting that he's got this, before speeding away, leaving him panting in the dust. Gio Ma struggles onward, muttering curses and the word test between ragged breaths. A glimpse of the next chapter shows a mysterious figure entering a dormitory room, promising that school life is about to become incredibly twisted. The golden light of the setting sun bathes the academy building in a warm glow. But inside one of its dorm rooms, a far less idyllic scene unfolds. Empty plastic water bottles lie scattered across the floor and a wooden shelf, evidence of a desperate attempt to quench thirst. A hand slams down with a sharp crack, a single frustrated thought echoing in the young man's mind. A curse. Lying in bed, tangled in his gray comforter as morning light streams in, Kang Gio Ma's first conscious thought is of the gnawing emptiness in his stomach. He is absolutely famished. It has only been 1 week since he arrived at the academy, but as he lies there with a grimace twisting his features, he reflects on the unexpected problems that have already plagued him. His mind flashes back to the grand, cathedral-like dining hall, its high ceilings and ornate chandeliers casting a brilliant light over the bustling students. Rows of long tables are filled with the silhouettes of his peers, all enjoying their meals. He remembers standing with a group of boys, his own stomach rumbling with an almost primal need as he declared loudly to anyone within earshot that he was famished. In fact, he was crazy hungry. Driven by this intense hunger, he had rushed to the food counter, shouting his order for 1 serving of spicy pork rice and urging them to hurry. His enthusiasm was abruptly cut short as his eyes fell upon a small wooden box with a slot in it. His face fell into a deadpan expression of dismay as the reality of the situation dawned on him. There was a ticket machine, which meant the food was most certainly not free. Undeterred, he leaned forward, eagerly ordering 1 spicy pork rice in advance and promising with wide-eyed sincerity that he would be back immediately. But then his gaze drifted upwards, and his excited expression froze into one of pure, unadulterated shock. He saw the menu, its prices displayed in stark, unforgiving numbers. He stood frozen before the illuminated board, staring at the list of Korean and fusion foods. His eyes fixated on one line item in particular, his mind struggling to process the information. A single bowl of spicy pork rice, his desired meal, cost an unbelievable 50,001. The number seemed to mock him, a price so exorbitant it felt like a personal insult. Looking up at the ceiling of the grand hall, his face was a mask of disbelief as he questioned if they were serious. If a simple meal could truly cost 50,001. The memory fades, and he is back in his room, so parched that he tilts an empty water bottle above his head, his tongue out to catch the very last, solitary drop of water. His desperation turns to rage as he sits up abruptly, slamming the useless bottle down and letting out another silent, furious curse. Slumped on the edge of his bed, he mutters to himself about his starvation, complaining that charging 50,001 for a bowl of spicy pork rice was nothing short of daylight robbery. His thoughts drift to his dwindling finances. He is almost completely out of living expenditures. A painful memory surfaces of a man offering him a thick wad of cash, which he, in a moment of foolish pride, had refused, confidently stating that he would be fine. He curses himself now, calling himself a fool for not accepting the money when it was offered. For days, his only sustenance has been the cheapest water available at the campus shop. He picks up one of the bottles, staring at the label for Yangchangsu, and thinking with petty annoyance what a stupid name it was. He flops face first onto his pillow with a groan, lamenting that he never thought he would miss the complimentary dinners they used to provide. Lying there, defeated by hunger, he decides he needs a distraction, something to take his mind off the gnawing emptiness. He wonders aloud if there isn't a blessing he could focus on. As if summoned by the thought, a translucent blue system window materializes in his darkened room. It displays the details of his blessing of the sword god, a power that dictated that if he struck with a blade, the target would be severed. The window also informs him that his physical level had risen to 12, and with this increase, the constraints on the blessing were being relaxed. A crucial detail remained. The blessing was only activated if the sword used was 30 centimeters plus 2 and smaller. The text hangs in the air, a beacon of potential in his dreary situation. He notes with a hint of surprise that merely thinking about the blessing is enough to bring up the status window. A small, faint smile touches his lips. Despite his current predicament, it was still something to be hopeful about. He swings his legs out of bed, his bare feet making contact with the cool wooden floor. Standing before a full-length mirror, he examines his reflection. Clad in a simple black tank top and blue track pants, he lifts the hem of his shirt, inspecting his toned physique and thinking that perhaps all his effort hadn't been a complete waste of time. He speculates that this rapid physical development must be the result of the sword master activating his pressure points, a process he considers to be nothing short of evolution. His only frustration is that the sword god's blessing is still limited to blades the size of a sashimi knife, with the system window confirming the constraints of 32 cm in length and 6 cm in width. Still, he feels a surge of optimism, believing that with continued development, he might soon be able to handle a small sword. His gaze falls upon 2 gleaming sashimi knives resting on a nearby table. He remembers how, before the admission ceremony, he had been vividly afraid of even holding a sword. Now, a strange restlessness fills him when he isn't carrying a blade. His hands positively itch for one. He wonders if this newfound confidence is a direct result of the blessing. He scratches the back of his head with a slightly bashful expression, questioning why he's suddenly feeling so proud of himself. A sudden, sharp knocking at his door interrupts his thoughts, startling him. He wonders who could possibly be visiting him. Cautiously approaching the door, he calls out, asking who is there. When he opens it, he finds a red-haired girl in an academy uniform standing nervously in the hallway. It's Chloe. She stammers an apology, asking if she is interrupting him during his break. Ji-ma is taken aback, wondering why on earth Chloe would be at his door. He quickly composes himself, smoothly assuring her that she wasn't interrupting at all, as he was simply lying down. He then asks her why she came to see him. Chloe explains that she had noticed he hadn't been to the university cafeteria all week, and was worried he might be feeling unwell. Trying to maintain his pride, Ji-ma concocts a lie, claiming that he normally doesn't consume meals prepared by others. He forces a pleasant smile, but behind him, a ghostly blue apparition of his starving self drools pathetically, a stark contrast to his cool facade. Internally, he screams that he truly enjoys meals cooked by others, and would give anything for one right now. Chloe seems to accept his explanation, saying she understands. He tells her not to worry about him. Seeing her chance, Chloe fidgets with her hands and proposes an idea. She tells Ji-ma that she was thinking of getting some things from the campus shop and having supper together, and if he was fine with it, she wanted them to go right now. Ji-ma's eyes widen in surprise. He clarifies if she was really suggesting they eat supper together, and she shyly confirms. A brilliant idea sparks in Ji-ma's mind, his demeanor shifting from weary to energetic in an instant. A wide, excited grin spreads across his face as he boasts that he is genuinely quite decent at cooking. He points out that her dorm is just across the street, and enthusiastically declares that they should go together. Reinvigorated by the prospect of food, he practically skips down the hallway, whistling a cheerful tune, with a slightly bewildered Chloe following in his wake. Later that night, inside Chloe's pristine modern kitchen, she takes a bite of the meal Ji-ma prepared and gasps in delight. She exclaims that it was so delicious, covering her mouth with her hand as a blush dusts her cheeks. Ji-ma, sitting opposite her, replies calmly that he is delighted to hear that. He thinks to himself that while it wasn't a complex dish, he was proud of how quickly he had been able to prepare it. Chloe continues to sing his praises, admitting she had only ever eaten cooked fish before and never anticipated it could taste so good. The plates before them are wiped clean, a testament to his skill. Seeing her enjoyment, Ji-ma suggests they check her refrigerator for more ingredients. Chloe readily agrees. As he opens the fridge door, he casually asks if she truly enjoys fish. Peering inside, he explains that he comes from a beach location, so he's very familiar with seafood. Chloe's eyes light up, and she declares that this is excellent news because preparing fish is her specialty. Surprised, Ji-ma asks if it really is. She confirms it is, adding that it's great because her hands have been itching to do something. Leaning forward with a renewed sense of purpose, Ji-ma proposes that they refresh themselves by slicing up some sashimi. His enthusiasm wanes slightly as he looks at the standard knife block on her counter, a single bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The problem, as always, is his sword God's blessing. He pulls out a standard kitchen knife, its size barely meeting the requirements. He turns to Chloe and asks if she happens to have a longer one. Chloe, standing by the counter where several sheathed swords are displayed, explains that all of her weapons resemble those swords, and using anything else feels a bit awkward. Ji-ma nods, saying he understands that feeling. Suddenly she calls out his name, Ji-ma. With a radiant, almost predatory smile, she unsheathes a magnificent katana, its polished steel gleaming in the kitchen light. She presents it to him, asking if this will do. Ji-ma's eyes go wide with shock, his mind short-circuiting at the sight. A katana! He thinks to himself that he'll just use the kitchen knife, politely declining her offer as the background of his vision fills with repeating, intimidating images of the Japanese sword. He steels his resolve, deciding to finish the task in 30 seconds. He concludes that he will have to utilize his blessing. Standing over a large sea bream on a cutting board, he holds the small kitchen knife aloft. A system window pops into view, announcing that the blessing of painlessness has been activated. His eyes begin to glow with a faint blue light as Chloe watches, her own red eyes wide with fascination. He thinks to himself that since he was once called the greatest swordsman in the country, this level of skill is certainly conceivable. With a final look of intense concentration, he declares for the blessing to activate. In a flash of incomprehensible speed and precision, the work is done. He proudly reveals that it took him a mere 21 seconds to scale the sea bream, split its bones, remove its guts, and perfectly fillet the meat. He smirks with satisfaction as Chloe takes a bite, her eyes sparkling with amazement as she exclaims how delicious it is. Internally, Ji-ma praises his own work, calling it a masterpiece and smugly thinking that he's still got it. Chloe, thoroughly impressed, asks how he became so adept at cooking. He coolly explains that he used to work part-time at a Japanese restaurant. Her head tilts in confusion, and she asks what a part-time job is. He looks at her, a moment of realization passing between them. He apologizes, but then tells her she doesn't need to, thinking to himself that this misunderstanding is simply a result of the vast difference in their social positions. He changes the subject, saying that hearing she loved the meal makes him pleased. Full of energy, Chloe jumps to her feet, declaring that since he cooked, she will wash the dishes. Ji-ma thanks her and graciously accepts her offer. He relaxes at the table, arms crossed, watching her at the sink. He feels full and content. He gazes out the large window at the night sky, humming softly to himself, as he admires the stunning full moon reflected in the glass. His peaceful moment is shattered by a loud crash from the kitchen, making him jump. He mutters that it scared him. Another crash follows, and Chloe cries out an apology. Ji-ma chuckles, reassuring her it's fine and guessing she has probably never had to clean dishes before, remarking that it was something he used to do at her age. Just then, a book slides off a nearby desk and hits the floor with a soft thud. The book falls open. His eyes widen as he recognizes it as a diary. He picks it up, noticing the cute, rounded handwriting and the colorful stickers decorating the pages. He thinks he should put it back where it belongs, musing that despite her formidable skills, Chloe is simply a typical girl her age. As he handles the diary, a page flips over and his eyes catch the words. He reads an entry about how the individual who saved her during the placement test was in the same class. She had written his name, Kang Ji-ma, and confessed that her heart was pounding so hard she didn't know what to do and couldn't even bring herself to talk to him. A small, knowing smile forms on his lips as he reads her words. He thinks to himself that she's cute, and now he understands why she had been so shy around him. A mischievous grin spreads across his face as a thought crosses his mind. Perhaps he should seek out more of her secrets. He turns another page. His smile vanishes instantly. The entire page and the next are filled with the same 3 words written over and over again in a frantic, obsessive script. I love you, I love you, I love you. His reflection appears on the page, his eyes wide with horror, the pupils shrunken to pinpricks. The words I love you overlay his terrified face in a menacing, blood-red font. The sheer obsession conveyed by the endless text sends a chill down his spine. The diary slips from his grasp, falling to the floor with a thud. He stands frozen, staring at the open book as Chloe continues to wash dishes, completely unaware. Then the sound of running water stops. Chloe turns around, her expression unreadable, her voice chillingly calm as she asks if he has read her diary. A glimpse of the future reveals Chloe, her eyes glowing with a dangerous light as she brandishes a knife, a desperate thought echoing in the air. the need to stay alive. The world of heroes is built on a foundation of public perception. They increase their standing by cultivating a global reputation for defeating demonic beasts. However, behind this gleaming facade of heroism, a stagnant rot festers within their ranks, where powerful factions abuse the weak, hiding their corruption behind the veil of authority. When the law proves insufficient to punish these transgressors, one of the great hero families takes the lead, preferring to operate from the shadows. This family's name is the Auditor of Sicily, or Auditor da Sicilia. They are a clan that maintains order through assassination, working in the darkness while striving towards the light. A grim fate awaits those born into the Auditor family. Before they even reach adolescence, they are subjected to rigorous mental retraining. Their emotions are systematically restrained, and they are forced to undergo training so severe it borders on torture. The process is designed to strip away their humanity, as seen in the pained expression of a young man being interrogated by a stern, bald elder, and the terrified look on a young girl's face as the same man stands behind her, a longsword in his hand. They are methodically and cruelly formed into nothing less than assassination machines. For one particular red-haired girl, the age at which she first soiled her palms with blood was a mere 15. Her name was Chloe Auditor di Sicilia. Her entire life had been dictated by the family's creed, a voice echoing in her memory from a time before she was even fully conscious of herself, instructing her that she was born solely to enhance her abilities as an assassin. Chloe, with a stoic and emotionless expression, accepted these words as undeniable truth. This relentless training inevitably distorted her nature, casting a deep and gloomy shade within the recesses of her heart. And so, by the time her identity had been completely worn down, leaving only faint traces of the girl she might have been, Chloe reached the age to enter the academy. This prestigious institution was known as Jokwin Academy, a place where students were sorted into classrooms based on their aptitude. The campus was a grand, sprawling estate with a magnificent clock tower, surrounded by cherry blossoms that painted the scenery in soft pinks. As Chloe stood alone in the courtyard, surrounded by other students in their sharp black uniforms, she felt a profound sense of isolation. Though every student present possessed talent at the level of a dragon or even higher, Chloe's path was different. The members of the Auditor family, who thrived in the shadows, were assigned to the common classes by their family's decree. This was a standing agreement between the family and the academy, a measure to ensure they remained undetected, hidden in plain sight. The memory of her bald-headed elder's stern command to remain unnoticed flashed in her mind. Nevertheless, even throughout her childhood, the family had systematically eliminated every obstacle that threatened to grant her even a shred of individual liberty. As she watched other children laugh and play from a distance, Chloe accepted her fate as an assassin without protest. In her mind, it was an immutable fact of her existence. Ultimately, nothing would ever alter her path, or so she believed. This conviction held firm up until the day she met a boy. A loud, boisterous voice suddenly shattered the grim reality of a battle royale, demanding to know if a group of students were psychopathic bastards. Standing before Chloe was a young man with black hair, his face contorted in a mask of pure rage. He fiercely commanded the others to keep their hands off of her. Even though death in this subspace battle royale was merely a simulation, the fear of experiencing it for the first time was very real. But Chloe was different. Her heart gave a slight, unfamiliar thump. She had long since given up on meaningless struggles, quietly facing her predestined fate with a cold resignation. She was trained to do it, and she had always acted in such a manner. A blonde-haired boy with a malicious grin sneered, declaring that he would kill the intervening boy first and then come back for her. Chloe closed her eyes, believing that, after all, it was fate. That was how she had always perceived the world. But then something shifted. Like the sun breaking through ominous clouds in a mind whipped by frigid gusts, a burning sensation suddenly swept through her, making her heart pound in her chest. This boy was different. He brandished his sword not as a tool of a master, but voluntarily a sword for self-defense, a sword wielded in her honor. In that moment, she recalled a secret she held, a children's fairy tale she used to read in secret under her pillow. It was the tale of an imprisoned princess locked away in a castle, and the prince who fought valiantly to save her. The narrative showed a figure appearing to save the girl, his sword glowing with a brilliant blue light. As she remembered the story, her chest tingled and her cheeks became crimson. An unidentifiable, vague feeling surged through her, something she had never experienced in her life of cold, calculated violence. Chloe stood amidst the dark, glitching reality of the battle, her hands clasped over her chest as she pondered this new sensation. She wondered if this feeling, this warmth, this sudden hope was what the storybooks called love. Back in the present, the boy who had saved her stared with wide, panicked eyes, a nervous sweat beading on his forehead. Opposite him, Chloe stood with an unnerving, dark aura emanating from her, one of her eyes glowing a menacing red. The boy could only manage a strained, awkward laugh, The two of them were in his dorm room, a sterile space with a small kitchenette and a neatly made bed. Internally, the boy was screaming. He was utterly screwed. He frantically questioned why everything had gone so horribly awry. He wondered if this was the first time he had inadvertently captured the pure sentiments of a teenage girl, or perhaps if it had all started from the moment he foolishly followed her about simply because she was feeding him. Trying to break the tense silence, he commented to Chloe that the moon was very lovely tonight. He then added that she had made him the tastiest supper he had eaten in a long time, and with a cheerful wave, he announced that he would see her tomorrow as he was heading off now. Chloe, however, remained silent for a moment before asking him if he saw it. Confused, he asked what she meant. She simply repeated the word, that. A sudden realization dawned on him as his eyes darted to a reference book on his desk. He laughed nervously, asking if she was talking about the reference book and complimenting her for putting a lot of effort into studying. But Chloe cut through his deflection with a single chilling word, the diary. His blood ran cold. He was shocked, wondering if she had eyes in the back of her head to have seen it. He also noted that she had abandoned her formal speech in favor of a more relaxed, almost intimate one, making her seem like an entirely different person. He desperately denied seeing it, but she insisted he was lying. Finally, he broke, admitting that he saw it. The two stood facing each other in the quiet room, an unspoken tension hanging between them. The boy's eyes widened in sheer terror. In a flash, Chloe had drawn her sword, its blade glowing with a menacing red light as she held it ready. He yelped in shock, completely bewildered by her sudden aggression. He gulped, his mind racing as he assessed his situation. He was on the 4th floor. He knew that if he jumped from there, he would definitely shatter his body. That left only one way out, the door which she was now blocking. A wave of despair washed over him. He had a serious problem. He was stuck here for sure. He stammered, asking what she was talking about, but his words were cut short as the tip of her blade touched the floor in front of him with a sharp clink. With slow, deliberate steps, she began to advance on him, her red aura intensifying with each movement. The boy was horrified, thinking to himself that she was really coming for him. He wondered if maybe she wasn't feeling well. A thought then struck him. He had some knowledge about this type of behavior. The unmoving pupils, the eyes tinted a dark crimson, he was certain. This was the textbook definition of a yandere. And as if that wasn't terrifying enough, he recalled her sudden, cheerful demeanor at other times, the abrupt shift to a fierce tone and attitude now. A horrifying possibility entered his mind. Not just a yandere, but one with a dual personality. He knew managing a yandere characteristic alone was difficult enough, but adding a dual personality disorder to the mix made things exponentially worse. He concluded that the change in her personality was brought on by him opening the diary. This realization was dire. This could be harmful, and he was sure she would pursue him until the day he died. To secure his safety in the future, he knew he had to take the initiative right now. Her aura felt even more intense than the Mao brothers he had faced before. He cursed his luck, lamenting how difficult life in the academy was. His priority was to get out of this predicament alive. A mental countdown began. The remaining time was only 9 seconds. He frantically searched for a weapon. The sashimi knife was still in his room, but the kitchen knife he used earlier was too far away. If he made a run for it, she would most definitely sever his legs or arms. His eyes darted around the room, his panic rising as Chloe tightened her grip on her sword. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto the pen holder on his desk. He spotted a knife cutter inside. Just as he formulated a plan, Chloe lunged, her sword swinging in a brilliant, deadly arc of red energy. He knew she was coming. With a desperate cry, he threw himself to the side, grabbing the cutter as he moved. He internally cursed the situation, wishing he could have resolved this through conversation. He held the flimsy box cutter in his hand, its small blade extended, feeling a sense of utter dread. Suddenly, a series of blue holographic panels materialized before his eyes. A system message announced that exerting resourcefulness raises mental resilience, and that his words and actions would temporarily gain intimidation. Another message appeared, stating that an adjustment was being initiated to suit the user with restraint, and that the blessing of the sword god was being activated. A powerful blue aura erupted around him, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. A final message declared, "May the blessing of the sword god be with you." In an instant, his entire presence changed. He moved with impossible speed, his body now a conduit for immense power. He looked at Chloe, his voice now cold and devoid of fear. He told her that she had somewhat long hair. Then, with a chilling finality, he declared that he would chop it up for her. The scene erupted in a series of brilliant red slashes that crisscrossed through the dark room, leaving the outcome hanging in the balance. The next episode preview shows a girl with turquoise hair, hinting that the chirping insects at midnight mark a point at which the story changes. In the dim, pre-dawn light of a room, a young woman with short, crimson hair lies asleep, bundled under a pristine white comforter. She stirs, a soft groan escaping her lips as her eyes flutter open, revealing a groggy, unfocused gaze. With a slight frown, she lifts a hand to her head, a thought forming in her mind as she mutters a name, Jioma. Her eyes, now sharp and alert with a sudden urgency, dart around the empty room. A cold realization washes over her as she sits bolt upright, the blanket pooling around her waist. She questions where he could have possibly gone, her voice laced with a hint of panic. A fragmented memory flashes through her mind, the image of Jioma, his back to her, looking out the window while washing dishes. She recalls sneaking a peek at him in that moment, a blush creeping onto her cheeks at the memory. With a sudden jolt, her eyes widen in terror as she screams out the word katana. Leaping to her feet on the bed, her body tensed for a threat that isn't there. Her frantic gaze lands on the katana, standing upright and leaning against a small table by her bed, its polished scabbard gleaming in the faint light. Her expression softens immediately from terror to wide-eyed relief. Letting out a deep sigh, she sinks back onto the bed, her shoulders slumping as the tension drains from her body. She whispers a quiet prayer of thanks, expressing her relief that the sword is safely where it should be, recalling how she has often lost consciousness whenever she held a katana in the past. Her mind is then plunged into a dark, chaotic memory, a flurry of black and white static filling her vision. In this memory, a crimson, blood-soaked haze surrounds her as she looks up at an old, stern-faced man. The man tells her she did a good job, and when she confusedly asks what happened, he dismisses her concern, telling her not to worry about it. He then commands her not to deny her innate talent as an assassin, his words echoing ominously in the blood-red void. Back in the present, Chloe stares blankly at the katana, the weight of that traumatic memory settling upon her as she sits silently on her bed. Suddenly, a wave of self-loathing washes over her. She screams at herself internally, calling herself a fool and an idiot for fainting at such a crucial moment. She buries her face in her pillow, muffling her frustrated cries as she repeatedly calls out Jioma's name, her cheeks flushing a deep, embarrassed crimson. As she presses her face into the soft fabric, a new wave of anxiety hits her. Her eyes, wide with mortification, peek over the top of the pillow as she wonders if she said something strange or wrong when she lost her memory during their encounter. Lifting her head, her gaze falls upon something unexpected lying on the floor. A small, red utility knife. A sound of confusion escapes her lips as she picks it up, questioning why a utility knife would be on her floor. She then touches a strand of her own red hair, a puzzled expression on her face, as she notices that her hair feels shorter than she remembers. The pieces click into place with a startling, albeit incorrect, conclusion. She wonders aloud if he used the utility knife to cut her hair. Her eyes then drift to the nearby trash bin, where she sees the discarded strands of her own red hair, neatly disposed of. She realizes with a growing sense of warmth that he must have even cleaned up the mess before he left. A gentle, adoring smile spreads across her face, her eyes softening as a blush dusts her cheeks. She concludes that Jiomar is truly too kind, a fact so important that she decides she must write it down in her journal before she forgets. Seated at her desk, she diligently writes in her journal, a small, contented smile playing on her lips as she chronicles the event. The final entry is a simple, heartfelt declaration, punctuated with a small red heart. I love you, Jioma. Meanwhile, under the vast, moonlit night sky, Jioma stumbles from the rooftop, letting out a pained grunt. He vomits a torrent of sparkling, rainbow-colored liquid, a bizarre side effect of his exertion. He internally reflects that he somehow managed to get through that dangerous situation, but the ordeal is far from over. A system notification flashes in his vision, informing him that the effect of the painless blessing has ended. He coughs, clutching his chest, lamenting that he barely managed to get past the first 5 seconds of the 9-second mark, yet he feels utterly wrecked. A wave of nausea washes over him again, his face contorting in disgust as a dark, swirling pattern of dread surrounds him. He curses, realizing he's about to throw up everything he had for dinner. After heaving his guts out, he lets out a long, exhausted sigh, collapsing onto a nearby park bench, completely spent. He lies back, staring up at the dark sky, his face pale and drawn. He mutters that he threw up everything and is now incredibly hungry. His thoughts drift back to the girl he just fought, Chloe. He wonders who exactly she is, pondering her true nature. He reflects on swordsmanship, noting that its purpose is typically to cut off an opponent's life with a single strike, or at the very least, to subdue them. However, he observes that the way Chloe wields her sword is different. She persistently and exclusively aims for vital spots, a technique specialized in assassination. A chilling image flashes through his mind. A silhouette of Chloe striking an opponent from behind, blood spraying from the fatal wound. He shudders, acknowledging that if she had caught him off guard for even a moment, he would have certainly lost his head. He recalls the intense pressure of the fight, the feeling of his very life being threatened, his eyes wide with a primal fear. It was this instinct for survival that drove him to instinctively aim for her neck with his own blade. He considers himself fortunate that the utility knife he was wielding was too short to reach its target. Instead of a fatal blow, it only managed to cut her hair. He lets out another sigh, relieved that he managed to clean up the mess afterward, ensuring there shouldn't be any problems later. He clutches his chest, glad that nothing serious happened and that things remained on the peaceful and safe side, though he admits that keeping them that way is not as simple as it looks. He muses that people say being ordinary is the hardest thing, but his current situation is far beyond that simple platitude. He thinks back to when he was first thrown into this disgraceful game. He admits that, to be honest, it wasn't that he didn't have ambition. He remembers the romantic dream of a man reaching the zenith of swordsmanship, utilizing only a simple sashimi knife. He concedes that giving up on such a dream was not an easy decision. The game, he recalls, was titled Miracle's Blessing, which was also the name of a special favor from the world's protagonist, whom he hasn't even met yet. This blessing, along with the benediction of valor Joquin from the legendary hero, were the two legendary blessings in the game. The contents of the blessing were simple enough: to save the world from the dangers of the Demon King. The protagonist is blessed with an S-rank legendary sword whose name translates to Wound, a weapon that chooses its own master and grants incredible skills. On the other hand, Geomar is stuck with a simple sashimi knife. While its precision and sharpness are exceptional for an ordinary blade, it's nothing compared to a legendary weapon, and it's the only thing he can use. He grabs his head in utter frustration, his face a mask of agony as he questions if any further explanation is even needed to highlight the disparity. He tells himself to control his emotions, to calm down. He reminds himself that ever since he arrived in this world, he has had to constantly tell himself that none of these characters or events are real. But in the heat of the moment, he even forgot his own goals. He acknowledges the absurdity of his situation, but wonders if there is even a single ordinary person in this world. He decides he has to stop trying to figure out who the main players are and instead focus on how to get his way around the game. He notes that it has been a week since he started studying at the academy, and based on the game's original storyline, it should be around the time that the protagonist has just manifested his divine blessing and is now late for the registration process. This realization confirms that the game's story is indeed progressing. Regrets having stopped playing the game, as he knows the general plot but hasn't seen the ending. Still, he reasons that understanding the official plot halfway through is definitely a plus, and he resolves to follow the official plot no matter what happens. He visualizes his situation as a choice between two paths for his level oneself: the main storyline route, where he wants to live quietly, and a hidden route, which questions if he is destined to become a king. He knows that if he lets himself get carried away, he'll lose the few advantages he has. He recalls a critical plot point. The story takes a dark turn starting from the second semester of the third year. The demonic tribes, having noticed the birth of the hero, join forces led by a corps commander and threaten the academy itself. This conflict escalates, eventually breaking out into a full-blown world war between demons and humans. He remembers watching this plot unfold on his phone, questioning the abrupt and grim turn in the story. He had sought out the game for the delightful aspects of teenage life he never got to experience, and was horrified by the dark shift. He recalls thinking about how they were all going to die, and then bravely deleting the game right then and there. What gives him the creeps now, however, is that this horrific war is destined to happen in the world he currently inhabits. The thought of a war makes him question if he too will perish in the conflict. He immediately dismisses the thought with a firm no. There are still about 3 years remaining. He decides he needs a realistic goal instead of a fantasy escape. He cannot just accept his death in silence. He needs to get stronger and survive. He reasons that since most mass-produced game storylines have a happy ending, the protagonist will nonetheless save the world. However, he needs the strength to defend himself, refusing to live with a fate as fragile as a fly, where he could perish at any time in the midst of war. He resolves to train himself to survive as discreetly as possible. He knows that if he stands out too much, he might be summoned to confront evil forces, a situation that must be avoided at all costs, like a pawn facing a knight on a chessboard. Furthermore, he concludes that it's necessary to put a restraint on the use of his blessing of the sword god. He has always used the sashimi knife out of necessity, but the stress on his body is excessive. A holographic status screen appears before him detailing his abilities. It shows level of body, 2, which alleviates sword specifications, and level of mercy, 3, which makes others feel intimidated by his words and actions. He notes that the performance seems solid, but then he notices a lot of new content on the screen that wasn't there before. which puzzles him. The status screen is broken down into categories: body, mind, equipment. There are numerical levels for his body and mercy, but also a level for armament and an assimilation rate of 1.5%, along with a mysterious starred entry with 3 question marks. He wonders what the assimilation rate and the question marks mean and where they came from. He instinctively reaches out and taps the mysterious entry. A red system error message flashes, stating that the conditions have not been met and access is blocked. He dismisses it as unimportant for now. A new question arises regarding this mysterious gift, but he decides the most important things right now are physical training and acquiring a new weapon. He knows he can't rely on the 30-second duration of the painless blessing forever. He needs to train in a style of swordsmanship that uses a blade that doesn't satisfy the requirements of the god of swords to avoid the physical strain. Fortunately, he remembers an upcoming opportunity. He pulls out his phone and checks the calendar, confirming that there will be a practical extermination training event next month that will replace the midterm exams. The reward for this training is a B-grade weapon called Murasame. He believes that if he can handle that sword skillfully, it will be enough to see him through to graduation. Crucially, its specs do not meet the conditions for activating the god of swords, so it won't be a burden to use as a main weapon. As he finishes his planning, he's interrupted by a voice asking for his excuse. He turns to see a young woman with vibrant, light blue hair and striking antennae-like appendages. She bluntly informs him that he is sitting in her spot. Ji-Oh-Ma looks up at her, startled. She has a sword at her hip, and her unique appearance immediately registers in his mind. Her sharp, golden eyes meet his, a bead of sweat running down her temple. Ji-Oh-Ma's own eyes widen in shock, his mind racing as he processes who's standing before him. The woman walks over and stands by the bench, the sound of her footsteps echoing in the quiet night. She repeats her request, asking if he could just move over a bit. Ji-Oh-Ma, flustered, can only manage a small awe in response, his mind screaming her name, Abel. He thinks it's unbelievable that she's here. He immediately recoils, realizing he was staring at her and mentally scolding himself for it. She tells him he doesn't have to go anywhere, just simply move over a little. Ji-Oh-Ma remains silent, internally questioning her claim to the spot. He wonders if she thinks the bench, a public asset, is hers, and if this is some kind of class hierarchy thing. Deciding to avoid any connection with the heroine, he starts to get up. However, he finds himself captivated by her appearance, a bead of sweat trickling down his own face. He can't help but think to himself, damn, she's so pretty. Before he can move, she suddenly plops down on the bench right next to him, startling him completely. She looks up at the sky and declares that this is the finest place to watch the stars. An awkward silence hangs between them as they sit side by side. Ji-Oh-Ma is bewildered, a sweat drop on his forehead as he questions if this Abel is really the granddaughter of the legendary swordsman he knows from the game. He recalls that even the handsome Protagonist started off as a rough guy, but Abel's current demeanor is nothing like what he expected. Breaking the silence, Abel turns to him and asks if his weapon is a sword. Ji-Oh-Ma is taken aback, stammering as he asks how she knew. Her golden eyes narrow slightly as she looks at him, explaining that her grandfather once told her something. She states that swordsmen have varied expressions in their eyes. Ji-Oh-Ma is left speechless by her cryptic observation. She then casually places her large sword on her lap, its hilt pointing towards him. With a sly smile, she asks if he wants to test it out. Ji-Oh-Ma, sweating and looking away, replies that the offer does not really thrill him. The silence returns, now even more awkward than before. Ji-Oh-Ma internally questions if this girl is all right, feeling completely unused to this version of her. He wonders if this is truly the same character, Abel, that he knows from the game. Abel then turns to him, her expression serious, and asks a direct question that catches him completely off guard. She asks if he knows who she is. The cyan-haired girl, her sharp, golden eyes narrowed, holds a gleaming combat knife, its edge catching the dim light of the night. She sits on a bench next to the protagonist, who is clad in a blue and white tracksuit, his posture tense as he looks at her. She breaks the silence, addressing him directly, asking if he knows who she is. The protagonist remains silent, his expression unreadable, prompting a flicker of uncertainty in his mind. He internally questions if she is confronting him because she's suspicious of him. A moment later, he dismisses the thought with a close-up on his determined face, reasoning that, of course, she isn't suspicious. After all, there probably wasn't a single person in the entire school who didn't know who Abel was. He decides to play dumb, turning his head slightly with a look of mild confusion, stating more or less that he doesn't know her. They sit on the park bench under the glow of a nearby lamppost, a considerable distance between them, as he wonders what her point is. A sly, almost predatory smile crosses Abel's lips as she leans forward, remarking on how cliché the situation is. She knows his name, but he doesn't know hers. The protagonist, looking up at the starry night sky, questions if he really has to give his name to someone he just met. Abel counters that one can never be too careful, suggesting that for all she knows, he could be a spy for the Demon King who has infiltrated the academy as a student. She then softens her tone slightly, adding that, well, she doesn't think there's any particular reason for someone to be alone this late at night. The protagonist remains silent, a bead of sweat on his cheek as he thinks about how absurd her statement is, that there's no rhyme or reason to her logic. Abel then turns the question back on him, asking why he is out here. He calmly explains that it should be obvious he's out to exercise and train. She presses further, asking what kind of exercise he was doing. He looks up at the dark blue, cloud-streaked sky and deadpans a single word: breathing. Abel is momentarily stunned into silence, her eyes wide with disbelief as she simply utters, "Huh." Suddenly, she points a finger towards him, her expression shifting to one of sharp focus as she notices the wounds on his hand. She flinches slightly on the bench, a small exclamation escaping her lips as she processes this new information. She leans in closer to get a better look, her gaze intense and scrutinizing, while the protagonist watches her with a stoic, unimpressed expression. As the silhouette of their figures is cast against the glowing pool behind them, she remarks that he really is diligent. He confirms this matter-of-factly, explaining that people don't truly understand what it means to bear the blood of Nibelung. A montage of memories flashes through her mind. A stern-looking, white-haired man, likely her grandfather, a condescending smirk from a classmate, and her own determined expression. She explains that one must be perfect at all times because if even a sliver of weakness is shown, others will immediately jump on it. She then asks if he is aware that she isn't the top student this year. Looking out over the academy's clock tower under the starry sky, she confesses that, to be honest, this was the first time she had ever lost to someone. A small, self-deprecating smile appears on her lips. She continues her story, explaining that on one hand, she was relieved, but on the other, she was still intensely curious about who defeated her. Her curiosity wasn't just for knowledge. She wanted to know who they were so she could crush them the next time they competed. The protagonist flinches, a jolt of alarm running through him at her aggressive declaration. Abel's frustration boils over as she sits up straight, her voice rising with indignation. She explains that she begged her grandfather for details, and he revealed that the top student wasn't even someone from her class. To make matters worse, that person had the nerve to skip the oath ceremony. She questions how she is supposed to live a second place to someone like that. Letting out an exasperated sigh, realizing she has just vented to a complete stranger, she remarks on the oddity of sharing all this with someone she doesn't even know. The protagonist, looking completely unamused, asks her directly why she is telling him all this. She pauses for a moment before answering, her expression turning slightly sheepish. She explains that she did it because he seemed weak, and it is her family's motto to be firm with the strong and merciful to the weak. She adds that all her classmates are incredibly good at what they do, so she doesn't have any friends. The protagonist reflects internally that this must be the reason why the main character was so distant. Abel stretches her arms behind her head with a yawn, announcing that she thinks she'll turn in for the night. He simply bids her goodbye. She pauses, her back still to him, a thoughtful silence hanging in the air. She turns back, leaning over the bench and demanding to know if he's going to tell her his name or not. He flatly states that he doesn't want to. Annoyed, she calls out, "Hey," as he walks away without a second glance. A new day begins in a large, tiered lecture hall filled with the silhouettes of students. The protagonist, now in his school uniform, sits at his desk, reflecting that his life at the academy was a lot calmer than he had thought it would be. He thinks about Chloe, who had quickly befriended others and blended into the class. He, meanwhile, was busy actively avoiding eye contact and running into her. In the few instances where he did meet her gaze, her new friends would give him icy stares. He couldn't dismiss their looks as he was a special admission student just like her. He also notes that he wasn't the only special admission student in the Tiger class. There weren't many of them, represented as glowing green figures in the lecture hall, but they were reluctant to interact with one another, likely out of a sense of entitlement. He muses that, thinking about it this way, it was probably a good thing he wasn't in the upper class. He rests his chin on his hand, looking bored. He knows that right now is the season when the Star and Dragon classes form their political factions. He recalls that even back when he played the game, it felt like the students were clowns en masse, and the thought of being in that class now makes him dizzy. He sighs, content that at least he's eating well, and wonders what he should have for lunch. A memory surfaces of the Dean Media, smiling slyly and telling him he should have gotten the top student perk, before apologizing for the wait. The memory transitions to the present, where a hand places a black card on his desk. It's a faculty member card from Joquin Express. He is overcome with gratitude, thinking that bowing in the direction of the dean's office 3 times a day wouldn't be enough to express how thankful he is. He feels a sudden surge of worship and immense gratitude, reflecting that he has been fulfilling his duties as a student faithfully, and his actions haven't hugely impacted the main scenario either. He holds the card, a confident smirk on his face as he thinks nice. He resolves to just spend the next 3 years like this, believing that if he can do that, he can achieve the future he imagined. The scene shifts to a bright, sunny day at the academy. Inside a lecture hall, a professor is teaching a history lesson. He explains that 700 years ago, after the first Human-Demon War, the hero Joaquin Baylor felt the need to cultivate the next generation of heroes and established the academy with his 7 disciples. The professor, an old man in a purple robe, points to a chalk drawing of Joaquin Baylor on the blackboard, reminding the students that this information will be on their exam. The protagonist rests his head on his arms, bored, thinking that this is all stuff he more or less already knows. The lesson continues, focusing on the founding hero, Joaquin Baylor. For 20 years, he fought against the commander of the First Corps, the commander of the First Army, and the Demon King's right hand, Lycan, ultimately emerging victorious. However, in that final battle, Joaquin lost an arm and could no longer participate in battle. The war was a brutal one, soaked in blood, filled with screams, and had no clear victor. Legions of winged demons are shown in a fiery landscape. Fortunately, the humans and demons reached a truce in the midst of the war, and the hero Joaquin established the Joaquin Academy to nurture future generations. The professor concludes that the first Human-Demon War led to a non-aggression treaty, leading the next 700 years into an era of peace. 2 students whisper in the back, one wondering if there will be a war in their generation, and the other scoffing at the idea, saying they're more worried about what to wear to a party. The protagonist, listening to their careless chatter, thinks to himself that after 700 years of peace, it's only natural that everyone is used to the serenity. He is the only one who knows that the beginning of the first crack in that peace isn't far off. He thinks about the dean, Medea, and considers telling her what's going to happen, but he doesn't know what consequences that might bring. His thoughts darken as he recalls a key plot point, although she doesn't hide the fact that she wants to leave her position as dean as soon as possible. Medea was the first person in the story to catch a whiff of the abnormality, thanks to something called Poet's Lord. She was also the first of the 7 heroes to step up and protect the students. He remembers that he didn't play much of the game, but he did look it up. A gruesome, glitched image of a bloodied Medea fills his memory. She was also the first to be sacrificed to the Demon King. He recalls looking up her fate on a computer, the mouse clicking as the grim reality sets in. A voice in his memory confirms it. She dies. His eyes narrow with resolve. He thinks that if he didn't know what was coming, she would meet that fate. The professor's voice cuts through his thoughts, announcing that's all for today and reminding them to study hard for the exam in 2 weeks. The class ends and a sudden murmur of excitement fills the room. Students get up from their seats exclaiming, "Awesome," and "Is this for real?" rushing towards the exit. The protagonist, still seated, wonders what's going on. A student near him asks if he is the one, which makes the protagonist's eyes widen in sudden realization. An exclamation mark flashes in his mind. He pulls out his phone. The screen shows the date is Monday, the 5th of May at 9:50 a.m. He now understands. A crowd of students gathers at the hallway entrance, speculating that he won't come to their class and will obviously go to the star class instead. Other students express their disbelief. The protagonist's memory serves him right. On the 5th of May, he enrolls. The crowd parts, and through the throng of students emerges a confident, blonde-haired young man with striking blue eyes. His name is Leon van Reinhardt, and he is this world's main character. With his arrival, the protagonist knows that the 700 long years of peace will have its first crack. A final panel teases a future scene where Chloe, holding a wooden practice sword, confronts the protagonist with a determined look on her face. The entire plot seems to revolve around the ridiculously handsome face of a certain individual. A young man with striking blonde hair and piercing blue eyes, Leon van Reinhardt, stands surrounded by an entourage of adoring fans, their cheers of woe echoing around him as golden light illuminates his smug, confident smirk. The narrator, Ma, reflects on how, within the game's world, every woman seems to inevitably fall for this charismatic protagonist. Ma's thoughts take a cynical turn as he contemplates the nature of the game. He muses that if Miracle Blessing M were an adulterated game, the hero Leon would have met his end long before ever facing the Demon King, likely from sheer exhaustion. With a deadpan expression, Ma forces himself to think good, kind thoughts, clearly annoyed by the protagonist's effortless charm. The allure of Leon is so potent that even the most impressive women are drawn to him. These powerful heroines are presented like highly coveted SSR gacha cards. Rachel Demura, the niece of the Spear Saint with her blonde pigtails and determined expression. Saki Ryozo, the silver-haired daughter of the bowmaster, looking cool and aloof, and even Abel von Nibelung, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, her vibrant turquoise hair framing a mischievous grin. These women, the so-called Protagonist party members, are an impressive lineup indeed. From a distance, Ma watches the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. He admits to himself that while it's annoying, the man at the center of it all, Leon van Reinhardt, the protagonist of Miracle Blessing M, is destined for great things. As Leon flashes a charming smile at a flustered female student, Ma recalls a critical plot point. In 3 years, Leon will be among the first to get drafted into the war. Ma's face darkens with a grimace as he thinks about this future. He considers the term draft to be a gross understatement. It's practically mandatory enlistment. A shadow of a memory of a soldier in combat gear flashes in his mind as he realizes with dread that for him, this would be his second time going through such an ordeal. His thoughts spiral deeper into the game's lore, recalling how the hero Baylor Joquin only managed to seal the 1st Legion commander. This unsettling fact leads him to a terrifying question. Just how overwhelmingly strong is the Demon King himself? He shudders at the possibility, thinking there's no way the story could end like that. An image of a pixelated game-over screen flashes in his mind, showing a blood-soaked Leon lying dead, a sword through his chest. He desperately tries to reassure himself, thinking that the protagonist isn't going to lose, that such an outcome would be completely insane. As if sensing his dark thoughts, Leon's head turns slightly, his bright blue eyes narrowing as he gazes in Ma's direction. The students gathered around Leon gasp in surprise. Their faces a mixture of shock and confusion. The focus blurs on the group. Before Leon turns away, his expression shifting back to a gentle, closed-eye smile, completely dismissing the moment. Ma stands alone, watching them, a silent observer. He lets out a quiet sigh, reminding himself that this is Miracle Blessing M, the protagonist's story. He watches Leon and his followers walk away down the grand hallway, resigning himself to the idea that the protagonist will inevitably handle things one way or another. He admits, with a touch of reluctant admiration, that Leon's face is honestly almost inspirational. It was so convincing that it had swayed him before he even knew what was happening. Just as he is lost in thought, a voice calls out to him, "Hey!" Startled, he turns his head, his brow furrowed in confusion, an exclamation point popping into existence beside him as he registers the unexpected address. The scene shifts to the Academy's training grounds at twilight, the imposing building looming in the background, while a straw training dummy stands ready in the foreground. Inside the vast hall, Ma, now clad in a blue and white tracksuit, swings a heavy wooden staff with a resounding thwack. He pauses, letting out a breath of air. He confirms his suspicion that, as expected, simply exceeding the physical constraints won't be enough to activate his blessing. He clenches his fist, his expression determined. He concludes that he will need to acquire at least some fundamental swordsmanship skills. Suddenly, a soft voice from behind asks to be excused. It's the red-haired girl, Chloe, who looks at him with concern and asks if she did something wrong. Ma remains with his back to her, seemingly caught off guard. Internally, a dark and twisted smile spreads across his face. He thinks to himself that he would love to say his head was about to be separated from his neck, but considering they'll be spending the next year together, he decides on a different approach. He spins around, his expression morphing into one of friendly surprise, and quickly reassures her that it's nothing at all. Chloe asks if he is certain, and he nods affirmatively. He internally resolves to keep things civil, seeing no reason to create unnecessary enemies. Chloe visibly relaxes, letting out a sigh of relief with a hand on her chest. Ma, however, remains wary, his eyes narrowing as he wonders who this enigmatic girl truly is. He recalls the unsettling feeling he got from her before. Despite her being unconscious, he could sense that her sword was filled with a deep sorrow. A vision of her holding her blade, glowing with a conflicting aura of red killing intent and blue sadness, comes to mind. The blade seemed to be pleading for salvation, yet the killing intent radiating from its edge was so potent it made his skin crawl. He concludes that for the sole purpose of killing, she is likely more dangerous than even the Mao siblings. Chloe fidgets nervously, her hands clasped in front of her, and shyly addresses him as Ma. She stammers for a moment before asking if, by any chance, she could treat him to dinner that night. Her red eyes sparkle with an intense, hopeful light as she earnestly insists that she really wants to treat him. She adds that while she might not be a great cook, the desire is genuine. The word dinner triggers a chilling image in Ma's mind. A vision of Chloe with glowing yandere eyes, holding a sword menacingly. He internally repeats the word, dinner, huh? A close-up on Chloe's large, pleading eyes reveals her desperate hope, with the words "please say yes" repeating in the background. Ji-ma finds himself sweating, admitting to himself that those eyes make it incredibly difficult to say no. He forces a strained laugh, his mind racing. Although he feels bad for refusing, a terrifying premonition flashes through his mind. If he accepts her offer, he might just wake up inside a fridge the next morning. Steeling his resolve, he tells himself he can do this. He calls her by her name, Chloe, and proposes an alternative. Instead of dinner, could he ask for a favor instead? They stand facing each other in the empty hall. Chloe seems intrigued, asking what kind of favor it is. Ji-ma leans in slightly, telling her that she's the only one he can ask for this. At these words, Chloe's face lights up, a blush dusting her cheeks as her eyes widen in delight. The thought of being the only one clearly thrills her, and she eagerly asks what he needs. He makes his request, for her to teach him swordsmanship. He scratches the back of his head, offering a slightly awkward but friendly smile. Internally, he reasons that he needed a sword instructor anyway. Gripping the wooden pole, his expression turns serious as he reflects that this is a good decision, especially since Chloe is insanely strong. Since that day, his nightly routine has changed. A flashback shows him in the dark, scrolling through his phone. He's been watching videos on how to handle Yandir types before bed. One video in particular, titled "Surviving a Yandir," seems to have been helpful. At the training grounds, Chloe calls out his name. He asks when she arrived, and she cheekily replies that she just got there too, around 6:30. Ji-ma is baffled, reminding her they were supposed to meet at 8, but she just giggles playfully. By the way, she asks, striking a cute pose surrounded by floating hearts, does she look weird? He stammers that she doesn't look weird at all, not at all. He hadn't noticed before, having only seen her in her uniform, but her athletic attire reveals a set of solid abdominal muscles, making him realize the source of her strength. He can't help but think that regardless, she's quite cute. A small smile plays on his lips as he thinks this is a rare opportunity. He offers her a wooden practice sword, telling her to take it. Chloe looks puzzled, asking if they aren't going to use real swords. As she takes the wooden weapon, Ji-ma internally reels, wondering if he heard her correctly. Who in their right mind trains with real swords when it's not a life-or-death situation? He clarifies that it's just a training session, and they should use wooden swords to avoid injury. Chloe's eyes sparkle, and she coos that he's so nice. But then her demeanor shifts instantly. A dark, menacing aura erupts around her as she lets out a sinister giggle, causing Ji-ma to flinch in alarm. She hums thoughtfully, getting a feel for the wooden staff in her hands. With a sudden, explosive movement, she swings the staff downwards, smashing it into the stone floor. The impact creates a crater, and the very air seems to tremble. Ji-ma's face is a mask of pure shock, sweat beading on his forehead as he wonders just how powerful she is. He immediately decides he needs to err on the side of caution. A horrifying image of his own head being split open like a watermelon flashes through his mind. He quickly pulls up his system window to double-check his blessing of the sword god. Status screen confirms its intimidating presence and loosened physical restrictions, but also shows that the unlock conditions are not met, and his sync rate is a meager 2%. Critically, the blessing only activates with a short, thin blade. He muses that the sword's length isn't a problem, and his body is still developing steadily. He questions if blessings normally evolve like this, gaining additional effects with experience, as he doesn't recall it being the case. He wonders how much more he needs to grow for the mysterious stat to finally reveal itself. Chloe peers over his shoulder at the empty air where he's staring, her head tilted in confusion. She asks if something is wrong. Her expression is one of genuine concern. Ji-ma snaps out of it, offering a quick apology. He realizes with a grimace that only he can see the system window, and he must have looked like a complete lunatic just spacing out. Trying to recover, he puts on a nervous smile and asks her to please go easy on him, since it's their first lesson. She agrees with a simple okay, and he tightens his grip on his own staff, confirming they can begin. He settles into a low stance, his eyes focused and ready. The two opponents face each other across the vast, quiet training hall. Ji-ma's mind drifts to his past lives, where all his knowledge was forged through brutal, hands-on experience. He believes in the principle that seeing is believing. A stark message appears. To truly master a field, you can't just give a piece of yourself. You have to be ready to sacrifice your entire being. The tip of his wooden staff begins to glow with a faint orange light. He reflects that the reason he adapted so quickly to the academy was due to the harsh training he endured from a young age. As if on cue, Chloe explodes into motion, dashing towards him with her staff held ready, her powerful stride kicking up dust and embers from the floor. Ji-ma feels sweat clinging to his palms, his stance feeling clumsy and awkward, but he holds his ground, his eyes narrowing with lethal focus, knowing that the first stroke of the sword must always strike the opponent. In the blink of an eye, Chloe leaps into the air. bringing her staff down in a devastating overhead arc. Ji-Oh-Ma's mind screams in shock, a giant question mark and exclamation point materializing beside him. He can't believe she attacked all of a sudden. He barely has time to raise his own staff to block, his face contorting with strain as her weapon descends with incredible force. The impact is thunderous, the two wooden poles connecting right before his eyes with a blinding flash. Shit, he screams internally, his eyes wide with panic at her blinding speed. He mentally berates her, reminding her that he had asked her to go easy. Chloe's expression is one of pure concentration as she fluidly adjusts her grip for the next strike. With a sharp clang, she follows through, forcing Ji-Oh-Ma into a low defensive stance. He struggles to hold his weapon steady, his arms trembling under the immense pressure of her blow. This isn't just a lesson, he's fighting to survive. He thinks he's finally beginning to understand the situation. He narrowly dodges another lightning-fast strike, wondering in disbelief when she got so fast. Damn it, he thinks, she just keeps getting faster and faster. A grim smirk crosses his face as a dark thought occurs to him. Was that very first strike the only one she actually held back on? Their weapons clash again and again in a flurry of motion. A visible crack splinters across the wood of his staff. He realizes with growing dread that her onslaught won't stop. He's caught in a whirlwind of her attacks, forced to desperately parry and deflect blows coming from every conceivable angle. His teeth are clenched, his muscles screaming in protest. Her strikes are terrifyingly heavy. He knows that if even one connects, he might die instantly. He's already at his absolute limit just deflecting her attacks, unable to find a single opening for a counterattack. His wooden staff continues to splinter under the relentless assault. Finally, with a loud snap, the end of his staff breaks off completely, clattering uselessly to the floor. Chloe immediately halts her attack and rushes to apologize, her voice filled with regret. She explains that she was trying to be as gentle as she could, but she still ended up breaking his weapon. She calls out his name, Ji-Oh-Ma, her voice trailing off as she notices he's staring intently at the broken piece of his staff. Her eyes widen with a mix of confusion and concern. A glitched, light blue system window materializes in front of Ji-Oh-Ma, announcing that the weapon conditions have been met. It's immediately followed by a series of red, corrupted error messages. The weapon has been damaged, an error has occurred, and a suppressive force is being used to forcibly adjust the user's personality. An explosive wave of chaotic blue energy erupts from Ji-Oh-Ma's body. He clutches his head, writhing in agony as another red message flashes, declaring that his humanity level is decreasing. The words, "The Sword God's Divine Blessing," appear, distorted and glitching between red and cyan. Ji-Oh-Ma is now shrouded in a maelstrom of digital noise and crackling blue energy, his expression cold, alien. A spectral dagger-like weapon begins to form in his hand from the raw energy. The final shot closes in on his face, his eyes glowing with an intense, menacing blue light, a sign that something deep within him, his inner demons, has been unleashed. In the chaotic aftermath of a fierce battle, two silhouettes stand opposed in a field of gray dust and swirling dark energy, one crouched and defeated, the other standing tall. A stark red system notification flashes, issuing a caution that the weapon has been damaged, a message that causes the red-haired girl, Chloe, to stare forward with wide, horrified eyes, her pupils constricted in disbelief. Another message appears, declaring the initiation of a user's personality adjustment using coercive power, hinting at a sinister override. The scene shifts to Ji-Oh-Ma, standing amidst the swirling dust and crackling black and blue energy, his body rigid. A chilling notification confirms that his humanity is decreasing, and as his piercing blue eyes glare from the darkness, a new power is invoked, the blessing of the Sword God. The world fades to black, then resolves into a sterile white space where a lone figure stands under a single spotlight. This person, identified as Kim, wonders aloud if everything up until now was just a dream. He grounds himself in a mundane memory, recalling that he was preparing fish. He resolves to get back to work, his mind foggy and disconnected from the recent battle. A selection of knives appears before him, a hefty Chinese chef's knife, a standard kitchen knife, and a sleek sashimi knife. He considers using the Chinese chef's knife for a change. However, as he reaches for it, a red error message flashes, explicitly stating that he cannot choose that item. Confused, Kim questions the restriction and decides to use the other knife instead. Yet again, an error message blocks his choice, forbidding him from selecting the katana-like blade either. A disembodied voice tells him not to worry about it and to simply keep doing what he was doing. With his options forcibly narrowed, Kim notes that the only knife left is the sashimi knife. The voice confirms this, urging him to just pick it up. Another message appears, reminding him that holding a sashimi knife is extremely painful, and asks if it's still the same now. Kim holds the knife over a fresh fish on a cutting board, a look of surprise on his face as he realizes that, strangely, he feels perfectly fine. In fact, he even feels refreshed, a sensation that is both odd and unsettling. The mysterious voice whispers that this is it just like that and tells him to leave it to the entity, as spectral puppeteer-like hands materialize from a swirling purple vortex, red strings dangling from their fingertips. These strings attach to Kim, who now stands with a vacant expression, his body held like a marionette, the sashimi knife clutched in his hand. Under this dark influence, he declares his intention to create an incredible masterpiece today. A system message announces that the skill Heat has been activated. Back in the real world, Gioma's eye glows with a terrifying blue light, his form shrouded in shadow and crackling energy as he grips his own sashimi knife. The scene transitions to the title card for episode 10. Editor Di Cecilia, 2. The battle resumes with Chloe calling out to Gioma, her voice laced with concern as she asks if he is okay. She calls his name again, but he remains a distant, silent silhouette shrouded in dust and dark energy. He is utterly still for a moment, then vanishes in a burst of speed, leaving only a cracking sound in his wake. Chloe lets out a startled gasp as a whirlwind of bright blue energy erupts where he once stood. In a flash, a streak of light cuts through the air, and Gioma appears directly in front of her, his face a horrifying mask of shadow with two glowing blue eyes, his sashimi knife poised to strike. Chloe's eyes widen in sheer terror as she desperately brings her wooden staff up to block the incoming attack. The impact is immense, a brutal red slash effect indicating the sheer force of the blow that shatters her defense. She tries to shout his name to tell him to wait, to hold on. But it's too late. Gioma pivots on his heel and unleashes a devastating wave of power, crouching low to the ground. A massive shockwave of pure energy explodes outwards from his position, the force so immense it creates visible lines of pressure that distort the very air in the training hall. The attack slams into Chloe, the impact marked by two vicious red gashes of energy. She is violently thrown backward, tumbling through the air helplessly. Her face is a mask of shock, her eyes wide and white with disbelief and pain. Landing hard, she grits her teeth, a trickle of blood running from her lip as she observes that he seems like a completely different person from just a moment ago. Without giving her a moment to recover, Gioma is on her again, his blade clashing against her staff with a deafening shriek of friction. The force of his relentless assault pushes her back, and she slides across the floor, struggling to maintain her footing. A close-up reveals Gioma's face, his expression cold and detached, his eyes burning with an intense blue light as cyan energy swirls around him. Chloe thinks to herself that the attack just now threw her completely off. She clutches her chest, wincing in pain, admitting that it's now hard for her to even move. Utterly confused, she wonders what on earth has happened to Gioma, realizing that she has to stop the match immediately. Her eyes narrow with grim determination as she resolves to stop him for his own good. But he is already lunging forward again, his hand reaching out towards her with blinding speed, his eyes glowing white with raw power. She knows instantly that she can't avoid this attack. From his perspective, her form seems distant as his hand closes in. She screams his name, pleading with him to get a hold of himself. A blinding pillar of golden light erupts from his attack, engulfing Chloe as she screams his name one last time in pain and desperation. The scene cuts back to the strange mental kitchen, where the chef persona, Kim, looks on with a puzzled expression, wondering what's happening. He notes with frustration that the fish on his cutting board keeps avoiding his knife, a phenomenon he's never seen before. It's quick, dodging his every attempt to slice it. He mutters that it's noisy and that he needs to quickly fillet it, but then pauses, hearing a strange sound. He wonders if the fish is speaking but dismisses it as an illusion. The muffled sounds continue, slowly forming words, and he strains to hear, his eyes widening slightly as he recognizes it. Gioma. The name snaps him out of his trance. He shouts, Gioma, and in a flash of brilliant light, he remembers. He confirms to himself that yes, that's right. It's him. Back in the real world, the name Gioma echoes as the boy himself stands in his school uniform, holding the sashimi knife over the small fish on the cutting board, the setting a bizarre fusion of his mindscape and reality. He looks down at himself, a sudden jolt of awareness shocking him as he realizes his true identity. Chloe's voice rings in his mind, screaming his name, telling him to pull himself together. The name Chloe flashes in his mind, a beacon of clarity. His eyes, now free of the blue glow, widen in horrified realization. With a loud crash, the wooden training sword he was wielding falls to the ground, shattering on impact. Just as Chloe is about to collapse, Gioma lunges forward, catching her in his arms. He holds her close and tells her that it's him. She looks up at him, her red eyes filled with tears and confusion, a silent gasp escaping her lips. Gioma offers a small, tired smile and suggests they stop here for today. He thanks her for helping with the practice, raises a hand in a small wave and says he'll head out first. As he walks away toward the arched exit of the training hall, Chloe watches him go, utterly speechless. Later, under a dark, cloudy sky, the Grand Academy building looms. Chloe stands alone in the now-empty training hall, hugging her arms as she reflects on the fight. She thinks that ever since the class assignment test, Jioma's skill has been more than just raw strength. It carries an eerie feeling. It's not just skill, but a terrifying, raw instinct. She realizes that even though the blessing had unconsciously manifested, she was still no match for him at all, even when he was only fighting half-heartedly with a simple training sword. She already knew he was strong, but a voice cuts through her thoughts, remarking that she seems to be enjoying it. Startled, her eyes widen as she whips her head around. A figure emerges from the shadows. A young man with fiery red hair, a black face mask, and a sharp gaze, who addresses her as Chloe. He is identified as Nox Editor, a second year from the round class. Chloe recognizes him immediately, her expression hardening as she calls him brother. Nox looks at her with disdain, his gloved hand touching his mask as he asks if this is all she's doing after entering the academy, mingling with lowly people. Chloe glares back defiantly, standing her ground. She tells him firmly not to call Jioma that way. Nox seems amused by her defense, repeating the name Jioma as if tasting it for the first time. He then delivers a cold threat, warning her that if she continues to associate with that person, the Editor family will eliminate him. Chloe simply closes her eyes for a moment, her resolve unshakable. She declares with absolute certainty that even if the entire Editor family comes, they won't be able to handle Jioma. Nox is left speechless by her conviction, turning away to lean against a stone pillar, his expression hidden. He looks down, his red eyes narrowed in thought, repeating the name Jioma to himself, now seeing the boy as a person of interest. Elsewhere, Jioma engages in a deep internal monologue, feeling the need to clarify something to himself. The power he has been granted is not a divine blessing or a favor. Rather, it seems more like a curse. To avoid relying on the sword god's blessing, he had set out to find new equipment, considering different knives to break his dependency. But that power, that curse, seemed to mock his efforts, following him and taking control of his body. He recalls the sensation, explaining that there was no pain. No, not only was there no pain, but there was a pure pleasure and a feeling of debilitation that went on endlessly. That curse manipulated him like a marionette bound by threads, whispering sweet words in his ears, urging him to cut more, cut deeper, to destroy more. He had surrendered his body to it, becoming a puppet tangled in a web of red strings, his own will subsumed by the destructive impulse. Then he heard Chloe scream, a cry mixed with desperation. She called out the name he had come to recognize as his own, Jioma. In that single cry, the fragments of his shattered world were brought back together. It was then that he threw away the training sword that had clung to him like his own skin, feeling with absolute certainty that if he didn't detach himself from it right then, he would lose himself forever. He thinks about Chloe, acknowledging that until recently, she was just a Yandir who wanted to kill him. Yet, she was the girl who revived his fading consciousness. He admits to himself that, although she was the one who originally broke the sword and caused the issue, he was both irritated and grateful to her. That's why he decided to let it go without much fuss. Even so, he had left in a hurry to avoid the possibility of the sword god's blessing manifesting it. He is left with a daunting question. Can he really avoid this problem for the rest of his life? The sword god's blessing, a talent so potent it's close to a curse, is manifested by trading one's own lifespan. As an alien who was cast into this world, he didn't wish for much. He just wanted to live a normal life. A simple desire that now seems impossibly out of reach. As lightning flashes outside the academy window, he reflects that he thought he could handle minor incidents as they came. Walking up a flight of stairs, bathed in a somber purple light, he realizes the grim truth. With a tired and haunted expression, he admits that only now has he realized there is something within his body, a monstrous entity clawing its way out from his very soul, something trying to consume his reason. This is not a blessing. It is a curse solely intended to devour him. A horrifying phantasm with a gaping, screaming mouth and skeletal hands reaching out from a purple void. A preview for the next episode teases the encounter of two people, showing Jioma facing off against Nox Editor. 3 days have passed, and the grand lecture hall of the academy is filled with the low hum of student chatter, their silhouettes dotting the tiered seating arrangement. One student mentions to another with purple hair that something wild happened yesterday, and he should see it, to which the purple-haired boy casually replies that he'll look it up later. However, amidst the socializing, Chloe Editor sits alone, her crimson eyes staring blankly into the distance, her thoughts a million miles away. She reflects on the recent events, realizing with a pang of regret that in her haste, she didn't even manage to get his contact information. She silently berates herself, wondering why she hadn't thought to ask for it sooner. Her mind drifts back to a memory of her standing outside his dorm room door, her shadow cast long against the wood. She recalls knocking, but the only response she received were pained groans from within. Overcome with worry, she had considered breaking down the door, but a greater fear held her back. The fear that he would hate her for intruding, so she had simply walked away, her concern warring with her hesitation. Chloe remembers how she used to enjoy watching him from afar, observing him when he was lost in thought with his chin resting on his hand. She admits to herself that she can't even count the number of times she had secretly glanced his way in a single day, always careful not to approach him directly, afraid that he might just think she was some annoying girl. At first, she had rationalized her growing fascination, believing she was drawn to him because he had risked his life for her during their confrontation with the instructor. But now, in his absence, she understands that was merely an excuse to justify her feelings. The simple, undeniable truth settles heavily in her heart. She misses him. The following day, under a cloudy sky, the imposing facade of the academy building looms large. Inside a classroom, the burly instructor Lee Wonbin slams his hand on the podium, roaring for silence. He bellows at the students, questioning if they came to such a prestigious school just for show. His voice echoes through the hall as he announces that due to the rain, they will be having a study hall instead of their usual training session. As he scans the room, his sharp eyes notice a particular absence. He thinks to himself that Kang Ji-Oh-ma didn't show up today either. However, he reasons that knowing Ji-Oh-ma, there must be a valid reason for his absence. Like a true educator, he decides to trust his student and wait patiently for his return. He then shouts at the class to start studying, a command met with a chorus of affirmations. Just as the students settle down, the sound of a door creaking open breaks the silence. The instructor's face contorts with rage, veins popping on his temple as he demands to know who is brazen enough to come to his lesson during class time. His furious glare shifts toward the entrance, but his anger quickly morphs into wide-eyed surprise. A lone, dark silhouette stands at the top of the tiered classroom, slowly beginning to descend the central staircase as the other students watch in silence. The figure's polished black shoes step down with a quiet, deliberate rhythm, his gaze intense and focused. It is Kang Ji-Oh-ma, looking different than before, his presence more imposing as he walks down the steps with an unhurried confidence. Chloe gasps his name, her eyes wide with shock as he passes by her seat. Ji-Oh-ma stops before the instructor's podium, his dark hair now streaked with a sliver of white, and offers a formal apology for his lateness. The instructor, completely caught off guard by the student's transformed aura, stammers that he shouldn't be and tells him to just go sit down. Whispers erupt among the other students. One asks if that's the special admission student and if he always looked like that. Another remarks that, now that he mentions it, Ji-Oh-ma looks more handsome. Ji-Oh-ma walks silently through the large, now quiet lecture hall, his profile sharp and his expression unreadable as he takes his seat among his peers. Later, as class ends and students begin to leave for lunch, with one excitedly exclaiming how hungry he is, Chloe approaches Ji-Oh-ma, her hands clasped nervously in front of her. She calls his name and he turns to her, acknowledging her before asking what happened. She tells him it wasn't anything much, but her worry is evident as she explains that since he didn't show up for a while, she thought something might have happened to him. She tentatively asks if his absence was because of a duel. Ji-Oh-ma pauses for a moment, his eyes shadowed, before calmly stating that he was just a bit sick and thanking her for worrying about him. Chloe's face flushes with relief, though her wide, slightly trembling eyes suggest she's not entirely convinced. Ji-Oh-ma internally observes that, as expected, it's difficult for her to believe such a simple explanation. His mind then flashes back to the harrowing ordeal of the past 3 days. He had gone through something akin to extreme withdrawal symptoms, leaving him mentally and physically exhausted. He recalls huddling under his covers, unable to leave his room or eat anything, burying himself in his bed and praying for the damn convulsions racking his body to stop. He suffered through a pain far worse than anything he had experienced before, a brutal price for holding and using that broken weapon. But that wasn't all. He remembers glancing at the mirror and seeing his reflection, his expression sunken and gaunt, and strands of his hair turning white. The truth was painfully clear. This was a penalty from that detestable god. Back in the present, Ji-Oh-ma observes Chloe's guilty expression and surmises it makes sense, considering she last saw him in that state at the training grounds. He decides he needs to let it go and move on. Changing the subject, he casually asks her about the dinner she mentioned before, wondering if he could take her up on that offer today. Chloe is completely stunned, stammering in disbelief and asking if he truly means it. The word dinner echoes in her mind as her face lights up with pure, unadulterated joy. Ji-Oh-ma confirms, adding that he'd like to eat her cooking this time. Overjoyed, Chloe throws her arms in the air with a triumphant wah. ecstatically promising to do her best. Ji-ma watches her, a corner of his mouth slightly upturned, as he dryly notes to himself that she must have really liked that suggestion. Still buzzing with excitement, Chloe eagerly asks Ji-ma what he would like to eat, promising to make anything he wants. He considers for a moment and replies that he would like fish, as it has been a while. He begins to explain that the last time he was at her dorm, he threw everything up, but he quickly catches himself, smoothly changing his sentence to say that he had never tried it before because it was too expensive. Suddenly, a flash of red light and a wave of killing intent slices through the air, causing him to trail off. He instantly detects the threat, his eyes narrowing as he wonders what the hell that was. Even a nearby potted plant seems to pulse with a faint energy. Chloe, completely oblivious to the sudden tension, asks him if something is the matter. Ji-ma's gaze is fixed on a figure standing in the distance, a man with spiky red hair wearing a black mask over the lower half of his face. A sinister blue light glows from the man's eyes as he makes a subtle, beckoning gesture with his hand. Ji-ma watches him, his expression turning grim. Chloe follows his line of sight, and her face pales with shock and dread. She stammers, asking Ji-ma if he knows the man. Ji-ma remains silent, his eyes locked on the approaching figure. The red-haired man walks towards them with a confident, purposeful stride, stopping directly in front of Ji-ma. The two men stare each other down, an unspoken challenge passing between them. Ji-ma breaks the silence, his voice low and steady, telling the stranger to say what he wants instead of just staring. The man's eyes, now a piercing, demonic red, glare back at him. Chloe, her voice trembling, urges Ji-ma not to concern himself with this person. Before turning on the man she calls Nox, she angrily addresses him as Appa, demanding to know why he was here and reminding him that she told him not to come. Ji-ma internally registers the title Appa, noting that despite her snappy tone, her voice is shaking with unmistakable hesitation. Nox glances dismissively at Ji-ma, remarking that he doesn't look like much. He then turns his intense gaze back to Chloe, asking her if she really broke Editor's rules for this man. Chloe defiantly declares that she has nothing to do with Editor or whatever anymore. Nox scoffs, telling her with theatrical gravity that she cannot wash the blood of an Editor off her hands, for if one is born an Editor, they shall always be an Editor. Ji-ma internally cringes at their exchange, thinking that the younger sister is speaking like a rebel while the older brother sounds like he's in a historical drama, and wishes they could tone it down. Nox commands Chloe to get rid of this thing and return to Editor. The insult is the final straw for Chloe. Her body trembles with rage as she screams at him not to describe Ji-ma like that, unleashing a powerful burst of energy that makes the air shimmer around her. Nox looks genuinely surprised by the intensity of her outburst. Ji-ma calmly assesses the situation, noting that since everyone else went to eat, things were about to get messy, though he adds that he's used to this by now. The name Editor suddenly clicks in his mind. He remembers it now. The Editor clan specialized in infiltration and assassination, a group of shadows that appear in the middle of the game. He recalls that they were said to be weaker compared to other heroic houses in a straight fight, but were unrivaled in the art of assassination. This prowess was forged through ridiculously abusive training methods that forced their children to become cutting-edge assassination tools before they even truly grew up. He finally understands that Chloe was from the Editors. For a moment, he considers which expression is more normal for someone from that family: Nox's cold, killer instinct or Chloe's cheerful demeanor. He concludes that Nox's expression is the more normal one for an Editor. It's an expression that shows no hesitation when killing, or rather, an expression that is completely used to it. He reasons that the Editors are likely chasing and vanquishing their enemies to maintain order, and he personally isn't against killing when necessary. He looks at Chloe, who is now biting her lip so hard it's bleeding, her face a mask of defiance and pain. He realizes that she might have just wanted to lead a normal life. However, he reflects that just like his own blessing of the sword god, the environment of the Editors that she has been in since birth would never allow it. She is destined to have a life of emotionless murder. He finds the entire situation unfortunate. He admits to himself that he is no hero. He can't and never wants to be one. He thinks about what he's even doing, acknowledging that while it's true he can't save the world. He poses a question to himself. Can't he save the life of one girl? With newfound resolve, he decides he will talk to this guy. Stepping forward, he looks Nox in the eye and asks for his name. He thinks about how he tried escaping the sword god's blessing, but couldn't, realizing that cartoons are right when they say there's no paradise in running away. He decides that if he can't run away regardless, he will take that step forward. He fully embraces his identity as Kang Ji-ma, someone whose name consists of Ji-om for sword and Ma for demon, and someone who uses a knife. With a dangerous glint in his eye, he tells Nox to follow him, his voice laced with a threat as he declares his intention to cut him. Elsewhere, in the faculty office, Instructor Lee Wonbin sits at his desk, his fingers steepled as he stares into space, lost in thought. He reflects on Ji-Oh-ma's return, troubled by the fact that his expression was completely void of any emotion. His contemplation is interrupted by a cheerful female colleague who bursts in calling him Seonbi. She asks if something happened, cheekily commenting that it looks like he's going bald. He grumbles at her not to talk about his baldness, and she offers a playful apology. The scene shifts to Wonbin on the phone, his expression now one of alarm. The caller ID identifies him as Lee Wonbin, lead instructor of the Tiger class. He exclaims in disbelief, questioning what the person on the other end means by the subspace all of a sudden. His voice grows sharp and urgent as he demands to know which cadet requested it, and who their opponent is. The voice on the line informs him that Cadet Kang Ji-Oh-ma has submitted a request, and his opponent is Nox Editor. Wonbin sits frozen in his chair, his eyes wide with utter shock as he can only manage to utter, "What the?" The next chapter promises to delve into Kang Ji-Oh-ma's origin. A brilliant white light emanates from a doorway, beckoning towards the arena. An electronic display above flashes in orange digital text. Subspace Arena, with the timer at a stark 0, signaling the commencement of the duel. Inside a quiet waiting room, Ji-Oh-ma sits pensively on a stone bench, his hands clasped before him as he stares at the floor. His internal thoughts reveal there are only 15 minutes left until the battle begins in the subspace. He reflects with a sense of surprise that the process had gone far more swiftly than he anticipated, as he had braced himself for a much more convoluted procedure. A memory surfaces of his sharp-featured, green-haired teacher, her glasses catching the light as she pointed a finger at him with stern authority. She had warned him that if he was truly determined to go through with this, then the very least he could do was take proper care of himself. Ji-Oh-ma's gaze darkens slightly as he considers her words. He reassures himself that it should be fine, clinging to the fact that this isn't reality. He knew there wouldn't be any lasting physical injuries, though he conceded that he could still suffer a mental one. Clenching his hand into a fist, his expression hardens with resolve. He concludes that none of it will matter in the end, as long as he emerges victorious. From the solitude of the waiting room, he could hear the muffled roar of the crowd outside. He muses on the sheer excitement of the spectators, admitting that while he understood watching a fight was entertaining, he hadn't expected this much buzz. A wave of bitter irony washes over him. He thinks about how hilariously ironic it is that not long ago he was trying his absolute best not to stick out, to blend into the background, and yet here he was, the center of everyone's attention. He lets out a weary sigh, slumping slightly on the bench. All of his meticulous efforts to remain inconspicuous now felt utterly pointless. Suddenly, a figure appears before him, and his eyes widen in surprise. It's Chloe, her face a mask of anguish, tears streaming from her wide, desperate eyes. She stammers out his name, her voice thick with emotion. Ji-Oh-ma's mind races as he immediately deduces that she's probably blaming herself for the entire situation. He forces a gentle, reassuring smile onto his face, trying to calm her down. He tells Chloe that this really isn't her fault, urging her not to worry. To further prove his point, he reminds her that she even went so far as to lend him her own gear, and because of that, everything would turn out okay. He holds up a small, pink-handled knife, the rose blade she had given him, pointing at it with a cheerful expression as if to lighten the mood. Chloe simply stares, her distress unabated. Ji-Oh-ma's shoulders slump with a quiet sigh as he sits back down, the attempt at levity failing. Chloe sinks to the floor, her posture defeated, and murmurs that Nox is really, truly strong. Ji-Oh-ma glances at her, a silent moment passing between them. Then, with a sudden shift in demeanor, he looks forward with a confident smirk, his eyes glinting with self-assurance. He tells Chloe that while Nox may be strong, he is just as strong, too. Chloe, however, seems unconvinced, her eyes filled with worry as she begins to list Nox's terrifying credentials. She explains that Nox is a genius possessing unmatched talent, a prodigy in the entire history of the Editor family. She elaborates that when it comes to the dark arts, absolutely no one is on his level. At the tender age of 14, she adds, he was even dubbed the pinnacle of dark arts. Internally, Ji-Oh-ma scoffs at the overly dramatic title, wondering who on earth comes up with such ridiculous names. He reflects that this is how it has always been for him, a path he couldn't seem to escape. He looks down at the weapon in his hand, the rose blade, a common household kitchen knife. He thinks that no matter how hard he had tried to avoid this destiny, this was ultimately a choice he had made. A memory from his past life flashes through his mind. A stern-faced man telling him with unnerving certainty that he was destined to wield a blade for his entire life. Ji-Oh-ma muses with dark humor that the man probably never would have expected him to be running around with a sashimi knife in his next incarnation. A disembodied voice suddenly echoes through the area, announcing that they will now proceed with the subspace duel and instructing all participants to make their way to the grounds. Chloe looks up, startled by the sudden announcement. Ji-Oh-Ma, however, remains calm. He rises to his feet, knife in hand, and simply states that he's off. Chloe meekly replies with a quiet, "Okay," her head bowed. As he begins to walk away, he pauses and calls out her name. Chloe looks up at him, her expression a mixture of surprise and concern. He turns back to face her, his gaze serious, and tells her that the world is filled to the brim with all kinds of geniuses. He steps closer and places a comforting hand on her shoulder, his grip firm and reassuring. His other hand tightens around the hilt of his knife, the blade catching the light. He looks her directly in the eyes and declares with unwavering conviction that this fact is precisely why he is going to win. Chloe's eyes widen at his bold proclamation. With that, he turns and walks purposefully toward the brightly lit doorway, his back straight and his steps steady. As he approaches the threshold, his expression is one of calm focus, his mind already in the arena. He steps through the light and into a vast coliseum, the roar of a massive crowd crashing down on him like a wave. He stands alone in the center of the arena, a knife in each hand, under a brilliant blue sky. The students in the stands are in a frenzy, shouting and cheering his name. One yells that he knew the special student wouldn't run away, that they all believed in him. Another shouts about the anxiety they felt while waiting for the duel to start. Ji-Oh-Ma feels a strange sense of déjà vu, thinking to himself that he feels like one of the gladiators from the ancient Roman Empire. A small, amused smirk plays on his lips. He hadn't thought the reception would be quite this intense. Suddenly, a single white glove is tossed from the stands, fluttering down into the arena. Ji-Oh-Ma's gaze follows it up to the spectator seats, and his eyes widen slightly. He realizes with a jolt that the elites are here too. The camera focuses on the elite students, seated in a place of prominence. A blonde girl with twin pigtails remarks casually that the guy in the arena is kind of handsome. Beside her, a girl with striking teal hair and piercing yellow eyes says nothing, her gaze fixed intently on Ji-Oh-Ma. Ji-Oh-Ma feels a surge of awkwardness, wondering if these powerful students really have nothing better to do with their time. His thoughts are interrupted by a snarling voice calling out to him, "Hey, lowborn." It's his opponent Nox, whose eyes are glowing a menacing red. He angrily asks if Ji-Oh-Ma is trying to mess with him right now. A dark, oppressive aura begins to swirl around Nox as he glares at the sashimi knife in Ji-Oh-Ma's hand, utterly insulted. He seethes, accusing Ji-Oh-Ma of being unable to tell the difference between courage and arrogance and questioning how he dared to come at him with such a pathetic excuse for a blade. The dark energy intensifies, creeping across the arena floor towards Ji-Oh-Ma, swirling around him like shadowy tendrils. Ji-Oh-Ma remains unfazed, thinking to himself that his opponent's killing intent is no joke, calling him a crazy bastard. He coolly reminds himself that a true master never blames his equipment. A small mocking laugh escapes his lips. Keek. The sound infuriates Nox, who screams, "You fucker." With a frustrated sigh, Nox decides he's had enough. He declares that he should deal with Ji-Oh-Ma's insolent tongue first. As he speaks, a shadowy beast materializes behind him, and a brilliant, glowing purple katana appears in his hand. Ji-Oh-Ma watches with a cynical smirk, noting just how reliant this guy is on his fancy equipment. An information panel appears, identifying Nox's weapon, S-Rank hungry on blades, and to make matters worse, he has two of them. Ji-Oh-Ma's internal analysis continues. On top of the powerful weapons, Nox also possesses one of the best auras in the game, the Blessing of the Crow. He thinks about how he could feel the sheer difficulty Nox had in suppressing his overwhelming killing intent just moments ago. He acknowledges that facing S-Rank equipment might sound ridiculous, but he then smirks, revealing that he has also prepared himself. He holds up his own weapons, a Deso sashimi knife and the rose blade from Chloe, their ranks humorously displayed as a giant question mark. The two opponents face off across the wide expanse of the arena as an announcer's voice booms, declaring that the subspace barrier is now starting to be deployed. Close-ups show Nox's determined eyes and the intent faces of the elites watching from the stands. A massive, shimmering blue energy field materializes high above the arena, rapidly descending. The announcer concludes with a formal blessing. "May the hero's blessing be with you." The barrier solidifies, enclosing the combatants in a transparent dome. Just as the barrier sets, system notifications appear in Ji-Oh-Ma's vision. One reads the painless blessing has been activated, followed immediately by the sword god's blessing has been activated. In the stands, the students are bewildered. One asks his friend if he saw that flash of light, but the other, sweating nervously, admits he couldn't see anything at all. Even the Tiger class students are in shock, wondering aloud if Ji-Oh-Ma is really one of them. This was supposed to be an easy match, but now they can't even follow the movements. The duel explodes into a chaotic blur of motion. Streaks of vibrant purple and electric blue light clash and intertwine as the two fighters move at blinding speeds, the sound of their blades ringing through the arena. The blonde elite girl remarks with surprise that they're pretty quick. The teal-haired girl next to her remains silent, her yellow eyes narrowed in concentration, thinking to herself that this supposed weakling really knows how to fight like this. The battle rages on. Nox leaps high into the air, bringing his glowing blade down in a powerful overhead strike. Gyo-ma expertly slides backward, dodging the attack just in time as their weapons clash with a shower of sparks. Nox's blade, imbued with dark energy, scrapes violently against the stone floor. Undeterred, he swings his sword in a massive, horizontal arc, unleashing a devastating wave of purple energy. The attack carves a deep, cross-shaped fissure into the arena floor. Nox's eyes burn with fury as he thinks, "This bastard!" He roars a challenge, telling Gyo-ma to see if he can avoid this next attack. He unleashes his signature technique, the three-legged crow. A massive, swirling vortex of dark energy manifests, taking the form of countless bird-like projectiles that surge towards Gyo-ma with terrifying speed. The devastating attack completely engulfs Gyo-ma's position. From the stands, Nox's cronies grin, certain that he's done for. The smoke and dust clear, revealing a heavily damaged crater where Gyo-ma once stood. But then, with a subtle swish, Gyo-ma reappears, standing directly behind a stunned Nox, completely unscathed. Nox's eyes widen in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how anyone could emerge from that attack without a single scratch. Gyo-ma glances over his shoulder, his expression cold and unreadable. In the crowd, two sophomores discuss the fight. One admits that freshmen are usually just busy running away from them, so this is a rare sight. The other agrees that sophomores are typically dominant, but warns that you can't underestimate this freshman's experience. The teal-haired elite, however, sees the truth of the situation. She thinks to herself that only those with keen eyes can understand what's truly happening. She observes that while all the aggressive attacks are coming from the sophomore, the freshman, Gyo-ma, is effortlessly dodging every single one. She wonders if he's even trying to fight back at all. Nox is seething with rage, cursing under his breath. He remembers Chloe's warning that Gyo-ma was no ordinary guy. He can't believe that even after using the blessing of the crow, an attack he was sure would annihilate him, Gyo-ma just dodged it as if it were nothing. Gyo-ma stands calmly, holding his dual knives. Nox theorizes that his opponent has been too focused on speed, and that wielding two blades should be taking a toll on his stamina. He decides to be more cautious, planning to aim for a single, powerful strike with a wide area of effect. Meanwhile, Gyo-ma's own anger is simmering. The more he looks at his arrogant opponent, the angrier he feels, disgusted by the way Nox flaunts his power while he himself is forced to fight with lousy kitchen knives. In a move that shocks everyone, Gyo-ma suddenly drops one of his knives, letting it clatter to the ground. Nox is flabbergasted, shouting at him, demanding to know what kind of scheme he's plotting by dropping a weapon in the middle of a duel. But Gyo-ma simply bends down, picks up the knife, and reverses his grip, pressing the handles of the two knives together to form a makeshift double-bladed weapon. He assumes a completely new, unfamiliar stance, and then dashes forward with explosive speed. Nox is utterly incensed by this display. He screams, asking if Gyo-ma is mocking him with that ridiculous stance, enraged that a nobody has the nerve to act so boldly. His dark aura erupts with renewed fury, coalescing into a demonic silhouette behind him. He vows to cut Gyo-ma down with a single strike. He raises his blood-soaked Hongryun blade, boasting about its power and questioning what Gyo-ma could possibly do against it. But his words are cut short as a blinding flash of cyan light slices through the air, cracking the very space between them and leaving him frozen in shock. A torrent of memories and feelings floods Gyo-ma's mind. All he ever wanted was to live a comfortable, peaceful life. He had tried so hard not to stand out, to stick to the rules, but it felt like a curse was chasing him, trying to take over his body, something within him constantly telling him to hold back. But now, he was done holding back. He decides that if he can't run away from this fate, then he will give his body up entirely to the sword god, regardless of the consequences. A promise forms in his mind, a vow to his opponent. He would cut him so cleanly, so perfectly, that he wouldn't even be able to see the blade that struck him. A massive vortex of swirling blue and white energy erupts from Gyo-ma, a tempest of pure sword intent that engulfs Nox completely. The students in the stands, including the previously composed elites, can only watch with wide-eyed shock and awe. Silhouetted against a backdrop of roiling darkness, the two fighters stand on the precipice of the battle's conclusion. Gyo-ma's eyes are cold, filled with a terrifying resolve. He accepts his path, thinking that he will use anything at his disposal, whether it's a blessing or a curse. It was time, he realized, to say goodbye to his peaceful future. The storm subsides, revealing the outcome. Gyoma stands tall, the victor. His opponent Nox lies defeated on the ground, a pool of his own blood spreading beside his hand, his prized S-rank blade lying forgotten next to him. In a flash of brilliant cyan light, a blade slices through the darkness, swift and absolute. The masked adversary, Nox, his eyes wide with a mixture of fury and disbelief, can only watch as the attack connects. The sharp, definitive sound of the cut echoes for a brief moment, before fading into the sudden silence of the arena. A holographic message materializes in the air, announcing that the subspace barrier has been turned off. The dark, swirling energy of the pocket dimension dissipates like smoke, revealing the packed stadium stands beyond. The students in the audience stare down at the arena floor, their faces a mixture of shock and apprehension. One student with short blue hair swallows nervously, his eyes fixed on the outcome of the duel. The once pristine floor is now a cratered mess of shattered stone and swirling dust. In the center of the devastation stands Kang Gyoma, his posture relaxed, his energy blade still glowing with a faint blue light. A few feet away, Nox is forced onto his hands and knees, utterly defeated, his own weapon lying beside him on the broken ground. With a quiet click, Gyoma deactivates his weapon, the light retracting back into the simple handle, which he calmly sheathes. From the sidelines, the teal-haired Abel and her blonde friend Rachel watch with wide, stunned eyes, their minds struggling to process what they just witnessed. An official announcement rings out, declaring that the subspace duel has come to an end. Gyoma, however, appears completely unfazed by his own victory, scratching the side of his head with a bored expression. He internally questions if this is the kind of reaction he should have expected, but ultimately concludes with a sigh that there's no turning back now. His thoughts drift to the weapon in his hand, a simple knife designed for gutting fish. He muses on the fact that he accomplished all of this with such a mundane tool. It's a sentiment he's always held, that the act of cutting a person is ridiculously unpleasant, but he finds a small measure of consolation in the fact that the fight took place within the confines of the subspace, where the damage wasn't permanent. He glances over at the kneeling form of Nox, acknowledging that the specifications of the subspace are indeed impressive. He reflects on his opponent, Nox, admitting that he was just as strong as Chloe had described, possessing a formidable battle sense honed through countless hours of experience. However, Gyoma recognized a fatal flaw. Anyone could sense Nox's overwhelming killing intent. This transparency, this inability to mask his intentions, ultimately became a blessing for Gyoma, giving him the edge he needed. The stadium's massive screen flashes to life, proclaiming the winner, the freshman from the Tiger class, Kang Gyoma. The match timer is displayed, showing a shockingly brief duration of only 26 seconds. A wave of excited murmurs spreads through the crowd as they process the incredible news that a first-year special admission student had so decisively taken down a second year. Amidst the sea of shocked and awestruck faces, Gyoma stands with a deadpan, almost annoyed expression. He internally scoffs, thinking to himself that corporations could learn a thing or two from such shameless and over-the-top publicity. Despite his irritation, he lets out a quiet sigh of resignation. There was nothing he could do about it now. This was the path he had chosen. He steels himself, resolving to endure whatever comes next with sheer will and grit, a lone figure standing in the center of the now-quiet arena. The next day, the duel is the sole topic of conversation throughout the academy. Students whisper in the halls, discussing how the defeated opponent was from Editor, which explained his immense strength. But the real shock was that even a powerhouse like that was taken down by Kang Gyoma. The name Gyoma echoes through the classrooms, repeated by silhouettes of students engrossed in gossip. In one of those classrooms, Abel sits by a sunlit window, her chin resting on her hand, her expression distant and pensive. She internally laments that the name Kang Gyoma seems to follow her everywhere she goes. He's the only person anyone is talking about. She reflects that yesterday's events were shocking, to say the very least. Her mind flashes back to the duel, replaying the decisive moment when Gyoma stood victorious over his fallen opponent. She remembers her own face in that moment, her eyes wide and mouth agape in utter disbelief. She still couldn't believe what she had seen. She recalls his swordsmanship, which was nothing short of remarkable, made all the more incredible by the fact that he was wielding nothing more than 2 ordinary kitchen knives. A sense of shame washes over her as she thinks about how she, the granddaughter of a renowned swordmaster, had always prided herself on her deep knowledge of sword fighting. She now realized she was hopelessly naive. The idea that someone could be so overwhelmingly strong with such unconventional blades shattered her understanding of combat. A sudden jolt snaps Abel out of her flashback, her body tensing up as if from an electric shock. Her mind drifts to a previous encounter with Gyoma, sitting together on a park bench. She had been stewing over her own defeat, wanting to know who had bested her so she could crush them in a rematch. Gyo-ma, with his typical bluntness, had simply told her it was because she seemed weak. She then recalls her family's motto, a principle instilled in her by her grandfather: to be firm with the strong and merciful to the weak. A startling thought enters her mind. She doesn't actually know who this year's top student is. Could it be him? Her eyes widen as the pieces click into place. Based on what she just witnessed, she was now almost certain he was the top student. A wave of frustration crashes over her, and she slams her hands down on her desk, gritting her teeth. The fact that he was actually stronger than her was infuriating. More than that, she found herself desperate to understand what was going through his head during the fight, what he was possibly thinking. She clenches her fists, her knuckles white, consumed by the question of his mindset. Her friend Rachel, a blonde girl with a mischievous glint in her eyes, notices her agitation from the next desk. She asks Abel what's going on. Abel, flustered, stammers an apology and dismisses it as nothing. Rachel leans closer, unconvinced, pointing out that something is obviously bothering her. Abel tries to deflect, claiming she feels sluggish from a lack of exercise, but Rachel sees right through it, asking what's with her expression and if she's trying to hide something. When Abel denies it again, Rachel insists she spill the beans. Rachel begins a rapid-fire interrogation, guessing if Abel is hungry or if she forgot her equipment at home. Abel curtly replies no to each question. Rachel then asks if she needs the bathroom, but Abel, growing more exasperated, insists that it was nothing. A sly grin spreads across Rachel's face as a new theory forms in her mind. She leans in conspiratorially and asks if Abel is having boy trouble. The suggestion hits Abel like a lightning bolt, and her entire face flushes a deep shade of crimson as she recoils in shock. Rachel erupts in laughter, finding the situation absolutely hilarious. She points at her friend, exclaiming that she never thought Lady Abel was the type for romance. Abel, utterly mortified, waves her hands frantically, insisting that it really isn't what Rachel thinks it is. After catching her breath, Rachel leans back in, her expression still teasing. She asks what it is, then, if not boy trouble. With a knowing look, she wonders aloud who the man is that hit the jackpot and managed to warm Lady Abel's heart, concluding that he must be someone special. Rachel then begins to list the potential candidates, starting with Leon and conceding that he does have a handsome face. Abel's mind immediately screams a defiant no. Rachel finds it strange that Abel is still so wary of Leon. Her eyes then light up as she connects the dots, asking if it could be that special student from yesterday's duel. An image of Kang Gyo-ma's stoic face flashes in Abel's mind. Seeing Abel's flustered silence, Rachel leaps to her feet, pointing triumphantly. Her eyes turn into literal hearts as she shouts, "Bingo!" with a disturbingly wide grin, boasting about how good she is at this game. Without a moment's hesitation, Rachel grabs Abel's wrist and declares, "Let's go." A stunned Abel is pulled along, asking where on earth they're going. Rachel, already dragging her out of the classroom, scoffs at the question as if the answer were obvious. With unwavering determination, she announces their destination, the Tiger class. They arrive at the ornate doorway of the Tiger class classroom. Rachel throws the doors open with a flourish, waving cheerfully and announcing their arrival, asking the students to excuse them for a moment. Abel is dragged in behind her head down in embarrassment, trying to make herself as small as possible. The students of the Tiger class are completely taken aback by the sudden intrusion. One boy nearly chokes on his drink, while others stare wide-eyed, recognizing the famous upperclassman. One of them points, identifying Rachel. Abel, mortified, pleads with Rachel to just go back, whispering that there are only 4 seats available anyway. But Rachel is unstoppable. A spark of an idea hits her, and she exclaims that she's got it. She strides confidently forward, and to everyone's shock, hops up onto an empty desk. Standing tall, she places her hands on her hips and announces that she's looking for the black-haired fella. Her eyes, now glowing with pink hearts, scan the room with predatory focus. A bespectacled student timidly speaks up, suggesting that no matter how high her status is, climbing on someone else's desk is going a bit too far. Rachel turns her attention to him, leans down, winks, and strikes a pose, asking if he doesn't think she's pretty and telling him to look at her. The boy immediately blushes and stammers that she is, in fact, beautiful. Nearby, Abel buries her face in her hand, groaning in despair, while 2 other girls giggle at the scene, commenting on how cute Rachel is. Suddenly, Rachel's expression changes to one of gleeful discovery. She points a single finger towards the back of the room, having found her target. Her eyes land on Kang Gyo-ma, who is fast asleep with his head on his desk. Sitting beside him is a red-haired girl, gazing at him with an adoring expression as little hearts float around her head. Rachel briefly wonders if that's his girlfriend. A wicked grin spreads across her face as she decides it doesn't matter. In fact, she thinks it's actually better this way. Her eyes glow an intense pink as she grips her pigtails, her mind made up. This was going to be fun. The red-haired girl, who had been giggling softly, suddenly senses a shift in the atmosphere and looks up with a startled gasp. Rachel leans down, getting dangerously close to the sleeping Ma's face. She leans in a little too far, losing her balance and tumbling forward. She lands with a soft thud directly on top of him, sending a shockwave of surprise through Abel and the red-haired girl. The impact jolts Ma awake. He looks up, his eyes bleary and confused, a bit of drool at the corner of his mouth, with question marks popping up beside his head. Rachel, now sitting comfortably in his lap, smiles down at him sweetly and asks innocently if she woke him up. Still propped up against him, she confirms his name is Kang Ma. Ma, his mind still foggy from sleep, internally questions why Rachel is even here. Rachel, meanwhile, observes him closely, thinking to herself that he's quite a looker up close. She then playfully pokes him on the tip of his nose. A jolt of alarm runs through Ma. Every instinct in his body begins screaming at him, a primal warning that he is in danger. He mentally shouts, "What the hell is this?" as Rachel begins to ask him a question. His internal alarm bells drown out her voice. His entire perception of her shifts, and against a backdrop of swirling, malevolent red energy, his mind forms a single frantic question. "What the hell are you?" At that exact moment, the red-haired girl stands up, her face a mask of cold fury. She grabs Rachel's arm, her eyes glowing with a menacing red light. She glares daggers at the blonde intruder, her voice dripping with venom as she identifies Rachel as a very prickly kitten. A red-hot question burns in the air as a red-haired girl, her eyes glowing with an intense, crimson light, grips the wrist of a taller blonde student. The background itself seems to bleed red, mirroring the fury in Chloe's eyes as she confronts the blonde girl, demanding to know what the hell she is. The blonde girl, however, seems utterly unfazed, a playful smirk on her lips as her own eyes morph, the pupils taking the shape of glowing pink hearts, a stark and bizarre contrast to Chloe's pure rage. From his seat, Kang Ma watches the scene unfold, his mind racing as he recognizes the enraged girl as Chloe. He wonders with a growing sense of dread if this is the danger his instincts had been screaming about, noting with alarm how Chloe's entire personality has flipped in an instant. His eyes widen as he sees what she's holding. She's pulled out a box cutter, its blade glinting with malicious intent, and he's horrified at the thought of a knife fight breaking out right there in the classroom. He grits his teeth, a bead of sweat tracing its way down his temple as he realizes this is a combination of events he never encountered in the game, questioning why all of this is suddenly happening now. Just then, a girl with vibrant teal hair, identified as Abel, steps in, trying to pull the blonde, Rachel, away from the confrontation. Abel urgently tells Rachel to stop what she's doing, reminding her that this isn't even their classroom. Rachel, however, casually dismisses her friend's concern, asking Abel what the matter is and questioning if she isn't even allowed to say hello. Her gaze remains fixed on Ma, her pink heart-shaped eyes filled with a predatory amusement. She then turns her condescending attention back to Chloe, addressing her as kid, and telling her she shouldn't interrupt when the adults are talking. Rachel's hand clamps down on Chloe's head, warning her that it's not safe to play with sharp objects. Chloe glares up, her expression a mix of shock and defiance, her hand still trembling around the box cutter. Rachel then coolly asks if the adults can get back to their conversation now, her eyes once again finding Ma. A terrifying, disembodied grin flashes across the screen, followed by a blinding red slash of light that cuts through the entire scene, catching Chloe, Abel, and Ma completely off guard. In a completely separate and comically mundane event elsewhere in the lecture hall, one student berates another for spilling a carton of what looks like strawberry milk, telling him he should have opened it properly. The clumsy student retorts that if he hadn't done it, the other boy wouldn't have even glanced his way, prompting his friend to tell him to just shut up. The main confrontation resolves in an instant. Rachel has effortlessly disarmed Chloe, twisting her wrist and holding it in a firm grip. She mockingly calls Chloe slow, remarking that she initially thought Chloe was just a short kid, but is surprised to see she also has a short fuse. Chloe lets out a pained grunt as Abel, her face contorted in anger, screams at Rachel to cut it out. Rachel completely ignores her, and with a swift, powerful motion, she slams her foot into Chloe, sending the smaller girl flying backward through the air. Chloe is launched across the room, tumbling head over heels in a chaotic arc. Her eyes are wide with shock as she hurtles toward the back of the lecture hall. Displaying incredible agility, however, Chloe twists her body midair, executing a perfect flip and landing gracefully on her feet near the chalkboard. All the while, Ma watches the chaotic scene, surrounded by the stunned and gaping faces of his classmates, thinking to himself that this entire situation is driving him insane. A profile card then introduces the aggressor, She is Rachel de Muira, a high-class student and the niece of the revered Spear Saint, hailing from a clan whose motto dictates that skills are useless in the face of overwhelming strength. A clan that values brute force above all else. Having dispatched Chloe, Rachel turns her full, unsettling attention to Gio Ma, her heart-pupiled eyes gleaming as she asks if the little kid is his girlfriend. Gio Ma, his expression cold and unreadable, gives a curt one-word answer. Nah. Rachel finds his icy demeanor amusing, commenting on how cold he is. Gio Ma silently corrects himself, thinking that Chloe isn't his girlfriend, but she is his friend. He still thinks to himself that Chloe shouldn't look at the unfolding scene. Rachel stands before his desk, arms crossed, looking thoroughly entertained by the chaos she's created. The entire lecture hall is now a stage for their bizarre standoff, with Gio Ma seated, Rachel and Abel standing over him, and Chloe watching warily from a distance. He wonders what in the world is going on, finally noticing Abel's presence and realizing he was so flustered he hadn't even registered she was there. He finally speaks, asking the two girls why they came looking for him in the first place. Rachel casually explains that it seemed Abel was interested in him and wanted to see his face. Abel immediately explodes, her face flushing a deep red as she vehemently denies it, shouting and asking when she ever said such a thing. Rachel continues to tease her, asking if that wasn't the reason they came, pointing out that Abel practically dragged her here. As other students begin to whisper about Abel's outburst, wondering if a fight is breaking out, Abel stammers, unable to form a coherent response. He tries to compose herself, explaining that there was a misunderstanding and that she didn't exactly ask to come. Gio Ma, looking utterly exhausted, cuts her off. He rubs his temple and tells them that if they don't have anything else to do, they should just leave. His blunt dismissal leaves both girls momentarily speechless. Rachel's shock quickly morphs into exhilaration. She slams her hands down on his desk, leaning in close and exclaiming that he really is an interesting guy. She confesses that she likes interesting guys and tells him not to be so cold. She then drapes an arm around his shoulder, her voice dropping to a suggestive tone as she invites him to her dorm after class to watch some NETFLIX. This is the final straw for Chloe. An explosive wave of dark purple energy erupts from her as she roars, her eyes glowing a furious red and her teeth elongating into fangs, demanding that Rachel get the hell away from her Gio Ma right now. Chloe stands enveloped in a menacing aura, looking like a demon about to strike. Rachel hears the possessive term and bursts into uncontrollable laughter, finding the phrase, my Gio Ma, absolutely hilarious. She turns to a stunned Abel, asking if she heard what Chloe said, all while still leaning casually on a very uncomfortable Gio Ma. Abel, now surrounded by a swirling green aura of her own, grits her teeth and shouts Rachel's name in exasperation. Rachel, still chuckling, bids a mocking farewell to Chloe, saying it was fun meeting my Gio Ma. She gives Gio Ma a final wink and says she'll see him later. As she turns to leave, Gio Ma icily tells her not to come back, a comment that only seems to amuse her more. Rachel waves goodbye, blowing kisses surrounded by floating pink hearts, dragging a stressed-out Abel with her. Gio Ma watches them go, internally wishing them a final, frustrated goodbye and begging them to just get away. Chloe stands frozen in place, muttering Gio Ma's name, while Gio Ma himself slumps over his desk, complaining internally about how sleepy he feels no matter how much rest he gets. At the top of the stairs, Abel pauses for a moment, casting one last conflicted glance back at Gio Ma before finally departing. Her long teal hair sways as she walks away, leaving a tense silence in her wake. Chloe then begins to run down the steps towards Gio Ma as the chapter concludes. Outside in the hallway, Rachel reflects on her encounter with Gio Ma. She thinks to herself that it's one thing for him to have a cold attitude, but there was something more in his hollow, black eyes. It was an unsettling gaze, so intense it felt as if her own throat was being cut. She admits to herself that he went far beyond her expectations. A slow, thrilled smile spreads across her face as she touches her neck, thinking about the chills he gave her. She concludes that he is definitely a step above all the other all-style, no substance students she has met so far. She muses that while she only went to his classroom to tease him, she might have stumbled upon an unexpected gain. Her clan, she remembers, pulls no stops to secure betrothals with only the most outstanding warriors, making him, in a way, a precious resource. Her eyes glow with a predatory light at the thought. Abel remains silent beside her, a stark contrast to Rachel's scheming. Rachel then abruptly apologizes to Abel, who sighs and tells her she should be apologizing to the Tiger class for the ruckus she caused. But Abel clarifies that her issue isn't about that. She looks Rachel dead in the eye and declares that this is about Kang Gio Ma. And with a newfound resolve, She states firmly that she is not going to yield. The scene shifts dramatically to a dark hospital room. The red-haired editor, defeated by Ji-Oh-ma, sits in his bed, his eyes burning with vengeful fury as the words "kill him" echo in his mind. The thought repeats, a mantra of hatred as he trembles with rage. He reflects on his identity, the body of the editor genius, a body that has never known the sting of defeat until now. Standing by the window, bathed in moonlight, he contemplates his next move, wondering if he should assassinate Ji-Oh-ma that very night. An image flashes in his mind of Ji-Oh-ma looking over his shoulder, unaware of editor appearing behind him, ready to strike. In the present, he shoves another patient violently out of his way in the hospital corridor, his mind made up. He will mobilize the entirety of the editor clan. With their full power, he is certain they can cut off that bastard's head. He runs down the empty, sterile hallway, dragging his Roman 4 pole with him, vowing to kill Ji-Oh-ma and get Chloe back. His obsession with Chloe fuels his rage. He believes her potential is similar, if not greater than his own, and now is the time to strike. He reaches a hospital room door, pausing to gather himself. He will use the full power of the House of Order and the pinnacle of his family's techniques of nightfall to end this. He peers through the small window in the door, a sinister glint in his eye, promising that he will definitely show him what true power is. But as he looks inside, the scene is not what he expects. Kang Ji-Oh-ma is already in the room, sitting casually on a stool beside the empty hospital bed, taking a loud, crisp crunch out of a bright red apple. Editor freezes, completely stunned. Ji-Oh-ma, without even looking at the door, speaks calmly into the quiet room, acknowledging his visitor's presence by stating that his Hayoung is here. A preview for the next chapter teases that midterms are approaching, showing 2 figures locked in a fierce battle. In the classroom, Chloe sits with a dark, brooding expression, her eyes narrowed as she nervously gnaws on the end of a box cutter she's holding. From his seat, Kang Ji-Oh-ma observes her, internally noting that she seems upset, a rather ironic observation given that she was the one who pulled the blade out in the first place. Chloe is lost in her own turbulent thoughts, her mind fixated on Rachel. She fumes internally, believing that Ji-Oh-ma likes them big, and resolves with a grim determination that she also must kill. Ji-Oh-ma, sensing the escalating tension, finally breaks the silence by calling out her name, Chloe. The sudden sound startles her, causing her to flinch and almost blurt out something about a super buy, before catching herself. Her entire demeanor shifts in an instant. The murderous intent vanishes, replaced by a bright, accommodating smile. With sparkling eyes, she politely asks if Ji-Oh-ma needs anything, completely oblivious to the fact that she's still brandishing the box cutter. Ji-Oh-ma, with a completely straight face, instructs her to put the box cutter down first. Having diffused the immediate threat, he changes the subject, inquiring about Nox's condition. Chloe's smile wavers for a moment as she replies with a simple "oh," before explaining that her brother, Nox, is currently in the Academy's medical ward. This news puzzles Ji-Oh-ma, who questions why he would be in the medical ward, pointing out that one doesn't actually sustain physical injuries in the subspace. Chloe admits she hasn't visited and doesn't know the details, but she heard he was admitted despite having no injuries. She tries to reassure Ji-Oh-ma, telling him it should be fine, and that he has no need to worry. Then with a wide, slightly unhinged grin, she adds that while it's true she did slice him up, she doubts he's weak enough to be traumatized by it. Ji-Oh-ma's expression darkens slightly at her casual remark, a flicker of concern crossing his face. He internally hopes that the bastard Nox isn't planning some kind of retaliation. Deciding to handle the situation himself, he calls out to Chloe once more. The disarmingly calm smile, he asks if she can tell him where Nox's room is. As he speaks, he casually reaches out and pats her on the head, a move humorously highlighted by an imaginary pop-up, explaining that patting a yandere on the head is the first step to handling them. The unexpected gesture leaves Chloe completely stunned, her face flushing a deep red as she stammers, unable to form a coherent response beyond a confused pardon. The scene transitions to a dimly lit, luxurious hospital room where Nox, clad in hospital pajamas and a black face mask, is startled by a sudden visitor, stammering out, "Why you?" It's Ji-Oh-ma, who calmly holds up a piece of fruit from a nearby basket and asks if he can eat it. Nox, still reeling from the shock of his appearance, points out that he's already in the process of eating it. Ji-Oh-ma surveys the private room, noting the expensive equipment and commenting that it seems the editor clan is loaded with cash, questioning the necessity of such a lavish room for one person. Nox, his eyes wide with fear, tries to ask how Ji-Oh-ma even got inside. His terror intensifies when Ji-Oh-ma wordlessly picks up a fruit knife from the table. The sharp blade glints under the dim light, and Nox's mind races with panic, convinced that Ji-Oh-ma has come to finish what he started in the subspace. He braces for the attack, but instead of violence, Ji-ma begins to peel an apple with unnerving skill and precision. The red peel unfurls in a single, perfect, unbroken spiral, a testament to his incredible control. Nox can only stare in utter disbelief, his fear momentarily replaced by profound confusion as he wonders why this man is so adept at cutting fruit. Ji-ma, with his back still turned, offers the perfectly peeled apple. He suggests that if Nox can't digest regular food, he should eat some fruit instead. This act of bizarre kindness leaves Nox speechless, but his confusion quickly gives way to a simmering rage. He internally seethes, cursing Ji-ma and wondering how this son of a bitch dares to pity him, an heir to the Editor assassin clan. His hand clenches tightly around the Roman 4 pole beside his bed, his knuckles turning white as he entertains the thought that in this moment he could kill Ji-ma. As if sensing the murderous intent, Ji-ma slowly turns to face him, his shadow falling over the bed. He steps closer and delivers a chilling ultimatum, his voice low and menacing. He warns Nox that if he ever even thinks about taking revenge, he will personally chew up and destroy the entirety of the Editor clan. The threat is punctuated by a close-up of Ji-ma's cold, merciless eyes, which reflect in Nox's own terrified, glowing white gaze. With the threat delivered, Ji-ma turns and leaves, the door slamming shut behind him with a definitive crash. In the now silent room, a soft slicing sound is heard. On the bedside table sits the apple, now expertly cut into perfect, pristine wedges. A final, unsettling gesture from Ji-ma. The sight of the meticulously prepared fruit is the final straw. Nox's composure shatters, and he collapses to the floor, his spirit completely broken. Later, Ji-ma walks through the academy grounds under the night sky, reflecting on his encounter. He muses that Nox is now as fragile as a candle flame, easily extinguished. It seems his will to fight has been thoroughly destroyed, proving that his bravado-filled intimidation was a success. He acknowledges the reality of the situation. The Editors are a formidable assassin group, and there's no way in hell he could take on the entire clan with his limited 30-second pain neutralization ability. A smirk plays on his lips, as he considers that taking on about 10 of them in 30 seconds might be doable, though. He concludes that this is a worst-case scenario and that he should avoid killing as much as possible. He gazes up at the full moon, feeling as though he's standing in the eye of a peculiar storm. A montage of his recent intense encounters flashes through his mind, and he realizes he's getting used to this chaotic new life. A determined glint appears in his eyes as he admits to himself that he's also gone insane. With the threat of Nox seemingly neutralized, Ji-ma shifts his focus. He now has another problem to deal with, a person he wanted to avoid most of all. Rachel. An image of Rachel with hearts in her eyes flashes in his mind. He recalls from the game's lore that she initially approaches the main character, only to be attacked after the main heroine, Abel, appears. He decides he can worry about that later. For now, he needs to prepare for his midterms. He resolves to take the exams seriously, motivated by the prospect of a reward. He thinks about his limitations, recognizing he needs a weapon like Murasame that will allow him to fight for longer than 30 seconds. He pulls out his phone and checks the calendar. The midterms are scheduled for May 25th. The test format requires students to form groups of 5, regardless of class, to subdue a demonic monster. He understands the Academy's logic, which is to emphasize the importance of teamwork and trust in comrades on the battlefield over individual strength. While he finds the setup annoying, he knows it's manageable if he can find the right teammates. He imagines the ideal scenario, himself, a level 1 player being effortlessly carried to victory by a team of high-level players. The target for the test is a D-rank demonic monster known as a merman. He grimaces at the memory of its grotesque appearance in the game, dreading the thought of seeing one in person. He thinks that despite his experience working with fish, the sight will likely make him want to vomit. He laments that if they were at least mermaids, they would be easier on the eyes, which triggers a thought about the beautiful but deadly, rank demonic human mermaids. He notes to himself that he doesn't get nosebleeds, a strange non sequitur. It then occurs to him that mermaids are classified as demonic humans, who are the main fighting force of the demons. Compared to them, demonic monsters are little more than barking guard dogs. Fortunately, the students only have to face mermen, not the far more dangerous demonic humans. Sitting on a bench by the water, he reflects on the passage of time, realizing it's already been a month since he arrived in this world. He savors the peacefulness of the night. The word peace lingers in his thoughts. He considers the world's history. A 700-year truce between humans and demons, a period punctuated by conflicts both large and small. He recalls a major event from half a century ago when Vashon, the commander of the 6th Demon Legion, broke the armistice by attempting to revive the commander of the First Legion. Vashon's declaration to bring back Sir Lycan ignited a war. A week of bloody battles ensued, culminating in humanity's victory, led by heroes like Sieg and the birth of the Seven Heroes. However, this victory came at the cost of 3 sacrifices. With neither side willing to escalate further, a fragile peace was restored. He recalls a piece of trivia. The man hailed as the strongest of mankind only defeated the 6th Legion commander. Guillaume scoffs at the notion of this being true peace. The more he thinks about it, the more he's impressed by the 1st Legion commander, Baylor Joquin, who had to be sealed alone. He wonders if such a being could even be considered human. He scrolls through the calendar on his phone, the years 2035, 2036, and 2037 flashing by. A stark reminder that they only have 3 years until the second human-demon war begins, a war that will feature the Demon King himself. He shakes his head, telling himself to get his head out of his ass and focus on the immediate challenge, the midterms. The first step is to find teammates, which he finds annoying. He opens his phone's contact list, only to see entries for his father, mother, and Media. A wave of pathetic realization washes over him. He has no friends. Then a new idea strikes him. He is now arguably the most famous student in the academy. Surely he can leverage this newfound fame to solve his problem. He accepts that living a quiet life under the radar is no longer an option. With renewed determination and a confident smile, he decides to change his goal from living quietly to living comfortably and resolves to ace his midterms. A week later, his confidence has evaporated. He stands alone, listening to the murmurs of other students, internally cursing his foolishness. His plan was complete bullshit. Not a single person has invited him to join their group. A flashback to his brutal, one-sided duel flashes in his mind, and he understands why. This is bad. He covers his face with his hand in frustration, lamenting his inability to do anything in moderation. He concludes that everyone must be terrified of him. His gaze drifts across the classroom, and he spots Chloe, sitting by herself. He realizes she's become an outsider too. He walks over and calls her name. When she looks up, he asks if she has found a group yet, and she confirms she's still alone. She then asks if he's okay, noting that he used to have friends while she is used to being alone. He reassures her that he's fine as long as he has her, then suggests that since they're both available, they should team up, though they still need to find 3 more people. Chloe's face instantly lights up with pure joy, and she enthusiastically agrees that it sounds great. Guillaume is pleased. Chloe's abilities are formidable, and with his own power limited to 30-second bursts, she's as valuable as 1,000 soldiers. He feels a genuine sense of excitement. As he observes her happy expression, a loud, familiar voice shatters the moment, screaming his name. Rachel comes bounding up the stairs, announcing that she came back to play. Guillaume's good mood vanishes instantly, replaced by a single exasperated thought. Fuck. He turns to her and demands to know why the hell she came back. She cheekily replies that she just told him why. Beside them, Chloe's aura turns dark and menacing as she mutters that the big ones are coming. Guillaume tries to dismiss Rachel, telling her to leave because he has things to do. As he turns away, Rachel begins to feign crying, whining about why her Guillaume is being so cold. He snaps at her to stop calling him that. She then launches into a dramatic performance, pretending she can't hear him and theatrically falling to the ground. Popping back up as if nothing happened, she asks if he has a group for the test. Guillaume internally sighs at her persistence, thinking that she really doesn't listen. He bluntly tells her no. Rachel's eyes immediately turn into bright pink hearts as she declares how lucky that is. With a beaming, predatory smile, she eagerly invites him to join her group. Just as the chaotic scene unfolds, the chapter ends with a glimpse of a new, handsome, blonde-haired student, suggesting another confrontation is imminent. A smug expression graces Kang Guillaume's face as he muses about his luck, a thought immediately challenged by the sudden appearance of a vibrant blonde girl with glowing magenta eyes. She leans forward with an inviting grin, challenging him to come on and join her group. Before he can even process the offer, she swiftly reaches out, her fingers gently but firmly gripping his chin in a playful gesture, announcing that she's got him. Guillaume, his expression unchanging and unimpressed, bats her hand away with a flick of his wrist. He questions her choice, pointing out that there would be a massive line of students eager to be her partner if she simply asked. Rachel leans in closer across the desk, her captivating eyes seeming to pierce through him as she dismisses the others as no fun. She confides that, on the other hand, he seems like he would be fun to take the test with. Guillaume averts his gaze, his response clipped and final as he states that he is already in a team with Chloe. Unfazed, Rachel flashes a cheerful peace sign, her smile widening as she points out that's perfectly okay. because there are 2 spots left in her group. Internally, Ji-ma is bewildered by her persistence. He wonders if she doesn't realize that doing something like this, forming a team so casually, could risk her grades, let alone the reward. With a sigh of resignation, he mutters to himself a familiar adage, "Don't hate the player, hate the game." His eyes drift across the room, landing on Chloe, who returns his glance with a stern, unblinking stare, her lips pressed into a firm line. Defeated, Ji-ma gives in, telling Rachel that he's in her care then. A triumphant glint appears in Rachel's eyes as she holds up her smartphone, declaring that it's settled and he can't back out now. A sense of unease creeps into Ji-ma's expression as he asks the crucial question, "Who are the other members?" Rachel casually taps at her phone, nonchalantly asking if he knows who Leon is, adding that he's incredibly popular. The name hits Ji-ma with the force of a physical blow, his mind reeling as giant red question marks and an exclamation point fill his vision, followed by a silent, furious curse that evaporates into the white space of his shock. He sits frozen at his desk, his body slumping as if his very soul is disintegrating into particles of light from the sheer horror of the revelation. Later, the classroom is nearly empty, and Ji-ma sits alone, hunched over his desk in misery. He seethes with internal rage, his face contorted in a grimace as he questions what terrible crime he could have possibly committed in his past life to deserve this fate. He acknowledges his past as someone who wielded a knife for 30 years due to his profession, but he finds the current situation utterly ridiculous. He can't believe how he's getting entangled with the heroines of this world. An image forms in his mind, his own small, insignificant figure overshadowed by the towering, imposing presences of Rachel and another prominent female character with turquoise hair. He tries to rationalize it, thinking that even though he might stand out from the crowd and bump into them occasionally, and admitting they are certainly eye candy, in the grand scheme of things, it shouldn't matter. However, the name Leon Van Reinhardt changes everything. The thought conjures a blindingly radiant vision of the blonde-haired youth, so bright and perfect that Ji-ma mentally curses his own eyes. This isn't just any student, he is the main character. A shadow falls over Ji-ma's face, his eyes glowing with anxiety as he contemplates the future. He admits to himself that he has zero clue how things will unfold, but he's grimly certain that, one way or another, any disaster will be pinned on him. He recalls his futile attempt to escape this predicament, remembering how he tried to change his group, only to be foiled by that goddamn witch, Rachel. A menacing, oversized vision of Rachel looms over his memory, her smile predatory as she tells him he can't go anywhere. He fumes, recalling how she had already put his name in the application before she even spoke to him, submitting it immediately after their brief conversation, sealing his fate without his consent. The sheer audacity of it makes his blood boil. He slams his fists on the desk, veins popping on his forehead as he entertains a dark thought. Should he just slice her up? He admits to himself that this is the very first time in his entire life that he has ever wanted to cut down a girl so badly. A voice suddenly breaks through his dark reverie as Chloe calls out to Ji-kun, asking if something is the matter. He looks up to see her peering at him from behind, her head tilted upside down, her red eyes glowing ominously against a backdrop of pure dread. Startled, Ji-ma lets out a small gasp. Chloe straightens up, her expression now one of concern as she notes that ever since that blonde girl left, he hasn't looked very well. Ji-ma turns away, trying to sound casual as he mumbles an excuse, claiming it was just a bit overwhelming to know he'd be taking the exam with cadets from the prestigious star class. Chloe's face instantly lights up with earnest reassurance. She leans in close, her hands clasped passionately as she assures Ji-kun that there is nobody in the star class stronger than him. He offers a simple, quiet thanks in response. As Chloe walks away, Ji-ma reflects on his commitment. He was the one who had asked her to team up in the first place, so abandoning her now was out of the question. His conscience wouldn't allow it. He reasons that, objectively, he couldn't possibly ask for a better team to take the test with. Perhaps this was a good thing after all. He resolves not to be pessimistic and calls out his own full name, Kang Ji-ma, as if to steel himself. Turning back to her, he asks about the when and where for their group meeting. Chloe informs him that the blonde said they were to meet at the cafe in the main building at 6 o'clock. Ji-ma makes a mental note of her choice of words, observing that Chloe is now just referring to Rachel as the blonde. With an eager smile, Chloe points out that it's nearly time and asks if they should head over now. A faint, knowing smirk plays on Ji-ma's lips as he agrees. They soon arrive at a bustling cafe with a familiar green and white logo, aptly named S-Starbucks. Inside, Chloe sets her large plastic cup down on the table with a loud thud. She takes a long, satisfying sip of her green drink, sighing in bliss and exclaiming how yummy it is. Ji-ma sits opposite her, a small white cup in his hand, his face a mask of weary indifference as he identifies her beverage as an avocado smoothie. He raises his own cup to his lips, takes a tentative sip, and his eyes immediately fly open in shock and disgust. A dark, murderous aura envelops him as he internally screams about the fucking prices. He forces a strained smile, sarcastically thinking that Starbucks really is great, just as Chloe cheerfully asks if he agrees. He laments his situation, reminding himself that as an adult, he has to watch his spending. The only drink on the menu that was 10,000 or below was the espresso he ordered. His final verdict on the drink is simple and brutal. It tastes like shit. He vows never to come here often, especially since it's an outside company where their faculty cards don't work. Just then, his phone buzzes on the table. He picks it up to see a message from Rachel. She had texted 5 minutes ago asking why he wasn't there yet. This was followed by a laughing message, apologizing for her own tardiness and blaming it on having to take care of the kids. She then asked for their location, and he had replied telling her they were in the Starbucks meeting room. As if on cue, the door to their private room slides open. Rachel steps in, holding a drink and breezily apologizing to Jeom-kun and the kid, referring to Chloe, for being late. She strides confidently into the room, followed by none other than the golden-haired Leon Van Reinhardt. She asks if they had been waiting long as she and Leon walk towards the table. Leon's piercing blue eyes lock onto Jeom-ma, who is seated at the table. Jeom-ma looks up, his own dark eyes meeting the main character's gaze. He then notices a third person has entered with them, a young man with fiery orange hair tied up in a top knot. The newcomer has a cocky, self-assured posture, one hand casually hooked over his shoulder. Jeom-ma's first impression is blunt. He wonders if the guy is a delinquent. Leon ignores the newcomer for a moment, his attention focused on Jeom-ma. He offers a polite greeting, saying it's nice to meet him, and extends his hand for a handshake. Jeom-ma takes it, introducing himself simply as Kang Jeom-ma. Leon's grip is firm as he replies, mentioning that he was impressed by what he saw from Jeom-ma at the subspace a few days earlier. The two stand facing each other, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Jeom-ma is struck by Leon's presence. He notes the voice, a perfect blend of intelligence and class, and feels a sense of assurance knowing that the main character he once played as in a game is now his group member for this crucial exam. Soon, the entire group is seated around the large table. Rachel claps her hands together, suggesting they should introduce themselves first. Jeom-ma nods in agreement, stating that indeed they shall. Leon, ever the leader, takes the initiative. With his fingers interlaced on the table, he introduces himself as Leon Van Reinhardt, the group's leader and a student of the Star class. He humbly adds that he somehow ended up becoming the leader, and though he feels he may be lacking, he looks forward to working with everyone. Jeom-ma can barely contain his inner thoughts, marveling at Leon's impossibly handsome face, which seems to literally sparkle. The old adage that all are equal is a complete lie, he thinks, scowling internally. Leon then passes the introduction baton, and Rachel enthusiastically shouts, "Next," while covering her mouth to stifle a giggle. She nudges the redhead beside her, who grumbles for her not to elbow him. The redhead crosses his arms, introducing himself as a student of the Star class known as Speed Weapon, and declares simply that he likes heroes. Jeom-ma is utterly baffled by the minimalist introduction, thinking that a name like Speed Weapon requires a much more serious explanation. The whole thing shatters the stereotypes he held about people who liked heroes, a thought accompanied by the faint, ghostly image of a gentleman in a winged top hat. Next, a nervous Chloe stands up, formally introducing herself as Chloe Additor of the Wolf class. She begins to explain that she's here thanks to Jeom-kun's, but the honorific catches Rachel's attention. The blonde's eyes narrow with a hint of jealousy as she quietly mocks the name, muttering Jeom-kun, kun under her breath. Chloe's head whips toward Rachel, her eyes flashing with rage as a dark, fiery aura erupts around her at the interruption. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Chloe closes her eyes and calmly finishes her sentence. It was his invitation, and it is a pleasure to meet them all. Leon observes her with a thoughtful expression, noting her patience, while Speed Weapon remarks on her well-spoken introduction. Finally, it's Jeom-ma's turn. He keeps it brief, stating his name, Kang Jeom-ma, and mentioning he's in the same class as Chloe. A wave of awkward silence descends upon the group after the introductions conclude. Leon, ever the leader, breaks the silence, announcing that it's time to begin the meeting. He places his hand on a sleek device on the table, which whirs to life, projecting a vibrant blue holographic display into the air above them. The 5 students lean in, their attention captured by the glowing map. Leon begins his briefing, explaining that their class instructor distributed files to the group leaders during lunchtime. The hologram displays a detailed map of Scopuli Island, noting its size as 163, 6 square kilometers, which Leon identifies as their examination site. He details the plan, They will first be teleported to the island via a subspace gate. He clarifies an important point. Only the gate itself is a subspace. The island is very real, meaning the demonic beasts there can cause actual harm. He then zooms the map in further, highlighting their assigned area on the northeastern coast, which is ominously marked with a red warning label. Leon explains that 3 groups, theirs included, will be hunting mermen on the island. Since there's a limited number of them, the objective is to hunt as many as possible within the allowed limit. Having laid out the mission parameters, Leon taps the device off and concludes his presentation. He then opens the floor, asking if there are any questions. Speedweapon raises his hand, asking about the risks, as Scopuli Island is known for containing mermaids. Leon reassures him that the instructors have conducted advanced research to ensure their safety. Chloe then asks if it's possible for groups in the same zone to ambush one another. Leon shakes his head, explaining that the exam's sole objective is exterminating demonic beasts, and any conflict between student groups would likely result in immediate disqualification. A shadowy image of a vicious, piranha-like merman appears behind Leon as he asks if that answers her question. At this point, Ji-Oh-Ma speaks up, apologizing for interrupting but stating a hard truth. Leon has an assassin on his hands. He gestures pointedly at Chloe, who flinches at being singled out. Once the meeting is over, Rachel grabs Speedweapon and excitedly drags him off to get something to eat, much to his chagrin. Leon and Ji-Oh-Ma are left alone at the table. An awkward silence fills the space, and Ji-Oh-Ma decides he should leave quickly. He stands offering a polite "excuse me," intent on making a swift exit. His face is set with determination, but before he can take a step, Leon calls out his name, his voice tinged with curiosity. Ji-Oh-Ma pauses and turns back. Leon looks at him intently and asks a strange question. "Where did you come from, Kang Ji-Oh-Ma?" The scene cuts to a preview for the next chapter, showing Rachel with a massive polearm, Speedweapon, and Ji-Oh-Ma standing together in a dark, cavernous environment, poised and ready for the challenges that lie ahead on the island. The tense silence in the room is broken by a single loaded question from the blonde-haired young man, Leon, who asks Kang Ji-Oh-Ma where he came from. The two are seated across from each other, Leon looking composed while Ji-Oh-Ma's expression is guarded, his dark eyes narrowed in suspicion. Leon's calm, blue eyes hold a steady gaze, giving nothing away. Ji-Oh-Ma's own eyes reflect a mix of confusion and caution. Internally, Ji-Oh-Ma notes that he's heard a similar question before, but this time feels fundamentally different. The question, "Where did you come from?" hangs in the air, echoing in his mind. He struggles to understand Leon's intent, wondering if the question is literal. He quickly dismisses that thought, reasoning that Leon could have easily asked during their earlier introductions when everyone was present. The fact that Leon waited until they were alone suggested a deeper, more significant reason for his inquiry. Ji-Oh-Ma's thoughts race, his expression turning serious as he contemplates the possibilities. Breaking the silence, Leon speaks again, apologizing for popping such a weird question out of nowhere. He explains that he just couldn't help but think something. His blue eyes begin to glow with a faint, ethereal light as he leans forward, the shadows accentuating his sharp features. He confesses that he felt Ji-Oh-Ma was similar to him. The word "similar" throws Ji-Oh-Ma for a loop, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. His mind immediately jumps to his own origins, thinking that while it's true this world's official language is Korean because of the game's setting, that doesn't automatically mean anyone can tell he's Korean, especially with flags of various nations like the USA, France, and Germany flying in the background of his thoughts. Leon suddenly waves a dismissive hand, a slight smirk on his face as he tells Ji-Oh-Ma to just pretend he didn't hear anything. He stands up, announcing that he'll be going now. Just as Leon turns to leave, Ji-Oh-Ma acts on pure impulse. His hand shoots out, firmly gripping Leon's shoulder to stop him. The two lock eyes, Leon looking back with a hint of surprise while Ji-Oh-Ma's expression is one of intense determination. Ji-Oh-Ma internally curses himself for grabbing Leon without thinking, but a stronger feeling overwhelms him. The certainty that he won't be able to get a wink of sleep if he lets this go. With his grip still firm, he echoes Leon's earlier question, demanding to know where he came from. Leon turns back fully, a knowing, almost amused smile spreading across his face as he calmly answers with a single word: Germany. Ji-Oh-Ma is left utterly speechless, his hand falling from Leon's shoulder. He can only watch as Leon walks away, his silhouette disappearing through a glass door. Standing alone, Ji-Oh-Ma's face contorts in frustration and confusion, muttering to himself about what on earth is wrong with that bastard. Later back in his own space, Ji-Oh-Ma taps his fingers on a table, lost in thought. A disturbing idea begins to creep into his head, a question born of paranoia. He wonders, with a jolt of alarm, If Leon could have come from another world too. The thought is outlandish, but he can't shake it. He reasons that there isn't some kind of rule that says only one person could be dragged into this game's setting. In fact, he considers the possibility that possessing the main character, Leon, would be far more probable than possessing a mere extra like himself. He looks at a nearby kitchen knife and a bowl of rice, a plan forming in his mind. He recalls that while the blessing of the sword god is active, his senses become strangely heightened, and he decides to test his wild theory. He activates the blessing. A surge of blue energy envelops him and his blade as he focuses his mind. His eyes narrow, glowing with concentration as particles of light float around him. A clear, system-like message flashes through his consciousness. Leon's existence is of this world. He is momentarily stunned by the definitive answer. He realizes he felt it again, that strange sensation that occurs when he activates the blessing and focuses intensely, like faintly hearing a voice from somewhere beyond. The mental strain is immense, triggering a sharp migraine that even his painless blessing can't completely nullify. He clutches his head, his face twisted in pain. Regardless of the side effects, the conclusion is clear. The Leon he met today was most definitely the Leon he had played as in the game. No actor in the world could replicate the character so perfectly, down to the way he wielded his glowing sword. This realization, however, leaves him with an even bigger puzzle. Did Leon really only mean to ask which country he came from? But even if that were the case, it still didn't explain Leon's strange comment about how he couldn't help but think they were similar. Frustrated, Jioma pulls out his phone and searches for Leon von Reinhardt on the Keikamu wiki, only to find no results. He sighs, regretting that he never had any interest in the male characters before. This confirms there is no public information about Leon in this world. Sitting on a stool in his room, he makes a firm decision, deciding that this would be the only time he gets involved with Leon. If anything like this happens again, he resolves to just go to Media. An image of the alluring woman flashes in his mind, her voice chiding him for not visiting her lately and asking when he's going to run away with her. He decides to keep his thinking straightforward and avoid any more bullshit. He reflects on his own composure, finding it strange how calm he remained in a situation he desperately wanted to avoid. He touches his chin, wondering if this too is the influence of his blessings. He pulls up the status of his blessing of the sword god. He's making smooth progress. His physical fortitude has increased from 5 to 7, while his mental fortitude and armament remain at 3 and 1 respectively. He slumps back, exhausted, attributing the physical boost to his recent training. He then considers his armament, thinking it will likely increase once he obtains the Murasame sword. He then focuses on his assimilation rate, which has jumped from 5% to 8%. He notes that the next unlock condition will be met upon reaching 7%. Meaning he's very close. He rests his chin on his hand, contemplating the cause. He wonders if it's related to everything he's done so far, like his intense duels with both the brother and sister. It's annoying that he doesn't know for sure, and it's not like he can ask anyone else about it. Just then, a notification sound rings out. A new system message appears, informing him that he has reached a certain number of blessing activations and that adjustments will be made. His eyes fly open in shock. The system displays an update for his blessing of painlessness. The duration has been increased to 40 seconds, and the cooldown is now 12 hours. He stares at the screen, a bubble of disbelief escaping his lips as he simply says, "Wow." He questions if it's actually 40 seconds, finding the upgrade almost too good to be true. A sense of accomplishment washes over him as he feels his labors have finally borne fruit. A wide, slightly unhinged grin spreads across his face as he lets out a laugh, asking, "What the hell?" He holds the kitchen knife, its blade gleaming, and declares that this feels great. And with that, time flew by. The countdown to the midterm exam began. 5 days out, Omar is seen drenched in sweat, pushing himself through a grueling set of push-ups. 4 days out, he's sitting with his classmates, Leon, Rachel, and Speedweapon, who are laughing and teasing him as he holds his hands up defensively. 3 days out, he's sparring with a wooden sword, while Chloe cheers him on to push a little bit more. 2 days out, Rachel offers him a small vial, but he glares at her menacingly, telling her to piss off. 1 day before the exam, he's back to doing push-ups, a single drop of sweat falling from his brow and hitting the ground with a soft splash. He practices his sword skills with immense focus, balancing a single droplet of water on the tip of his blade. With a swift, precise motion, he slices the droplet perfectly in half. He remains in his stance, his expression one of intense concentration, his blade and body surrounded by a faint, sparkling aura. Finally, the day arrives. D-Day, the midterm exam. Jioma stands before a massive subspace gate, its energy swirling. He observes that it has a completely different vibe than the training ground subspace he's used to. A voice calls out to him, telling him to come over here. He turns to see his team assembled and waiting for him. Rachel with her massive halberd, Leon with his sword, Chloe with her katana and speed weapon looking on. Rachel, the main DPS, smirks at him, her eyes glowing with playful mischief, remarking how ironic it is that the one who always preaches punctuality is late today. Leon, the leader, gives a welcoming smile and beckons him over. Speed weapon, the support, adjusts his glasses with a cool indifference, and Chloe, the sub-DPS, greets him with a wide, cheerful smile, wishing him a good morning. Jio-ma, designated as the rearguard, smiles back faintly and admits that he is a bit late. He takes a moment to assess his team's gear. Rachel is equipped with her S-Rank, Vermilion Phoenix halberd. He notes that Leon doesn't seem to have his legendary sword, Bamang, just yet. His gaze then falls on Speed Weapon's gear and he's completely bewildered. It appears to be a recorder. He silently questions if that's really his equipment. Speed Weapon catches him staring, his brow furrowed in annoyance as he aggressively asks what Jio-ma is looking at. Rachel leans in close, whispering to Jio-ma that the recorder is actually one of the few S-Rank equipment that aids with healing. She explains that a healing S-Rank armament is ridiculously hard to get, even if one dumps tens of millions of one in-game, and that its unassuming appearance actually contributes to its impressive specs. Jio-ma finds this incredible. As he processes this, Speed Weapon gets right in his face, angrily telling him not to get so close. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts through the air, announcing that the first-year midterms of 2034 will now commence. The sudden announcement startles Jio-ma, and Speed Weapon uses the opportunity to give him a shove. An instructor with a stern expression addresses the assembled students, remarking that they all seem prepared. He says he'll keep it brief since they should be familiar with the rules, but he gives a stark warning. If they encounter something they cannot handle, they must run away. He reminds them that they are not yet heroes, but cadets, and they shouldn't risk their necks for extra credit. Another instructor with purple hair adds that if they are injured or wish to surrender, they are to contact the instructor in charge. Leon watches the instructors, commenting that their briefing is getting less and less brief, and tells his team it's nearly time to prepare. He clenches his fist, encouraging them not to be nervous and to do their best. Jio-ma thinks to himself that they are finally starting. He then notices Chloe standing silently with her hands behind her back, looking downcast. He approaches her and asks if something is wrong. She looks up, admitting that she knows it's weird to be anxious now, but she just remembered that mermaids could appear on Scopuli Island. Jio-ma reassures her, telling her that the instructors said they checked everything beforehand, so there's no need to worry. Despite his words, Chloe remains concerned. She explains that back in her home of Sicily, mermaids were often sighted and had caused a great deal of damage. She elaborates that while there's a truce with demonic beings now, the fact that these rumors have persisted means the conditions for mermaids to appear have yet to be fully confirmed. Their conversation is cut short as an instructor bellows for them to step inside. The instructors stand with their arms crossed as the subspace gate hums with power, now fully running. Jio-ma places a reassuring hand on Chloe's head and tells her it's time to go. She looks up at him and nods, saying, "Ah, yes." Internally, she tells herself that she shouldn't worry because Jio-kun is with them. A look of profound trust and determination settles on her face. She believes in him. The team walks forward, stepping into the swirling vortex of the gate. The world dissolves into blackness. Chloe's thoughts become a distorted mess, with only Jio-kun's voice cutting through the chaos, calling her name over and over. The scene snaps back into focus, revealing they are in a dark, rocky cave. Jio-ma is shaking a dazed Chloe, desperately asking if she can hear him. Chloe's eyes are wide and unfocused as she wonders if she suddenly lost focus for a moment. The situation is dire. Speed Weapon frantically tries to get a signal, shouting that he can't contact the instructor in charge. He realizes they are in a cave and there's no connection, cursing their luck and wondering how this could have happened. Chloe is still completely bewildered. A massive vertical beam of distorted, glitching purple energy erupts in the middle of the cave, separating the team. Rachel, Leon, and Speed Weapon stand on one side, weapons ready, while Jio-ma stands beside a still confused Chloe on the other, all of them staring at the ominous phenomenon. The sun shines brightly in a brilliant blue sky dotted with fluffy white clouds, heralding the group's arrival at the infamous Scopuli Island. On a pristine sandy beach fringed with lush palm trees, the aftermath of their sea voyage is immediately apparent, as the sounds of retching echo through the air. While two of his classmates are on their hands and knees, overcome with sickness, Jio-ma stands apart, completely unfazed by the journey. The team leader, a blond young man named Leon, approaches Jio-ma with a confident smirk. observing that Jio-ma seems to be fine. Jio-ma calmly replies that he doesn't generally get seasick, wryly adding that he doesn't believe their classmate's issue is mere seasickness. His point is immediately proven as a bizarre creature lurches out from the jungle's edge. A creature with the head of a piranha, bulbous yellow eyes, and a surprisingly muscular humanoid body complete with arms and legs. Jio-ma stares down at the strange being, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion, with large question marks materializing around his head, as he internally wonders if this could possibly be a merman. The creature lets out a guttural, gurgling cry, its fish mouth agape. Jio-ma continues to observe it, his initial tension easing as he notes in his thoughts that the merman is significantly smaller than he had anticipated. With a knife held loosely in his hand, he feels a wave of foolishness wash over him for having been so serious about the impending threat, musing that he might not even need his weapon for something so small, and recalling his original plan to simply take it easy in the rearguard position anyway. Leon clarifies the situation, explaining to Jio-ma that these are just the small ones and that they will encounter fully grown mermen once they reach their designated area. With that, he rallies the group, stating that their first objective is to rendezvous with Chloe, who had gone ahead to scout the area. The four students, Jio-ma, Leon, a red-haired boy, and a blonde girl, are seen from a distance as they walk along the shore, venturing into the dense, dark forest. They proceed cautiously through the thick woods, their senses on high alert. Suddenly, Leon throws an arm out, halting the party as he warns them to be careful. Jio-ma's eyes narrow, a sharp glint of perception flashing within them as he senses a presence, and declares that she seems to be here. In a flash, a thin red line of energy zips past the group, heralding the arrival of their scout. A red-haired girl named Chloe is seen leaping gracefully between the towering palm trees, a blur of acrobatic movement against the canopy. She lands perfectly before them, and Jio-ma calmly observes that she was climbing the trees on her way to them. Chloe, clutching the hilt of her sword, confirms his observation, explaining that she took to the trees so that she wouldn't be noticed. Leon, ever the calm leader, smiles and asks Chloe to report on the situation ahead. Chloe's expression turns serious, her eyes wide with urgency as she informs them that approximately 500 meters from their current position, there is a cave. The group arrives at the location, standing before the dark, gaping maw of a cave entrance set into a rocky cliff face, and Leon asks if this is the place, to which Chloe confirms it is. Peering into the oppressive darkness of the cave, they are met with the unsettling sight of innumerable pairs of glowing yellow eyes staring back at them. The sheer number of eyes reveals a massive horde of the fish-like mermen packed tightly within the cavern's depths. Deeper inside, a small group of the creatures is gathered around a crackling campfire, their grotesque fish faces eerily illuminated by the dancing flames. Standing outside, Leon coolly assesses the enemy numbers, estimating that there are somewhere between 50 to 60 of them. Jio-ma's eyes narrow as he processes the information, weighing their options. His mind flashes with strategic considerations. He acknowledges that hunting down this entire horde would undoubtedly secure first place for their team in the midterm exam. However, he also recognizes the immense risk involved, understanding that Leon, as the leader, must prioritize the safety of the team. An injury here would be disastrous, leaving them stranded in a cave with no means of outside communication. The ultimate decision, whether to take the risk or find a safer detour, rested solely on Leon, the team leader. Jio-ma's mind drifts back to their planning session before landing on the island, where Leon, looking over a chessboard, had confidently told Chloe that he was counting on her for scouting. Leon had then turned his attention to the red-haired boy, Weapon, moving a chess piece as he assigned him the role of handling buff-type blessings and healing from the rear. Weapon had retorted with a sneer, finding it amusing that someone with the hero class was a healer, prompting an angry outburst when he thought Jio-ma had said something insulting, demanding to know if Jio-ma didn't understand that the basics of being a hero involved helping others. Leon had then assigned Jio-ma the task of guarding the rear against any potential threats, a role that Jio-ma had internally celebrated as a sweet and easy job. Leon, holding a white chess piece like a king, had declared his own role. He would lead the offense from the center, and would of course join the fight personally if the situation demanded it. At that moment, the blonde girl, Rachel, had leaned in eagerly, asking what her role would be. Leon had turned to her, a knowing and slightly sinister smile playing on his lips as he addressed her by name. Observing that look, Jio-ma had known instantly that Leon had made his decision. Back in the present, Leon's order is given, and Rachel explodes into action, her blonde twin-tails flying as she uses Leon's own back as a springboard to launch herself headfirst into the cave. She becomes a streak of golden light, a devastating blur of motion as she hurtles towards the unsuspecting merman. Her polearm crashes into the ground with explosive force, sending shards of rock and bursts of light flying, causing the mermen to screech in shock and pain. The creatures are thrown into disarray, one looking up with a confused question mark above its head as Rachel, now a dark silhouette against the blast, descends upon them once more. Her weapon comes crashing down again, a terrifying harbinger of destruction. Rachel's face is a mask of demonic glee, her eyes glowing a fierce pink as she grips her weapon, channeling immense power into her attacks. She unleashes another devastating golden arc of energy, scything through the horde. The memory of the briefing concludes with Leon's command to Rachel. He had challenged her to tear them all apart, asking with absolute confidence if she could do it. Standing triumphantly amidst the carnage she has wrought, Rachel rests her gleaming polearm on her shoulder and replies with a smug "Bien sûr," confirming that, of course, she could. From the backline, Weapon raises a flute to his lips and begins to play. A vibrant green aura woven with musical notes erupts from him, a powerful blessing that flows over the battlefield. The remaining mermen recoil in terror as the buffs take effect. Empowered by the blessing, Rachel becomes an unstoppable whirlwind of destruction, cutting down mermen as she gleefully counts her kills aloud, the numbers rising rapidly. She spins her weapon in a wide, cleaving arc, taking out multiple enemies at once as her count climbs higher and higher. With a powerful spinning technique she calls the Grand Wheel, she annihilates another cluster of foes. A wild, ecstatic grin spreads across her face, her pink eyes glowing with battle lust as she thanks Weapon for the blessing and triumphantly announces her 25th kill. From the cave entrance, Ji-Oh-Ma, Leon, and Chloe watch the spectacle in stunned silence. Chloe, not to be outdone, draws her own sword, which begins to pulse with a vibrant pink energy. Her unique power is revealed as the blessing of the cat. She strikes a pose, her energized katana held ready as a faint, cat-tear-shaped aura forms around its hilt. Moving with incredible feline grace, Chloe darts forward, slicing through several mermen in a single fluid motion, leaving trails of pink light in her wake. Her own eyes glow a menacing red as she coldly states her kill count, 8. When 2 more mermen lunge at her, she drops into a low, ready stance, then springs up, dispatching both with a single, clean diagonal slice, bringing her total to 10. The battle intensifies, with the kill counts for both girls flashing on screen, climbing into the 40s as they unleash a torrent of golden and pink energy upon the hapless mermen. Ji-Oh-Ma and Leon watch with growing unease, and Ji-Oh-Ma thinks to himself with alarm, questioning why they aren't stopping and fearing what would happen at this rate. It becomes clear that the 2 girls are not just fighting monsters. They are locked in a fierce and reckless competition to see who can get the most kills. They fight side by side, their expressions alight with fiery determination as their rivalry fuels their destructive rampage. Just as their competition reaches its peak, a tremor runs through the cave, and a new, far larger threat emerges from the darkness. A monstrous, giant merman with a cavernous maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. The colossal beast, complete with a glowing lure dangling before its face like an anglerfish, looms over the 2 warriors. Unintimidated, both Rachel and Chloe launch themselves at the giant creature simultaneously, their weapons clashing against its massive jaw in a shower of sparks. The monster's head recoils slightly from the impact, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. Both Rachel's golden polearm and Chloe's pink katana strike the beast's chin at the exact same moment, the combined force staggering it. Rachel shoots a smug glance at Chloe, commenting that she was a little faster this time. Chloe glares back, her red eyes burning with intensity, as she retorts that she was the one who actually took it down. Rachel scoffs at this, calling her funny as they stand victorious over the fallen behemoth. Watching from the entrance, Ji-Oh-Ma lets out a sigh of relief, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead as he admits to himself that he is relieved. Leon appears beside him, a sort of shimmering blue light in his hand, revealing he had been prepared to intervene. He notes that it looked like Ji-Oh-Ma was worried about those 2. Ji-Oh-Ma looks over at his leader and concedes that it seems his worry was unnecessary after all. Inside the now quiet cave, the floor is littered with the bodies of the 60 slain mermen, and Chloe proudly announces that they got all of them. The team stands together amidst their victory, and Leon turns to Ji-Oh-Ma, gently chiding him to put some more trust in his teammates. With the battle won, Leon suggests that they should move on, and Ji-Oh-Ma silently agrees. As he observes Leon, Ji-Oh-Ma's thoughts turn analytical, acknowledging Leon's decisiveness and leadership as the solid, irreplaceable backbone of their team. This confirms for Ji-Oh-Ma that Leon's existence here, his role as a leader, is undeniably real. This thought, however, triggers a dark and jarring memory for Ji-Oh-Ma, a memory of someone pointing a glowing blue sword at him and asking a simple question about where he was from. He remembers getting carried away, and the memory sharpens into a horrifying image. He sees himself falling backward off a high cliff, pushed by that same blue blade, a trail of blue energy marking his descent. The rest of his team, Weapon, Rachel, and Chloe, watch in absolute horror, their faces frozen in shock as blood erupts from Jeon-ma's back. Jeon-ma's own eyes widen in terror as he plummets, a dark and powerful aura suddenly surging from the water below him. The vision shatters, and back in the present, the team screams Leon's name in panic. A massive vortex of water erupts from a pool within the cave, a shadowy figure swirling at its center. From the churning water emerges a terrifying new foe, a being with a feminine silhouette composed of pure dark energy and crackling purple lightning, identified only as the demon mermaid. Rachel stares in abject horror, questioning how a mermaid could be here when they had already scouted the area, wondering if this was all just a dream. Jeon-ma, however, curses internally, thinking that he knew things were going far too smoothly. His mind immediately shifts into tactical mode, a red glow highlighting his focus as he weighs their options: run or fight. He quickly deduces that attempting to flee with the injured Leon would likely result in the entire team being wiped out. Rachel desperately orders Weapon to contact their instructor, but he frantically reports that there's no connection. Jeon-ma grimly realizes that with communications cut, his teammates' panic will only escalate. Looking at their terrified faces, he concludes that he is the only one left with a clear head. Stepping up, Jeon-ma takes command, firmly telling Rachel to calm down before ordering Weapon to immediately begin pouring healing blessings on Leon. He then turns his attention to a startled Chloe. He gives her a direct order: get out, alert any other nearby cadets to evacuate and find the instructors. Chloe hesitates, calling out his name and protesting that it would be too difficult to escape with Leon before the mermen swarm them. Jeon-ma places a reassuring hand on her shoulder, and after a moment of stunned silence, she looks up at him with newfound resolve and agrees, turning to flee the cave. As Chloe dashes away, Weapon and Rachel turn on Jeon-ma, demanding to know his plan and questioning where he is going as he begins to walk forward alone. Jeon-ma calmly informs them that he is leaving the small fries to them. He advances towards the demon mermaid, his back to his shocked teammates, ignoring Rachel's furious shouts asking if he's insane and what he plans to do. A look of calm determination settles on Jeon-ma's face. He thinks to himself that he has always disliked fighting small fish, as there is no real skill involved in handling them. His eyes begin to glow with a chilling blue light as he grips the hilt of his weapon. This, he thinks, is his specialty, a big fish. As his teammates watch in stunned disbelief, Jeon-ma prepares to face the formidable boss all by himself. The narrative explains that demons can utilize a unique power similar to human blessings, a power known as magic. A stark reminder of this power is shown as the story's protagonist, Leon, is sent flying backward, defeated by just one normal attack from such a power. Kang Jeon-ma internally reflects on this overwhelming disparity, acknowledging that this is the fundamental difference in strength between humans and demons. He admits to himself that he can't say for sure that he'll reign triumphant, despite having the blessing of the sword god. His feet stand on the cracked, glowing ground as he recalls a crucial fact from the original game. It was considered impossible to subdue a magic-using demon without a full party. This makes his current predicament all the more absurd. He's being forced to solo a boss that would normally require a full-scale raid. A monstrous roar echoes through the cavern, and Jeon-ma, overwhelmed by the sheer unfairness of the situation, internally questions how he is not supposed to curse when he's in this deep of a mess. Despite the impossible odds, his expression hardens with resolve, his eyes glinting with a faint light. He concludes that there is no way he can back out of this now. He quickly calculates his limited time, estimating it will take around 10 minutes for Chloe to return, while the menacing purple demon mermaid grins wickedly in the distance. With his options narrowed down to one, he decides on his course of action. Gripping two knives that now glow with a brilliant cyan light, he declares his singular audacious goal. He needs to cut down that ugly fish in just 40 seconds. As he holds his blades, a series of system messages flood his vision. It announces that his nerves have settled upon grabbing the knives, bestowing upon him the mental fortitude required to wield the blessing. His words and actions now carry an increased sense of authority. To balance this power, restrictions are being applied to the blessing to adjust it to his current user level. With a final notification, the blessing of the sword god is now activated. A sinister, confident grin spreads across Jeon-ma's face, his eyes glowing with an eerie light, as he thinks to himself that it's been a while since he's had the chance to do some proper sashimi. Elsewhere in the cavern, the battle rages on. Rachel swings her massive polearm in a wide, powerful arc, the weapon glowing with a fierce orange energy as she attacks a piranha-like monster on the ground. The monster shrieks, its wide, bulbous eyes filled with alarm as it opens its massive jaw. With a sickening crunch, the creature's teeth clamp down hard on the shaft of Rachel's weapon, halting her attack. She grunts with effort, her face a mask of strain as she tries to wrench her weapon free. Taking advantage of her struggle, other piranha-like monsters cackle maniacally and swarm her, latching onto her body and legs with their sharp teeth. With her eyes glowing intensely, now with heart-shaped pupils signifying her rage, she grips her weapon tighter, a rainbow-colored aura flaring around her fist as she curses in frustration. With a furious scream, she tells them to get off, unleashing a powerful shockwave of golden energy that blasts the clinging monsters away from her body. She pants heavily, catching her breath for a moment, a look of sheer exhaustion and annoyance on her face. Watching from a safe distance is the red-headed supporter, his recorder held to his lips. He thinks to himself that he wants to give Rachel a blessing to aid her, but his focus is already stretched thin just trying to heal Leon. A close-up reveals Leon's chest wound, which is slowly closing under a faint green light. But the supporter notes with concern that while the wound isn't deep, it is recovering far too slowly. He swallows nervously, his eyes wide with apprehension. His gaze shifts to Gyo-ma, and he recalls their subspace duel, acknowledging that he knows that bastard Gyo-ma is absurdly strong. Yet seeing Gyo-ma standing alone, his two small knives glowing blue as he faces the towering, terrifying mermaid demon, the supporter can't help but think that there's no way he isn't completely crazy. The supporter feels a phantom pain, a chilling sensation as if his own bones are splintering just from witnessing the sheer pressure of the confrontation. He coughs, wondering if he should try to stop him, even though it's probably too late. The demon mermaid unleashes a horrifying screech, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy, and fires a massive, cross-shaped beam of light directly at Gyo-ma. Gyo-ma reacts with lightning speed, diving sideways just as the beam incinerates the spot where he was standing, carving a deep trench into the stone floor. His eyes narrow as he analyzes his opponent, deducing that the mermaid is a demonoid that primarily uses long-distance attacks with water property magic. He thinks to himself that while he doesn't know the first thing about magic, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's just a fish made of flesh and bones. With a simple, direct strategy in mind, dive in and cut. He launches himself forward, charging headfirst into the demon's next energy beam. As he closes the distance in an instant, he raises a knife to strike, startling the demon, which raises a hand in a hasty defense. With a flash of blue light, Gyo-ma's blade slices cleanly through the demon's massive purple forearm, which it had raised to block the attack. The demon's arm, wreathed in a protective vortex of water magic, is severed nonetheless, and the supporter stumbles back, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated shock at the incredible feat. The mermaid's face contorts in a silent scream of agony and disbelief. A piercing shriek erupts from its mouth, the sound visualized as a jagged red explosion of pure rage. The severed arm tumbles through the air as Gyo-ma, carried by his momentum, pushes off the ground to continue his assault, his knives still glowing brightly. He lands gracefully, skidding to a stop on the rocky terrain, and immediately curses under his breath. The cut, he realizes with frustration, was too shallow. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaps back into the air, twisting his body into a powerful spin and bringing his blades down in a vertical slash, aiming to cleave the demon in two. His attack misses its target and instead slams into the ground, causing a massive explosion of blue energy and water that shatters the rock beneath. Landing once more, Gyo-ma grits his teeth in annoyance, remarking internally that she really is a mermaid, and her fluid, unpredictable movements make it incredibly difficult to land a decisive blow. He briefly wonders if she deliberately sacrificed her arm to protect the smaller fish monsters, but quickly dismisses the thought, deciding that regardless of her motives, he has to press the attack. Just as he's about to move, the red-headed supporter calls out to him tentatively. Gyo-ma glances over, slightly annoyed, as Leon, still recovering on the ground, manages a weak smile and asks if he's okay. The supporter looks flabbergasted that Leon is concerned for Gyo-ma at a time like this. Gyo-ma curtly replies that he's fine, then looks back at Leon and tells him that he's relying on him, calling him a hero. With that, he dashes back towards the mermaid, a blur of motion against the cavern wall. The supporter watches, mesmerized, as Gyo-ma fearlessly re-engages the demon, which now lashes out with shadowy tendrils of energy. The word hero echoes in the supporter's mind, his green eye wide with a sudden realization. His mind explodes with pure, unadulterated excitement. He thinks it's so fucking cool. A flashback plays, showing him earnestly explaining his ideal of a hero to a bored-looking Gyo-ma, someone defined by justice and bravery, who sacrifices themselves for others and has the ability to turn despondence into hope. He had lamented that despite being at the world's best hero training school, he hadn't seen anyone who fit that description, not even in the elite dragon class. He had explained that this was why he joined Rachel's group, since as a supporter, the team composition worked out well, much to Rachel's surprise in the background. He had been so sure, he recalled with a confident smile, that he would find the hero he was looking for in Leon. Back in the present, Gyo-ma smirks slightly, thinking to himself that the supporter is right about Leon. The flashback continues with Gyo-ma asking what was wrong. The supporter had bluntly told him that while he was strong, he was far from being a hero in his eyes. Gyo-ma had scoffed, retorting that even if he were offered the title of hero, he'd refuse it, mockingly asking if being a hero was some kind of object that could just be given away. The supporter was left utterly crushed and speechless by his dismissive attitude. In the present, he mutters Gyo-ma's name, calling him a bastard under his breath. The demon mermaid interrupts his thoughts by unleashing a new attack, firing a volley of dark energy projectiles shaped like piranhas from her fingertips. The projectiles crackle with malevolent purple energy as they form, then streak through the air towards Gyo-ma at incredible speed. Gyo-ma leaps and twists gracefully in midair, dodging the deadly barrage. He notes internally that the projectiles feel a bit slow. His momentary confidence is shattered when the piranha-shaped blasts curve unnaturally in the air and begin chasing him. He realizes with a jolt that they are homing projectiles. His eyes widen in concentration and annoyance as he tracks their movements, while the demon mermaid lets out a triumphant, piercing shriek. Thinking fast, Gyo-ma carves several glowing blue lines into the cavern wall with his knife. He then kicks off the wall, dislodging a huge chunk of rock and sending it flying into the path of the projectiles. The energy piranhas slam into the makeshift shield, exploding harmlessly, while Gyo-ma uses the recoil to propel himself away from the blast zone, deftly dodging the few remaining shots. He lands at a distance, but the mermaid is already preparing her next move, reaching out with a clawed hand. A vicious grin spreads across her face as she lunges, not at Gyo-ma but past him. Rachel screams a warning about a weapon, as both she and the supporter watch in horror. The supporter's blood runs cold as he realizes the demonoid was aiming for them, for him and the vulnerable Leon, from the very start. The mermaid materializes a massive, glowing purple, cross-shaped weapon in her hand. Her eyes locked on her true targets. Just as she's about to strike, Gyo-ma intercepts her in midair, slashing at her torso. He curses again as he feels the blade slide off, the cut once more being too shallow. His face is a mask of intense focus as he internally berates himself, wondering if he's trying to take her down with small cuts and ordering himself to get his act together. Enraged by the interruption, the mermaid raises her glowing hand, the cross-shaped energy flaring brightly, and prepares to unleash a point-blank blast. She slams her hand down, creating a cataclysmic explosion of purple energy that shatters the very ground beneath them. The force of the blast is so immense that it blows the top off a nearby mountain, sending a shockwave rippling through the jungle landscape. The mermaid grins, believing she has won, but her triumph is short-lived as a brilliant beam of light erupts from the smoke and slams directly into her face, sending her reeling backward with a cry of pain. Far away, a blue-haired student notices the distant flashes and sounds, asking her companion, a silver-haired woman she calls Instructor Kim, if she saw it. The student describes the sound as a roar followed by a loud bam, while Instructor Kim confirms she also saw a flash of light just before the sound reached them. As droplets begin to fall, the blue-haired student cheerfully notes that it started to rain. Instructor Kim tells her they need to gather the wounded and move quickly. The student agrees, suggesting that the sounds they heard were probably just thunder and lightning now that it's raining. Instructor Kim, however, maintains a serious expression, issuing a firm order that they are to return to the academy as soon as possible. Back at the crater, a heavy downpour begins, soaking the devastated battlefield. The supporter shields the still-recovering Leon with his body as the rain intensifies. The remaining piranha monsters make gurgling noises and begin to retreat into a nearby pool of water, a fact that Rachel observes with a vigilant expression. The four students are left standing in the rain-swept ruins of the cave. Gyo-ma blames himself, wondering if his consciousness of protecting Leon was the reason he couldn't land a fatal blow. He stares at the pile of debris where the mermaid was buried, thinking that she was likely crushed to death in the collapse. But just as the thought crosses his mind, the rubble begins to glow with an ominous purple light before exploding outward. A smirk plays on Gyo-ma's lips, his eyes glowing faintly. He says he fucking knew it. She wouldn't die from something like that alone. From the dust and chaos, the mermaid's form coalesces once more, reborn from dark energy. Gyo-ma, having shed his torn jacket, pushes off a rock face, ready for round two. He calls out to Rachel, telling her that since the smaller fish are dealt with, he's leaving his own weapon and Leon in her care. Rachel, now holding Gyo-ma's massive axe, gives a firm nod of understanding. The supporter watches, completely in awe, thinking that he can't believe Kang Gyo-ma is actually facing the demon head-on. His entire perception of Gyo-ma shifts, Where he once saw only a madman, he now thinks he might be witnessing a legend in the making. Finally free of distractions, Ji-ma declares that he can now focus. He quickly injects a stim pack into his arm, stating that he has 10 seconds and is now making up for lost time. The mermaid lets out a furious, guttural roar, her eyes burning with incandescent rage. She dives down from above, a maelstrom of shadow and fury, but Ji-ma stands his ground, looking up calmly. He tells her to bring it on, his eyes narrowed with lethal focus. In his perception, the world dissolves into a grid of crimson lines, a matrix of possibilities and weak points. His eyes glow with cold, blue light as he tightens his grip on his knife, his mind singularly focused on one goal. He will cut everything down. The red-haired girl sprints through the dense, rain-soaked forest, her legs pumping with desperate speed. Her breath comes in ragged, panicked gasps, her face a mask of exertion and fear as she pushes herself faster and faster. An internal mantra repeats in her mind, a frantic command that she mustn't stop, no matter what. The burst of violet energy, she propels herself forward, her feet barely touching the ground as she lands with a sharp thud, kicking up dirt and debris. The strain is immense, and she grits her teeth against the agony, feeling as though her very legs are screaming at her in protest. But she pushes on, driven by a desperate resolve. She thinks that even if she has to use up her blessing to run, even if it only provides a sliver of help, she must continue. The pain is excruciating, a burning fire in her muscles, but her thoughts are consumed by a greater anguish. Her mind flashes to Ji-ma, and she knows that whatever she's feeling, he is enduring far worse. A memory surfaces from the chaos, her own voice, firm and urgent, instructing someone named Chloe to contact the instructors. Her thoughts drift to Ji-ma, his back turned to her, a silhouette of quiet strength. She reflects that Ji-ma is, without a doubt, the strongest person she has ever met in her entire life. However, a troubled look crosses her face as she recalls his nature. He always found fighting arduous, a difficult and unpleasant task. She remembers how he always avoided drawing his blade whenever possible, his hand hovering over the hilt but never committing, unless there was absolutely no other choice. She had always believed that Ji-ma made the best decision in his hesitance. But now, faced with the terrifying visage of the mermaid demonoid, regret floods her heart. She curses her own weakness, lamenting that if only she had been a bit stronger, things might have been different. Her desperate flight is abruptly interrupted by a tremendous explosion in the distance, a massive plume of water and energy erupting over the tree line with a deafening roar. She skids to a halt, her eyes wide with shock and terror, her mind screaming a single question. Was that a blast? Her face, already streaked with rain, is now slick with tears as a desperate prayer escapes her lips, begging for Ji-ma to be alive. Suddenly, her foot catches on a thick vine which snaps taut around her ankle. With a cry of alarm, she is violently yanked upside down, her body flipping through the air. She twists her body, managing to land on her feet, but the impact is jarring, sending a shockwave of pain through her already exhausted body. She stumbles forward, her determination unwavering as she tells herself that she can't fall here, that she can't stop here. She pants heavily, each breath a struggle, her mind fixated on a single goal. She needs to find him. Finally, her strength gives out, and she collapses to her knees in the mud and rain, her composure shattering completely. She throws her head back and screams into the storm, a raw, desperate cry for help, asking if anybody is there. As her desperate shouts echo through the forest, her tear-filled eyes suddenly flash with a spark of perception. She can sense something. Her senses are a chaotic mess from the exertion and fear, but she can feel it clearly now. There are mermen nearby. Her eyes widen in dawning horror as she realizes they are right there. With a surge of adrenaline, she lunges forward, her blade a blur of motion, parrying an incoming attack with a loud clang. Her attack is met not by a monster, but by the surprised face of a girl with vibrant blue hair, whose eyes widen as their blades lock. The blue-haired girl gives her a stern, questioning look, her own sword held ready. The red-haired girl, realizing her mistake, stammers an apology, relieved to see it was a person. She then looks past her would-be opponent and sees a whole group of students standing in the downpour, watching the scene unfold. The sudden wave of relief is too much for her battered body, and she collapses to the ground, her sword and scabbard falling from her grasp. The other students react with shock and confusion. A blonde-haired boy, holding the grotesque, severed head of a merman, demands to know what it is and asks if she's insane. Another student, a blue insectoid-like demonoid, observes grimly that this situation cannot be brushed over as the red-haired girl lies defeated and unresponsive on the muddy ground. A teal-haired girl tells them to hold it, her eyes narrowing as she recognizes the fallen student, commenting that she looks familiar. On the ground, the red-haired girl musters the last of her strength, tears streaming from her eyes as she pleads for them to please help her. She chokes out Ji-ma's name, explaining that he is in grave danger. The scene shifts, focusing on the ongoing battle. An orange-haired student watches the fight with wide, astonished eyes, reflecting that he doubts he will ever witness a day as astonishing as this one in the future. He struggles to find the words to describe what he is seeing, comparing Jeom-kun's movements to a skilled swordsman, handling a live, flopping fish on a chopping board with masterful precision. He marvels that Jeom-kun has moved beyond simply fighting the demonoid. He has completely outwitted it. The boy is absolutely certain that the incredible scene unfolding before him will be etched into his memory for the rest of his days. He continues his internal analysis, noting that Jeom-kun's movements aren't like the overwhelming speed he displayed during the subspace duel. Instead, he is employing a precise and fast technique, skillfully deflecting the demonoid's attacks while steadily closing the distance between them. With a series of blindingly fast slashes, Jeom-kun severs the demonoid's limbs, his blades moving in a brilliant, deadly dance. The orange-haired boy concludes that Jeom-kun's entire swordsmanship originates from the simple act of cutting, and its outcome is, quite literally, clear-cut. The other students watch in stunned silence, their faces a mixture of awe and disbelief. Even Rachel, the proud successor of the Spear clan who grew up surrounded by the strongest warriors, has never seen swordsmanship of this caliber. Her eyes have transformed into literal hearts, her expression one of utter infatuation. The orange-haired boy and a completely smitten Rachel watch as the battle rages on, the boy thinking that at this rate, the mermaid might actually be defeated. Suddenly, Rachel screams out, calling Jeom-kun her weapon in a fit of adoration, her voice filled with crazed excitement. Annoyed by her outburst, the orange-haired boy swiftly kicks her legs out from under her, sending her tumbling to the ground. He angrily scolds her, telling her to get her mind out of the clouds and asking if she wants to die. As they argue, the very ground around them begins to crack and shift, the landscape being reshaped by the sheer force of the battle between Jeom-kun and the mermaid. The orange-haired boy looks around, admitting that the sight is so surreal he nearly forgot where he was. He observes that the surroundings have completely changed. He realizes the inherent disadvantage of the situation. Their opponent is a demonoid that utilizes magic, making it a poor matchup for someone wielding only a blade. He worries that even though Jeom-kun currently seems to have the upper hand, the tide could turn in an instant. He anxiously wonders what would happen if the demonoid uses a form of magic that simply can't be dealt with by a sword. As if on cue, Jeom-kun stands firm, his knife glowing with a faint blue light, his expression grim and focused as rain pours down on him. Across from him, the mermaid demonoid lets out a low, menacing growl, its glowing white eyes fixed on its opponent. It throws its head back and screeches, raising its arms as a torrent of purple energy swirls around it, unleashing an attack it calls Needle Felt. Its piercing shriek echoes through the newly formed canyon. The very ground erupts as countless sharp, shadow-like tendrils snap upwards from the earth, lunging towards Jeom-kun from all directions. The mermaid cackles with glee as it manipulates the shadowy needles, sending them hurtling through the air. The attack is a maelstrom of dark energy, a vortex of deadly purple projectiles. Jeom-kun leaps back, planting his foot on a rocky outcrop to gain distance, but the needles relentlessly pursue him. He twists and spins, his blade becoming a blur as he masterfully deflects the barrage of magical attacks, each parry sending sparks of purple and blue light into the air. His knife glows, the blue aura of his own energy now tinged with the violet corruption of the magic he's cutting through. He lands gracefully and slides across the slick rock, narrowly avoiding another volley of deadly projectiles. Seeing its attack failing, the mermaid demonoid launches itself into the air, its eyes burning with frustration and fury. It lands directly behind Jeom-kun, who is crouched defensively, and raises a massive, shadowy claw, preparing to smash him into the ground. The creature's monstrous form towers over him, a terrifying silhouette against the stormy sky. But just as the claw descends, a brilliant flash of blue and white light erupts from the ground. Jeom-kun's eyes narrow with intense concentration. Suddenly, two enormous fish-like mermen burst from the ground, their massive jaws clamping down on the mermaid demonoid's arms, restraining it. A large number, 21, appears in the air as one of the summoned creatures drags the struggling demonoid towards a pool of water. The mermaid, however, merely grins, its sharp teeth glinting menacingly. With a savage roar, it rips its own arms off to escape the merman's grasp, purple energy crackling from the bloody stumps. Its throat begins to glow with an intense pink light as it gathers a massive amount of magical energy. With its mouth wide open, it unleashes a devastating energy beam directly at Jeom-kun. From the sidelines, the orange-haired boy screams in terror, yelling for what sounds like Jeom-ma to get out of the way. But Jeom-kun remains frozen, his eyes wide, his internal thoughts revealing a terrifying truth. He can't avoid this attack. The world is consumed by a blinding pink light. The scene dissolves into a tranquil expanse of shimmering blue water, where Jeom-kun now stands, seemingly on the surface, looking around in confusion. He glances down at his feet, which are surrounded by a gentle blue aura, holding him atop the water. He looks at his open palm, where particles of light and water seem to coalesce into a gentle mist. A faint, knowing smirk touches his lips. In another dimension, a red-haired figure is seen floating in a sea of pink and white energy, seemingly the source of this power. Their eyes are wide with concentration, and then a confident smile spreads across their face as they whisper that they did it. Back in the physical world, Jeom-kun's eyes blaze with a fierce red light. He raises his sashimi knife, which is now enveloped in a blindingly brilliant white aura. In a single fluid motion, he swings his blade in a horizontal arc. A razor-thin red line of pure energy flashes across the entire canyon, bisecting the massive energy beam fired by the mermaid. In his mind, a single thought rings with absolute certainty. He had severed the magic itself. The once unstoppable beam of energy splits in two and harmlessly dissipates into the rain-filled air. In a glimpse of the future, a blonde woman with glasses is seen holding Jeom-kun close, suggestively stating that he should get compensated for his efforts. A handsome blonde man with glasses is shown talking on the phone, a small smile on his face. Rain pours down relentlessly on the desolate, rocky landscape, washing over the still form of a massive, purple-skinned demonoid. The creature lies sprawled on the ground, its muscular body limp and soaked in its own dark blood, a testament to a brutal battle just concluded. Standing over the vanquished foe is Kang Jeoma, a solitary figure against the stormy backdrop. His face is cast in deep shadow, his eyes glowing with a faint, menacing light as he clutches a blood-slicked blade, the rain plastering his dark hair to his forehead. The camera closes in on Jeoma's face, revealing a grim, determined expression, his eyes narrowed and focused, completely unfazed by the storm raging around him. The dying demonoid lets out a final, gurgling sound, a wet rattle signaling its last breath as it finally succumbs to its injuries. Watching from a safe distance, Speedweapon and the blonde girl are frozen in place, their faces a canvas of pure astonishment and disbelief at what they have just witnessed. With a final, decisive movement, Jeoma swings his blade in a brilliant arc, a flash of silver against the dark sky. The demonoid's head is severed cleanly from its shoulders, sent spiraling through the air in a spray of rain and blood. The severed head tumbles across the ground before rolling off the edge of the cliff, vanishing into the abyss below, while Jeoma stands stoically, his posture rigid, the deed finally done. Speedweapon's vibrant green eyes are wide with shock, his mouth hanging slightly open as he struggles to process the scene, rendered completely speechless. The camera pans across the rain-lashed, shattered battlefield, the evidence of Jeoma's impossible victory stark against the stone. The truth of the moment hangs heavy in the air. A mere freshman had single-handedly defeated a demonoid. Both Speedweapon and the blonde girl stare, their expressions mirroring each other's shock. She looks on with wide, fearful eyes, while he seems utterly confounded by the sheer scale of Jeoma's power. Just as the reality of his victory sets in, the adrenaline that fueled Jeoma begins to fade. He doubles over, a violent cough racking his body as he spits a mouthful of blood onto the ground. His strength gives out completely, and he collapses to his knees, his trusty sashimi knife falling from his grasp and clattering onto the rocky surface next to a rapidly growing pool of his own blood. Seeing him fall, the blonde girl and Speedweapon snap out of their stupor, screaming Jeoma's name, as they sprint towards their fallen comrade. Nearby, Leon, the blonde-haired team leader, is seen kneeling and clutching an injury, but he appears stable. Speedweapon's thoughts flash with relief that Leon is fine, but his focus immediately returns to Jeoma's critical condition. A new wave of alarm contorts his features as he rushes forward. Suddenly, Speedweapon's head whips around, his expression turning wary and hostile. He mutters under his breath, wondering if the merman who had fled earlier had decided to return for another round. His fears are quickly assuaged as a group of figures emerges from a nearby cave entrance, running towards them through the downpour. A sigh of relief escapes Speedweapon's lips as he recognizes them, muttering that it was about time they showed up. The arriving party, a group of fellow students led by a striking girl with long teal hair, skids to a halt. The leader, Abel, takes in the gruesome scene before her, the bodies, the blood, the sheer devastation, and her eyes widen in shock as she demands to know what in the hell happened. Her group stares in horror at the carnage. The dismembered bodies of students and a mermaid are strewn across the ground, a grim tableau of the battle's ferocity. While one student wonders aloud why a mermaid is even there, and another remarks that everything has been destroyed, the blonde girl cradles the unconscious Jeoma, his head resting in her lap as she desperately tries to wake him. She calls his name over and over, her voice filled with panic as she holds him close. Abel's sharp, yellow eyes narrow as she observes the scene, her internal thoughts questioning why the blonde girl is clinging to Gio-ma with such intimacy. A complex mixture of curiosity and perhaps a hint of jealousy crosses her face as she watches them from a distance. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk touches Leon's lips as he watches the chaos unfold. He internally marvels at the absurd luck of the situation, noting with a dark amusement that while his team members look half dead, their supposed leader, Gio-ma, appears pristine and unscathed by comparison. Abel announces to the group that she has successfully made contact with the academy and that instructors should be arriving at the earliest opportunity. She trails off, however, her gaze sweeping over the battlefield as she wonders aloud what could have possibly transpired here. She stands flanked by her two closest companions, a united front of confusion and concern against the relentless rain. Speedweapon lets out a derisive scoff, his hand stroking his chin as he curses the instructors. He declares the entire situation a joke, reminding them that the instructors were supposed to have thoroughly explored this island beforehand. Abel's eye twitches with irritation at his tone, and she curtly tells him they get it. Unfazed, Speedweapon snaps back, asking if she is ordering him around. Abel retorts, her voice laced with exasperation, questioning why he always perceives things so strangely and clarifying that it was a request, not an order. A small, knowing chuckle escapes Speedweapon's lips. He concedes that it's not like she would believe him anyway, but he tells her to listen up. With a sly glint in his eye, he leans closer and declares that explaining things just happens to be his specialty. Abel listens to his account, her expression one of utter disbelief. She repeats his story back to him, her voice dripping with skepticism, asking if he is seriously claiming that a mermaid appeared out of nowhere. She continues, questioning the most unbelievable part, that Kang Gio-ma, a freshman, defeated it all by himself. Speedweapon simply shrugs, confirming that's exactly what happened and asking what other explanation there could be. Abel's mind reels. She internally scoffs at the tale, thinking that the idea of a freshman single-handedly killing a demonoid is more fantastical and less realistic than the fairy tales her own grandfather told her as a child. Yet, as she stands amidst the wreckage, she has to admit that as ridiculous as it sounds, it seems to be the truth. She can't think of any reason why they would lie about something so significant. It truly does sound like a story pulled from the pages of a legend. This forces Abel into a moment of deep introspection. She reflects on her own prestigious lineage as a descendant of the legendary hero Baylor Joquin and his disciple Aaron Nibelung, a radiant bloodline that granted her a special class from birth. This heritage, this powerful bloodline, has always defined her. She remembers the incredible effort she has put in to avoid being overshadowed by her roots, the hard work that allowed her talents to flourish and brought her this far. However, as she thinks about Kang Gio-ma, she is struck by the ridiculous gap between their skills. A complex storm of emotions swirls within her, fear, dread, and a reluctant, undeniable admiration. For the first time, she questions her own strength, wondering if perhaps, compared to him, she has been an ordinary person all along. Shaking off her reverie, Abel turns to a pink-haired girl in her squad and asks if she can use her healing blessing on Gio-ma. The girl immediately agrees, stepping forward. As a warm, green light envelops Gio-ma's battered body, Abel watches him intently. She reflects on the fact that this boy, the same age as her, now lying tattered and near death's door, fought a demonoid alone and won. She lets out a long, heavy sigh, her mind racing. Speedweapon approaches her, seeking confirmation that she did, in fact, contact the academy. Abel nods, saying she had. Speedweapon then offers a piece of advice, suggesting that for the time being, it would be better not to tell the instructors the full details of what happened. When Abel asks why, he reminds her that the instructors claim to have scouted the island beforehand. Abel confirms that this is correct. Speedweapon's expression grows serious. He leans in closer and asks if she doesn't find the situation strange. He elaborates that while Scopuli Island is large, it's highly suspicious that a demonoid just happened to appear in a cave that was easily discoverable by cadets. The pieces of the puzzle just don't add up. Abel's yellow eyes narrow in thought as she absorbs the weight of his implication. Speedweapon adds that it's just a guess, but Abel, looking towards Leon, asks if he's suggesting there's a spy from the demon faction within the academy itself. At that moment, Leon is shown with a chillingly confident smirk, as if privy to a secret no one else understands. Speedweapon is momentarily taken aback by her jump to that conclusion, stammering that it wasn't exactly what he meant. He sweats nervously, then concedes that they can't rule out the possibility. He emphasizes the undeniable fact that the cave was not well hidden, and that if it hadn't been for Kang Geoma's intervention, Leon's entire group would have been slaughtered by the demonoid. Abel considers this, her thoughts turning grim. She wonders how this could have happened. She recalls the 700-year truce between humans and demons. While there had been conflicts, the demons had never once dared to harm a cadet from the prestigious Jokwin Academy. It was a sacred line, and there was even a clause in the truce stating that such an act would be grounds for a full-scale war. The implications of this breach hit her with the force of a physical blow. Her eyes fly open wide in horrified realization. Speedweapon says her name, Abel, gently placing a hand on her shoulder to ground her. He tells her that he knows what she's thinking, but she's blowing things out of proportion. He acknowledges that being wary of a spy is prudent, but cautions that it's far too soon to jump to such a drastic conclusion. Speedweapon then proposes a course of action. He suggests that they all need to get their stories straight. He reasons that if there truly is a spy, Geoma will become a prime target the moment word gets out that he single-handedly defeated a demonoid. Abel quietly agrees that he is right. Leon, overhearing them, chimes in. He states that while he doesn't feel it's right to keep Geoma's heroic act under wraps, considering how much he did for them. The blonde girl holding Geoma looks up, a question in her eyes. Abel makes a decision. She brings a finger to her lips, a gesture for secrecy, and suggests a different approach. She proposes that they first try talking to her grandfather. Speedweapon's jaw drops. He asks in a hushed, awestruck tone if she means the legendary Sword Emperor. The scene transitions away from the storm-swept island to a peaceful, sun-drenched room within the Academy's infirmary. Kang Geoma lies in a hospital bed, his eyes fluttering open as he slowly returns to consciousness. He takes in his surroundings, groggily identifying the place as a hospital. He raises a hand, slowly flexing his fingers as if testing his own existence. A wave of profound relief washes over him as the simple, powerful truth sinks in. He is alive. His mind flashes back to the final moments of the fight. He remembers the mermaid launching a final attack before it died, a condensed magic sphere of pure energy. It was an attack too fast to dodge, an unavoidable blast of power, but he had been able to see it. He recalls the feeling of his sashimi knife slicing through the sphere, cutting a perfect line through the magic. The sphere was severed into two harmless halves before it could detonate. He remembers the distinct sensation of cutting through water. He lies back, pondering the strange new sensations he experienced after activating the sword god's blessing, feelings he could not possibly describe in words. A translucent blue system window materializes before his eyes, displaying an update to his status. His physical fortitude has risen to 7, and his mental fortitude has increased by 1 point, from 3 to 4. His assimilation rate with the sword god's power has climbed to 2%, and a new assimilation condition has been met. He immediately understands that the increase in his mental fortitude is why he felt no fear when facing the mermaid, and he thinks to himself that the effects are quite nice. His attention is then drawn to the final, most intriguing line of the update. The text indicates that one part of something called S-line has been read, and the next part will unlock when his assimilation rate reaches 15%. He connects the dots, realizing that this must have unlocked the moment he drew that perfect line through the mermaid's magic attack. His thoughts are abruptly shattered when a woman's voice bellows his name. The door to his room flies open, and a green-haired woman with glasses, the director, bursts in and launches herself at him, wrapping him in a suffocating embrace. She cries out that she was so worried something horrible had happened to him. Geoma's face is squished against her, and he struggles to speak, begging the director to please let him go. She immediately pulls back, apologizing profusely and explaining that she was just so overjoyed to see him awake that she forgot herself. She then begins to rummage through a small, ornate pouch, muttering about where she put something. Geoma, still flustered, wonders if she's using a dimensional pocket. The director exclaims that she's found it and proudly presents a sheathed sword to him. She tells him to take it, declaring it his midterm reward. She holds up the magnificent blade, identifying it as the legendary Murasame. The chapter concludes with a glimpse of an imposing, gray-haired man, hinting at the upcoming meeting with the Sword Emperor. Geoma Kang's eyes are wide, his pupils constricted with a mixture of shock and focus as he stares at the object before him. A holographic display materializes, showing the stats of the weapon he now holds. It is a B-rank katana named Murasame, which means rain shower, with an attack power of 120 and dexterity of 400. The description notes that its blade is said to glisten with the essence of morning dew. The director of Jokwin Academy, a green-haired woman with glasses named Media, smiles at him from his bedside, telling him she hopes he likes it. She explains that this would normally be given to him in a more formal setting, but circumstances being what they are, they had to make do. As she speaks, a silhouette peeks through the doorway of his hospital room. Media's pleasant demeanor vanishes in an instant as she spins around and yells at the figure, calling them a geezer and telling them to quit acting shy and get in here. The man, a distinguished elder with white hair and a goatee, steps into the room, clearing his throat and adjusting his collar. He calmly asks Media how many times he must tell her not to call him that. Media, unfazed, retorts that he's in his 70s and should stop acting like a teenager. Geo-Ma, still sitting up in his hospital bed, observes the familiar sight, his mind racing as he recognizes the newcomer. He thinks to himself, questioning what is going on and why the Blade Emperor is here. Media's expression turns serious as she turns back to Geo-Ma. She informs him that his groupmates told her everything, and on behalf of Jokwin Academy, she sincerely apologizes. Both she and the Blade Emperor Sieg bow deeply to him in a gesture of profound regret. Media continues, stating that the Academy takes full responsibility for everything that happened during the midterms. Her eyes narrow behind her glasses as she elaborates that, because of what happened, not just his group, but every student on that island was in grave danger. She swears on her reputation as the director of Jokwin Academy that she will get to the bottom of why the Demonkin appeared. Sieg then speaks up, his voice low and respectful, acknowledging that Geo-Ma saved the students. Geo-Ma, sitting against the sunlit window, looks away slightly and scratches his cheek, humbly stating that he just did what he could. Media acknowledges that what he did was truly commendable, but she must ask him to keep this under wraps until they uncover the truth. She bows her head slightly, admitting that it's ironic for her to say this as the director, but it seems the problem may lie within the academy itself. She looks at him with genuine sorrow, saying she is so sorry and that he deserves far better than this. Geo-Ma simply tells her that it's all right. Media's expression softens into a knowing smile. She tells Geo-Ma that it's okay to be a little more selfish at his age, remarking that he acts like an old man. From the doorway, she and Sieg are reflected, and she lets out a small laugh. The sound of their footsteps clacks on the floor as Media and Sieg walk away down the brightly lit hospital corridor. As they walk, the door to Geo-Ma's room clacks shut behind them. Suddenly, Media's footsteps freeze. She stops and calls out Sieg's name. She asks him if he remembers the day they first met after enrolling in the academy. She recalls that he was lying on a bench, and when she told him to move, he dramatically drew his sword on her, the image of the academy's grand clock tower in the background. Standing by a large window overlooking the academy grounds, she continues her story, trying to recall his exact words, something about not taking orders from anyone. She remarks on how dramatic he was, but Sieg, standing beside her, curtly replies that he remembers no such thing. A slight smile plays on Media's lips as she looks at him. She muses that it feels like just yesterday, but she has already spent 60 years here. Life, she says, is full of surprises. She reflects that even after all this time, they barely made a mark on the Academy's history, noting that the place was ancient by the time they set foot here. She comments on its long legacy. Sieg listens silently, then adds that a lot has happened over the past 7 centuries, but the Academy has always trained and protected its students. And yet, as his words hang in the air, Media's expression darkens, a furious green aura beginning to rumble around her. The aura intensifies, and with a sudden, explosive shatter, the massive window beside them bursts into thousands of pieces. A red exclamation mark flashes in a sound effect bubble as Sieg is taken aback by her outburst. The green aura envelops both of them as shards of glass tinkle to the floor. Media's face is a mask of cold fury, her glasses glinting menacingly. A flashback begins, taking us to a time before the midterm exam. Media explains in a voiceover that she had the instructors conduct multiple preliminary surveys of the exam site. She knew that Scopuli Island, though rare, was a known mermaid sighting area, so she exercised the utmost caution, a shadowy image of a mermaid appearing in her thoughts. But despite all that, something still went terribly wrong. Back in the present, Sieg silently places a comforting hand on her shoulder. Media turns to him, her intense expression softening as she apologizes, admitting she got a little caught up in the moment. Sieg's eye twitches in annoyance as her mood instantly flips back to cheerful. She leans toward him, giggling and fawning over Geo-Ma, asking if he isn't amazing for defeating a mermaid all on his own. Sieg internally calls her a hag. She continues to press him, asking what he thinks of Geo-Ma, nudging him playfully. Sieg remains silent, turning to walk away from the shattered window, his mind deep in thought. 2 large characters appear over the broken glass on the floor, spelling out extraordinary talent. Sieg's internal monologue begins as a meteor streaks across a starry sky. He has seen so-called prodigies before, their names spoken with awe, only to see them burn bright for a fleeting moment before fading away like meteors. In a stark, shadowed room, a small child stands surrounded by imposing adult figures. Sieg reflects that in hero families desperate for prestige, even the smallest glimpse of talent is enough to earn the title of genius. A word he feels is tossed around carelessly, devoid of meaning. He didn't even let his own granddaughter bear that title. But Gyo-ma possesses a talent so distant, so unfathomable. Media's voice breaks his reverie, asking him to come on and tell her what he thinks. Sieg concludes his thought, stating that if there is such a thing as a genius, it must be that boy. He wonders how far Gyo-ma could go with time and experience. A split image shows Gyo-ma's determined face and Sieg's thoughtful one. Sieg wonders if, perhaps, Gyo-ma will reach the realm he himself has been chasing his whole life. Sieg turns and walks away from the window, Media following him with a questioning look. He declares that he will be staying at the academy for a while. Media is taken aback by his sudden announcement. Sieg glances back at her with a wry, almost challenging grin. She laughs, asking if the old man is broken, once again bringing up his claim of not remembering their first meeting. She tells him to just help her clean up the mess he caused with his outburst. He simply repeats that he remembers no such thing. Back in the Wolf classroom, Gyo-ma sits at his desk, deep in thought. He muses that it seems the fact he defeated a Demonkin at Scopuli Island has been kept a secret, just as the director requested. He reflects that while he doesn't want to pat himself on the back, if he hadn't taken down that mermaid, his classmates might not be sitting here laughing right now. A flashback shows the first thing he did after leaving the hospital was head to the academy forge. A burly, bearded blacksmith watches as Gyo-ma enters. Gyo-ma knew he had to reforge and strengthen Murasame. As outside the condition of the blessing of the blade god, it's nothing more than a hunk of metal to him. He presents the sword to the blacksmith, Wayland, who is fired up for the task. A note on the counter explains a special 700 Thier event, free reforging for 1 week. Gyo-ma thinks how lucky he is and thanks the blacksmith, hoping the reforging goes well. As he turns to leave, a voice calls his name. He looks up to see Chloe approaching him, limping down the classroom stairs with a crutch. He asks her what happened. She explains with a cheerful grin that she hurt herself a little but received speed whatever's emergency treatment. The doctor said she'll be able to walk without crutches in a week. She proudly puffs out her chest, declaring that after all, she is an auditor, before sheepishly apologizing for getting carried away. Gyo-ma thinks to himself that it's a relief she's doing well. He continues his internal reflection, acknowledging that it wasn't just his effort alone. While he may have been the one to defeat the mermaid, it was only thanks to everyone fulfilling their roles. He recalls Chloe's crucial rescue call, Rachel bravely holding back the merman, and Speed Weapon's essential healing buff. He then thinks of Leon with a question mark over his head, wondering what Leon did. He scoffs internally, concluding that Leon would die at the entrance of the demonic realm and couldn't beat the Demon King with that level of skill. His train of thought is interrupted by the instructor, a bold man with a mohawk who bellows for silence. The instructor looks nervous, sweat beading on his head as he makes an announcement. He stammers that it may come as a surprise, but as a temporary arrangement, their class will have an additional instructor, whom he will now introduce. The students murmur amongst themselves, confused and annoyed by the idea of having 2 instructors. Suddenly, their expressions turn to shock, mouths agape and eyes wide with disbelief. A figure emerges from the shadows at the classroom entrance. A pristine white shoe takes a step forward. The Blade Emperor Sieg walks calmly and confidently into the room, his cape flowing behind him. The classroom erupts in a buzz of whispers as the students recognize the legendary figure. The instructor trembles, bowing his head as Sieg takes his place at the podium. Sieg's sharp, golden eyes scan the room. Gyo-ma stares, his face a mask of pure shock and confusion, a sweat drop rolling down his cheek as he silently asks himself why he is here. The scene cuts to a dark, stone-walled room late at night. A hooded man is sent crashing violently into a wall. A hand with glowing purple energy grabs him by the chin, lifting his bloodied face. The man stammers that he's sorry. A sharp slap cracks across his face, the impact echoing with a guh. The man coughs, sputtering out another apology to Instructor Kim, and addressing his attacker as Elder Claddy. The assailant is revealed to be the 5th Legion commander, her eyes glowing with purple malevolence. Purple energy swirls around her hand as the narration states that she is furious. Her lips curl into a sinister smile, her eyes glinting with malice, as the text declares this to be the 2nd disaster of his own making. A hand holds up a brightly colored gummy snake, its green head and red body standing out against the dark backdrop, as a voice expresses weary exasperation. The hand, belonging to a woman with striking silver hair and magenta tips, dangles the candy over the bloodied face of a man on the floor. She coldly asks him why he didn't cooperate when he had the chance. The woman's eyes are sharp with irritation as she leans over her victim, letting out a sharp awe of frustration. She complains that he has a real knack for annoying people, her voice dripping with contempt. Before he can even process her words, a blinding flash of violent purple energy erupts, striking him squarely in the face with devastating force, the impact rendered as a chaotic explosion of red and white. The woman, whose name is Medea, stands over the now unconscious man, the gummy snake still dangling from her lips as she chews on it nonchalantly. She demands to know if he could repeat himself, muttering under her breath about how annoying he is. Nearby, another accomplice sits slumped against a wall, clutching his bruised face and letting out a pained groan, clearly having received similar treatment. A third man, looking on from the shadows with a disappointed expression, sighs heavily. He questions the others, asking if it was truly so difficult to bring Leon back in a half-dead state. Medea turns her cold gaze towards him, still chewing her candy. She retorts that even with Leon being a hero candidate, their subordinate failed to capture him, even with Mermaid's help. She adds with venom that because of his monumental failure, the bastard he was supposed to capture is now living comfortably at the academy. The man she had just kicked begins to stir, clutching his mangled face and trying to stammer out an apology, letting out a pained burp. Medea glances at him with disgust, her eyes glowing faintly as she assumes he must not take her seriously. Without another word, she lashes out again, her leg a blur as she delivers another brutal kick. A second explosion of purple energy connects with the man's head, the sheer force of the blow lifting him off the ground. The man can only cry out in agony, his hands flying to his bloodied face as he screams curses in utter defeat and pain. Medea scoffs at the sight, expressing her disbelief at the nerve of a mere instructor daring to fail her so spectacularly. She then looks down at her expensive-looking shoes with a grimace, complaining that he got blood on them. She crouches down, wiping the crimson stain off her footwear with a look of pure disgust, while the man she assaulted groans in pain beside her. Standing up and running a hand through her hair, she declares the entire situation to be utterly ridiculous, finding it unbelievable that a powerful being like Mermaid could be taken down by a bunch of mere first-year students. She clicks her tongue in annoyance, but then reconsiders, musing that given the caliber of new students this year, perhaps she shouldn't be surprised that they could accomplish anything. The first man she had berated, the one who had been slumping against the wall, finally speaks up timidly. He corrects her, explaining that it wasn't a group of students but was, in fact, the work of just one cadet. Medea turns, her interest piqued, and asks for clarification, wanting to know if he meant one person and guessing it must have been Leon. The man quickly shakes his head, saying it wasn't him. Medea's patience wears thin, her voice taking on a dangerous edge as she says she can't stand the suspense and demands he spit out the information immediately. With sweat beading on his brow, the man finally reveals the truth. He explains it was this year's top student, a special admission named Kang Jio-ma. The name hangs in the air, and Medea repeats it slowly, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. Her expression shifts as the realization dawns on her. She says, "Oh," remembering that he was the special admission student. A sinister smile spreads across her face as she asks if that's how it is, a menacing purple aura beginning to coalesce around her hand. Her eyes gleam with malicious delight, and she licks her lips in anticipation, declaring how exciting this new development is. A sphere of raw, crackling purple energy ignites in her palm, radiating immense power and her own twisted excitement for the confrontation to come. The scene shifts dramatically to a bright, sunlit day at the academy grounds, where a different kind of training is underway. An instructor shouts a running cadence while a large group of students in blue and white tracksuits jog in formation. When the instructor yells that he can't hear them, another instructor with a bald head bellows, "Yes, sir," in response. On the sidelines, a cheerful red-haired girl with a crutch resting beside her claps her hands, offering words of encouragement. Amidst the runners, Kang Jio-ma pants, thinking to himself with a weary expression how jealous he is of her resting. Suddenly, an instructor yells at him, telling him he's too slow on his feet, causing Jio-ma to flinch in surprise. He's then addressed by a voice beside him, an old man with a striking white beard and hair running effortlessly at his pace, who asks if he's still injured from the midterms. Jio-ma, shocked to see who it is, immediately straightens up and shouts, "No, sir." His mind races in panic. He wonders what on earth is going on, and more importantly, why this specific man is running right alongside him. An internal monologue floods his thoughts, identifying the man as the legendary sword emperor, Siegfried von Nibelung. Jio-ma recalls his history, a descendant of the first sword saint, the right hand of Baylor Joquin, and the very man destined to inherit the title of sword saint himself, becoming one of humanity's greatest forces. The mental file continues. Not only that, but during the Second Demon War, Siegfried was supposed to become the protagonist Leon's swordsmanship master, a character whose importance was meant to skyrocket in the latter half of the story. The realization fills Ji-Oh-ma with dread. He screams internally, questioning why the hell Siegfried is even here at the academy so early. He desperately wishes for Siegfried to just go back to Leon, lamenting that the main story, which was already veering off track, is now completely falling apart before his very eyes. A memory surfaces in his mind. He remembers that in the original timeline, Leon never actually received the Sword Saint title. A pop-up from an old forum queue and it confirms it, with a developer apologizing that the acquisition of the title was impossible due to a system design flaw. Ji-Oh-ma recalls it being a pretty big issue among the players back then. He tries to rationalize the situation, thinking that since Leon can't inherit the title anyway, maybe it doesn't matter. But he immediately dismisses the thought, admitting to himself that this is still incredibly uncomfortable, especially as he sees Leon running far ahead of them. For a brief, bizarre moment, his panic gives way to a strange fantasy, picturing himself and the Sword Emperor running together in a glorious, poster-worthy image, bathed in a heroic light. Siegfried's stern voice cuts through his thoughts, lecturing him that the foundation of any warrior comes from physical strength and endurance. He states that no matter how outstanding a talent may be, it is useless if the body cannot support it, and that proper conditioning is the very foundation that enables further growth. He orders Ji-Oh-ma not to cut corners and to just keep up. Ji-Oh-ma mutters a quiet, "Yes, sir," but Siegfried barks that he can't hear him. Pushing himself, Ji-Oh-ma shouts a much louder, "Yes, sir, understood." As he struggles to keep pace, Siegfried gives a curt, approving "good," his expression unreadable. Then, without warning, he tells Ji-Oh-ma to keep up with him and accelerates dramatically, leaving Ji-Oh-ma in a cloud of dust, utterly speechless and dumbfounded. Ji-Oh-ma clutches his side, panting for air, and wonders in disbelief if the old man ages backwards. Later, the training shifts. Siegfried stands before the assembled students and announces that from this point forward, unless it's for field training, the use of personal weapons is strictly prohibited. To emphasize his point, a massive pile of confiscated weapons, swords, axes, and shields, is unceremoniously dumped onto the ground with a loud clatter. The students look on, completely baffled, question marks floating above their heads. Siegfried instructs them to each pick one of the weapons from the pile and master it. The students stare at the motley collection, which includes everything from proper blades to farming tools, and as one cadet points out in disbelief, even a sashimi knife. Ji-Oh-ma internally complains about the suddenness of this new rule, thinking about his own precious family heirloom. A brave student raises his hand, addressing the Sword Emperor with a question. He argues that for long-term growth, it would be best for them to get used to the weapons passed down from their families, and asks why this is being prohibited. Siegfried acknowledges it as a good question, leaning on a simple cane as he explains that it is because the basics are more important than anything else. He elaborates further, warning them that the more they rely on high-grade weapons, the more they are prone to neglecting their fundamental training, making it easy to mistake the power of a weapon for one's own strength. The student who asked the question boldly argues back, suggesting that in that case, it's even more important to learn how to use powerful weapons to compensate for their shortcomings. A nearby student mutters that he's just making a fuss to get attention. Siegfried's golden eyes narrow with intensity. He delivers a sharp rebuke stating that no matter how well-armed one is, if their skills are lacking, a fine weapon is as useless as a pearl necklace on a pig. He leans in slightly, his gaze piercing as he delivers the final, undeniable truth. A master never blames his equipment. Period. The words hit Ji-Oh-ma with the force of a physical blow. He stands silently for a moment before a small, knowing smile touches his lips, and he nods in complete agreement, thinking to himself that the Sword Emperor is 100% correct. Siegfried plants his cane firmly on the ground, declaring that once they master the basics, they will naturally become comfortable with any weapon. He then adds a crucial piece of information, saying that cadets who demonstrate skill with ordinary weapons will have a high chance of receiving a better score on the end-of-year class promotion evaluation. The moment the words leave his mouth, the students erupt into chaos. Shouts of "really?" are followed by a mad scramble towards the weapon pile, with cadets pushing and shoving, yelling that they were first. Ji-Oh-ma watches the pandemonium unfold, thinking that Siegfried certainly has a way with words to have inspired them so completely. He admits he'd always thought of the old man as little more than Media's punching bag. By the time the dust settles, the pile has been picked clean, leaving only undesirable items like a rake, a shovel, and an axe. Ji-Oh-ma looks at the meager leftovers with a sigh, thinking to himself that he knew this would happen. Deciding to make the best of it, he tells himself he'll just grab what he needs. He steps forward and picks up a simple, unadorned dagger. As he does, he notices Siegfried's piercing golden eyes fixed on him. Ji-Oh-ma feels a chill, thinking, "This geezer?" While Siegfried seems to think, "I knew it." Siegfried addresses the group again, his voice cutting through the chatter. He announces that for today, their goal is simply to get accustomed to their weapons through one-on-one training between cadets. The students murmur nervously, one asking if they're really doing this without the safety of the subspace, another worrying about getting hurt. Siegfried's voice booms across the training ground. He reminds them that they enrolled in the academy to become warriors worthy of the ancestral hero's legacy, proclaiming that a warrior can only truly grow through combat and the risk of defeat. He adds a stern warning, however, that if they clash swords without thinking, they could easily end up killing each other by accident. An image flashes, showing Siegfried standing ready with a sword, back-to-back with instructor Lee Wonbin, who holds a large, futuristic firearm. Siegfried announces that before they begin pairing off, he will personally provide a demonstration of proper sparring. A wave of excitement ripples through the students. They whisper in awe, amazed that they get to see the Sword Emperor's legendary skills in person, something they've only witnessed on YouTube. Instructor Lee Wonbin frantically tries to quiet them down, reminding them there is no talking during lessons. But Lee Wonbin himself is in a state of sheer terror. He looks to the heavens, sweat pouring down his face, thinking that in his entire career as an educator at the world's top academy, this is the single biggest and worst crisis he has ever faced. He internally bids his mother farewell, convinced that facing the Sword Emperor, even in a mere demonstration, means his end. He starts to protest, but Siegfried's sharp gaze cuts him off. The Sword Emperor ignores the instructor entirely and instead calls out for Cadet. He calls for Kang Ji-Oh-Ma. The crowd of students instinctively parts, leaving Ji-Oh-Ma standing alone in the center of a newly formed circle, his expression one of pure shock. The Sword Emperor fixes his gaze on him and commands him to come forward. The two lock eyes. Siegfried's expression is stern and challenging, while Ji-Oh-Ma's is wide with disbelief and apprehension. In another place, a handsome, blonde-haired man wearing glasses smiles pleasantly as he holds a phone to his ear, a rainbow-like shimmer of light catching his face, hinting at other events unfolding in the world. The Sword Emperor, Siegfried, his golden eyes glowing with an unnerving intensity, held his longsword at the ready, the blade catching the light with a sharp glint. His command cut through the air, ordering the cadet to come forward. A young man with black hair, Kang Ji-Oh-Ma, stood opposite him, holding a much shorter, simpler sword in a two-handed grip, his school tracksuit looking out of place against the legendary warrior's presence. The other cadets gathered at a distance, murmuring amongst themselves in a mixture of awe and confusion. One boy with short brown hair remarked with wide-eyed surprise that even that piece of junk sword looked sharp, admitting it was better than his own. Another, more cynical-looking cadet with a bowl cut, wondered aloud who this person could possibly be for the Sword Emperor to call him out personally. Oh, he couldn't deny his excitement at the prospect of witnessing a demonstration from the Sword Emperor himself. Kang Ji-Oh-Ma's sharp gaze darted to the side, his expression hardening with annoyance as he overheard their whispers. A thought bubble indicated he could hear every word the bastards were saying. The Sword Emperor's gravelly voice broke the tension, as he looked down at the young man and asked if his bones had healed. Kang Ji-Oh-Ma, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple, looked away slightly and confirmed that he was fine now. Siegfried's grip on his sword tightened with an audible creak, and he stated that if that was the case, then Kang Ji-Oh-Ma should pick up his sword. The two faced each other across the dusty training ground, the academy building looming in the background, as Kang Ji-Oh-Ma planted his feet, ready for whatever was to come. His mind, however, was a whirlwind of conflict. He thought to himself that even for a sparring match, this was far too much. He acknowledged that his physical condition was perfect after a long rest, but his opponent was Siegfried, the one and only Sword Emperor. He knew with chilling certainty that crossing swords with such a legendary figure would not end easily. He grimly predicted that at the very least, one of them would lose a hand, and if things went poorly, a head would roll. He questioned if this intense, almost bloodthirsty feeling coursing through him was the influence of his divine power, as the word victory flashed across his mind in a distorted wave. His instincts were screaming for a fight. Yet, he recognized this was far too different from his usual battle lust. He had to consider the consequences of this rash decision. Steeling himself, Kang Ji-Oh-Ma declared that he was nothing compared to the Sword Emperor and respectfully asked him to lower his sword. In the darkness of his own mind, he was immediately besieged by the shadowy silhouettes of his peers, their imagined voices mocking him. He could hear them laughing, saying of course he would back down after getting beaten up like a dog, questioning what he was even trying to prove. He remained silent, his expression unreadable, but his eyes narrowed with a flash of intense frustration. Siegfried's voice boomed, cutting through his internal turmoil, asking if he possessed no pride as a swordsman. The Sword Emperor's figure seemed to grow, casting a dark, intimidating shadow as he pressed his verbal assault. questioning how long Kang Jeong-ma believed he could survive while hiding his power. He berated the boy, asking what use his extraordinary talent was if he was going to act like such a coward. The single word pride flashed in Kang Jeong-ma's mind, superimposed over a memory of his younger self. He reflected that this word had been engraved in his heart ever since he first claimed the title of the greatest swordsman in the country. Those two characters, pride, were the very reason he had never once put down his sword. From the sidelines, the bald instructor watched with a grimace, thinking that the Sword Emperor's provocation was a test. The red-haired female student beside him looked on with wide, concerned eyes. The instructor knew that if Kang Jeong-ma fell for that provocation in this situation, he would definitely regret it for a long, long time. But still, despite the rational warnings screaming in his head, Kang Jeong-ma's hand tightened instinctively around the hilt of his sword. The instructor saw the movement and cried out, trying to stop him, his voice filled with panic as he yelled for Cadet Kang Jeong-ma to wait. But the Sword Emperor simply raised a hand, silencing him with a single gesture. With a knowing, almost predatory look in his eye, Siegfried stated that it seemed the boy had already made up his mind. The instructor and the red-haired girl could only watch in apprehension as Kang Jeong-ma looked up, his eyes cold and resolved. He formally addressed the Sword Emperor, stating that he would learn from him. In that instant, a blue notification window materialized before him, declaring that the blessing of the sword god would manifest. The world seemed to dissolve into a disorienting rush, reforming into a stark, minimalist void of white ground, and a dark, abyss-like sky. Two lone silhouettes stood facing each other in this strange dimension. Kang Jeong-ma took a heavy step forward, the ground beneath his feet cracking like obsidian glass. Siegfried watched him approach, a thought bubble revealing his inner reaction. As expected, he gripped his own sword, his aged face set in a look of profound concentration. He mused that even at 70 years old, that moment still came to his mind as vividly as if it were yesterday. He was remembering the enlightenment he gained through the sword. It was a memory from a time when he was not yet mature, the memory of a one-armed wandering knight. A flashback showed a much younger, white-haired Siegfried, his expression a mixture of awe and fear, facing a mysterious, cloaked figure who wielded a greatsword with only one arm. He recalled that the swordsmanship the knight had displayed was a clash of light and darkness, and was undoubtedly at the level of that realm. That memory was why he had been keeping an eye on the boy, Kang Jeong-ma, ever since the allocation test. He held the conviction that if it was this boy, he would be the clue that would finally lead him back to that elusive realm. His hand trembled with anticipation, and his sword began to pulse with a brilliant blue light, the energy extending down the length of the blade. Siegfried exploded into motion, his body a blur as he swung his glowing sword. He slashed downwards, and then horizontally, each movement leaving a trail of light. Kang Jeong-ma met the assault, his own smaller blade moving with impossible speed to parry the strikes. He ducked under a wide swing, his body low to the ground. The two combatants became a whirlwind of motion, their blades clashing in a furious exchange, a shower of blue sparks erupting where their steel met. Siegfried was internally impressed by the boy's boldness to charge head-on, without even attempting to avoid his attacks. He noted Kang Jeong-ma's peculiar sword path, which was almost like a swallow in flight. They locked blades, their feet digging into the cracked ground, struggling for dominance. Kang Jeong-ma deflected a powerful overhead strike with a circular motion of his blade, but the sheer force of the blow sent him sliding backward. Siegfried acknowledged that the boy's physical abilities were on another level compared to the past. He could push him back so effortlessly. However, Siegfried's own power was not to be underestimated. As memories of the one-armed knight flashed in his mind, he thought that his sword was not light. His eyes blazed with power, and his blade began to radiate a blinding white light that consumed the panel. Back in the real world, the cadets were utterly baffled. The cynical boy from before voiced his confusion, stating he didn't understand what was happening. He rationalized that Kang Jeong-ma must have just gotten lucky with his matchup in the last subspace sparring session. After all, he was at best only decent among the ordinary students, certainly not on the level of the special students. So why, he wondered, did the Sword Emperor care so much about this particular student? A group of other students watched from afar, one of them hoping aloud that the Sword Emperor would teach him a proper lesson, so they could all see him crying like a baby. The entire crowd stood in silence, watching the two combatants who were standing completely still, facing each other without moving a muscle. The confused cadets looked at each other, question marks appearing above their heads as they wondered why they were just standing there. The bald instructor, however, saw the truth. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he hissed that they were not just standing still. He admitted to himself that he had doubted the Sword Emperor's words, but he never expected Kang Jeong-ma to be at this level. A wave of panic washed over him as he considered the consequences. What if the headmaster found out? The cadets could be affected too. He called out to Siegfried, addressing him as instructor. Siegfried replied without turning, his voice calm, asking if the instructor truly believed he would cross a real sword with the boss. He told him not to worry, because if his thoughts were correct, Kang Jeong-ma would be able to step into that place. The instructor's eyes widened in dawning horror as he asked if he meant. Siegfried's profile was sharp and serious as he confirmed it with two chilling words. Mental realm, his golden eyes glowing with fierce determination. Inside that very realm, Siegfried was astonished that Kang Jeong-ma had not only managed to enter this place, but had also withstood his initial strike. He knew that a duel in the mental realm was an intense battle of wits, a truth that one could discern simply by crossing swords. He could see it clearly. That boy, even in this short amount of time, was growing. Kang Jeong-ma's stance was solid, his focus absolute, his body taut like a drawn bowstring. Siegfried gave a grim, approving smile, thinking to himself that it was impressive. If that was the case, he decided, then his sword would also answer in kind. A massive surge of blue aura erupted from his blade, coalescing into a technique he called Sword Spirit Protection. A spectral horned warrior materialized behind him, wreathed in blue flames, its movements mirroring his own as he raised his sword high. With a roar of "Take this!" he brought the empowered blade down in a devastating arc. Back in reality, the students jumped back in shock as a wave of energy pulsed outward from the two still figures. The instructor's face was a mask of terror. He recognized the blue light instantly, shouting that it was O. The other cadets were panicking, one screaming in disbelief, asking if Kang Jeong-ma had broken through the mental realm and returned to reality. Indeed, both combatants were now wreathed in visible, crackling blue auras, their power no longer contained to the mental plane. The instructor knew this was nothing like what the Sword Emperor had promised. He lunged forward, desperately screaming for the Sword Emperor to stop. He knew he had to intervene, convinced that if this continued, there would be bloodshed. He reached out a hand, shouting the Sword Emperor's name one last time as their blades neared each other. Suddenly, an enraged female voice cut through the chaos, screaming, "You crazy bastard!" A streak of green light shot down from above, and a woman with flowing green hair and glasses slammed into the ground between the two fighters. The earth shattered on impact, and a thick wall of rock erupted, blocking their swords just moments before they could connect. The woman, her eyes glowing a furious red, glared daggers at Siegfried. She screamed at him, demanding to know what he was doing to her student and questioning if he had completely lost his mind. A flashback replays the intense confrontation, with Media's voice echoing her disbelief. Seated on a plush sofa in a richly decorated room, she stares at the elderly man, Siegfried, her eyes wide behind her glasses, expressing that what he's saying can't be right. Her expression hardens, her red eyes glowing with fury as she thinks about the situation. She questions if he is in his right mind, suggesting that if he's senile, he should just stay home and rot. The scene flashes back to the training grounds, where Media, consumed by rage, grabs Siegfried by the collar of his tracksuit. She furiously reminds him that she busted her ass to get him a spot, only for him to pull something like this on a student, and she screams, asking if he is out of his mind. She demands to know if he wants to die. In the flashback, Media stands with a look of intense anger and concern, her green hair flowing as other students murmur in the background, their shadows stretching across the dirt field. Siegfried, his face etched with regret, looks away from her, thinking to himself that it wasn't his intention. He curses internally, admitting that in the heat of the moment, he lost his self-control. A close-up reveals his intense, glowing golden eyes as he recalls how he exerted his aura to its fullest. Back in the present or a calmer moment, Media stands with her arms crossed, her posture radiating impatience as she asks the old man if he is deaf. Siegfried, his back turned to her against a bright blue sky, finally addresses her by name, Media, and offers a sincere apology. Media is completely stunned by this, her mind reeling as she can only utter a confused, "Huh." This apology was so out of character that she feels a profound shock. Sitting once again in the opulent room, she reflects on this unprecedented event, noting internally that in the 50 years she has known him, she has never once heard him say he was sorry. And today, he had said it not just once, but twice. Composing herself, she leans forward, her expression serious, and asks him why he did what he did earlier. She questions his decision to unleash the sword spirit's blessing on a mere student, pressing him on what might have happened if she hadn't been there to intervene. Siegfried, now sitting opposite her and calmly sipping from a teacup, gives a shocking reply. He states that if he hadn't unleashed the blessing, he wouldn't have been able to gain the upper hand. Media's jaw drops in utter disbelief, and she exclaims, "What?" She repeats his words to herself, unable to process the idea of him being unable to gain the upper hand. She questions what she just heard, finding it impossible that the incredibly prideful Siegfried would ever admit such a thing. She acknowledges that she knows Kang Jeong-ma has innate talent, but she is also acutely aware that she knows better than anyone just how truly strong Siegfried is. Siegfried then delivers the final, unbelievable piece of information, revealing that the kid, Gio-ma, has already reached the mental realm. Media's shock turns to frantic disbelief as she leaps to her feet, yelling at him. She points out that he, Siegfried, didn't even begin to master that state until he was nearly 30 years old. She demands to know how it's possible for a 17-year-old to have already accomplished it, questioning if that even makes any sense. Siegfried calmly replies that he doesn't know either. He leans forward, his hands clasped, and speculates that there must be something that can offset a lack of experience. Medea is completely overwhelmed by this revelation, slumping back onto the sofa and covering her face with her hand as she mutters, "My God." Her mind flashes back to the scene on the training field, her red eyes peering through her fingers as she remembers calling out Gio-ma's name. She recalls running towards him, asking if he was okay. A powerful dark purple aura crackles and swirls around Kang Gio-ma, who stands with a cold, impassive expression. Medea remembers her own reaction in that moment. She felt that any semblance of her dignity as an educator, or as one of the 7 stars, had completely vanished. The primary emotion she felt towards Gio-ma at that moment was a single, terrifying word: fear. She recalls that this feeling was eerily similar to the fear she experienced when she first met the 6th Division Commander Vasan. She wonders to herself why she gets such an eerie feeling from Kang Gio-ma, wryly questioning if it's simply because his name contains the word devil. The memory causes her to shudder, and she covers her face again, completely unsettled. Back in the present, Medea sits across from Siegfried, having processed his words. She concedes that it doesn't seem like he's lying. She looks at him intently, her red eyes narrowed, and asks the ultimate question that has been hanging in the air. Did he, Siegfried, lose the fight? Siegfried's composure shatters in an instant. He slams his hands on the table, roaring that there's no way he lost. He argues vehemently that even if Kang Gio-ma's talent is innate, it still doesn't compare to his own, adding that on top of that, he wasn't even fully armed at the time. Medea, now reclining languidly on the sofa, watches his outburst with an amused and slightly mocking expression. She finds his overreaction quite telling and points out the hypocrisy, reminding him that he is the one who always preaches that masters don't blame their equipment. Yet here he is, using it as an excuse. Leaning her chin on her hand with a sly smile, she asks if he doesn't think he looks a bit ridiculous. This final jab pushes Siegfried over the edge. His eyes blaze with a furious red energy as he trembles with rage. He explodes, demanding to know what she just said and asking if she wants to die. The scene shifts to Kang Gio-ma, who is lying awake in his bed late at night, the memory of the duel replaying in his mind. He sees the 2 combatants, glowing with a bright blue aura, clashing in a non-physical space. He recalls Siegfried's gritted teeth and determined face, and his own calm, focused expression as they faced off. The memory ends with a brilliant flash of light. Gio-ma stares up at his dark ceiling, lost in thought. He lies under his covers, thinking that while it ended well, the whole situation was absurd, picturing a cartoonish version of himself and the hit-headed sword emperor slashing at each other. He acknowledges that if Medea hadn't intervened when she did, things could have gotten really dangerous. He rolls onto his side, still pondering the events of the day. He confirms to himself that what he experienced was indeed the mental realm. Looking pensive, he admits that it's a strange feeling to actually experience it firsthand. An explanation follows, defining the mental realm as the pinnacle of mastery and understanding of one's weapon. It is described as an active space that can be activated when certain conditions are met. Only peak masters who have dedicated their entire lives to honing a single weapon can ever hope to enter it. Because of its extreme difficulty, not even 10 heroes in the world can freely enter this realm. The narrative recalls that even Leon, the protagonist of the game who was blessed with all the qualities of a hero, needed 3 full years of private training just to set foot in it. Gio-ma remembers this specific detail because that was the point in the game where he stopped playing. This leads him to the crucial question, why can he do it right away? He thinks about how even Leon, with all his protagonist buffs, took 3 years. Suddenly, a realization strikes him like a bolt of lightning. He sits up in his bed, the answer becoming clear. It was the sashimi knife. He realizes that when he includes his previous life, he has been using a sashimi knife for more than 20 years. He also considers that every time he unleashes the sword spirit's blessing, he experiences a state of concentration that transcends normal perception. A vibrant montage of his past and present life flashes through his mind, showing the tangled connections between them. He understands now that his 2 lives are harmoniously intertwining, allowing him to break through difficult situations. Sitting on the edge of his bed, holding his knife, he comes to a firm conclusion. Based on his experiences so far, he knows that avoiding situations only makes things worse. A determined smirk spreads across his face as he resolves to stop being swept along passively and instead to actively tackle and solve problems step by step. He stands up, his muscular frame silhouetted by the moonlight, and wonders if he should give it a try. He reasons that if he can freely control the mental realm, he can train in combat without having to rely on the sword spirit's blessing. Closing his eyes in deep concentration, he focuses his will. The sashimi knife in his hand begins to glow with a brilliant blue light. He stands barefoot in his room, the knife now a shimmering blade of energy. The world around him begins to distort and shift. His simple room transforms, the floor becoming the blue tiles of the academy court, and the grand academy building appears in the background. Suddenly, the reality of the mental realm cracks like a mirror. The world shatters into fragments, revealing glimpses of other figures, including Siegfried within the shards. From a crimson void, a gnarled, demonic blue hand emerges and places itself firmly on his shoulder. The blue aura around his knife intensifies as he looks over, his eyes wide with surprise, questioning what is happening. In an instant, the energy around his knife dissipates, breaking apart into countless glowing particles. He finds himself back in his room, the magical motes of light fading around him. He looks down at his now ordinary knife, utterly bewildered, and asks himself what that just was. The scene shifts to a clandestine meeting in a dark, vaulted chamber. An elder states that this time the Sword Emperor has gone too far. Another agrees, calling it a blatant disregard for their authority. A third elder, a man with a goatee, slams his fist on the table. He reminds the others that sending demons was something they all agreed to, but that they are their enemies. He insists that they need to eliminate these troublemakers as soon as possible. He then brings the focus back to their primary concern, stating that they must investigate the top student, Kang Ji-ma, again. An elderly woman with pale green hair expresses her concern, asking what they will do if that student turns out to be a candidate for the hero. The goateed man scoffs dismissively, questioning if the hero candidate isn't supposed to be Leon Van Reinhardt. He calls Leon a half-baked brat who can't even properly manifest his blessing. He then reminds the council of Ji-ma's incredible swordsmanship, which took down the genius twins during the class placement exam. The hooded figure at the head of the table remains silent as the man continues his tirade. He points out that media is blocking all information about the student under the guise of protecting him, and that the whole situation is suspicious from start to finish. He concludes that, in any case, the hero's fate is unavoidable. The hooded figure finally speaks, agreeing with the sentiment and adding that if the 7 stars are causing trouble, they must eliminate any possible sprouts of hope quickly, noting that they even brought the Sword Emperor to the academy this time. An elder with an eye patch slams his hand down in agreement, shouting that that is exactly right. Another elder with a large mustache chimes in, complaining that ever since Medea, one of the 7 stars, became the academy director, their standing as elders has been severely weakened. The goateed man laments that after the defeat of Basman, the public only looks up to the 7 stars, while they, the elders, are treated like outdated relics. He passionately declares that it is the elders who guide the foolish masses and maintain balance, and that the emergence of a new hero would threaten their very existence. A blonde-haired elder agrees, stating that to maintain their power, they need a public enemy. Another elder adds that the hero, who threatens the Demon King, must be eliminated. A flashback shows the goateed man colluding with a shadowy demonic figure, thinking about how he is also an elder of the academy. He internally fumes about that woman, Medea, and the effort he's expending to persuade the other elders with sheer force. He thinks about how the 5th Division commander is furious. He knows that if he does nothing, it would be better for him to beg for death. The voice of the commander, a woman named Acker who is wreathed in demonic flames, replies that she understands. Back in the present, the hooded leader of the elders, his face obscured by shadows, makes a decision. He issues his orders to the Aditor family. In a blacksmith's workshop, a heavy hammer falls to the wooden floor with a thud. Kang Ji-ma stands over a cowering, portly blacksmith who is on his knees, his hands up as he begs the boy to spare him. Ji-ma looks down, a slight tremor in his hand as he grips a newly crafted sashimi knife. He curses under his breath, thinking that this is all he could get. His gaze sweeps over a rack of proper weapons like spears and halberds before returning to the terrified man on the floor, the result of his quest for a suitable weapon clearly a disappointment.